Unforeseeables. Eventualities that cannot be foreseen. Unforeseeable. In an unforeseeable manner, without the possibility of being predicted. Unforesee. Not foreseeing, without foresight. Unforeseeingly. Without foreseeing. Unforeseen. Not foreseen. Unforeseenly. In a manner that was not foreseen, unexpectedly. Unforeseenness. The quality of being unforeseen. Unforeseens. Plural of unforeseen. Unforeshadowed. Not foreshadowed. Unforeshortened. Not foreshortened. Unforesighted. Lacking foresight. Unforeskinned. Not foreskinned. Deprived of the foreskin. Circumcised. Unforest. To deforest. Unforestallable. That cannot be forestalled. Unforestall. Not forestall. Unforested. Not covered with forest. Unforesting. Present participle and gerund of unforests. Unforests. Third person singular simple present indicative of unforests. Unforetellable. That cannot be foretold. Unforethought. Not forethought. Unforethoughtful. Not forethoughtful. Unforetold. Not foretold. Unforeseen. Unforewarned. Not forewarned. Unforfeit. Not forfeited. Unforfeitable. Not forfeitable. Unforfeited. Not forfeited. Unforgave. Simple past of unforgive. Unforgeability. The condition of being unforgeable. Unforgeable. Unable to be forged. Unforgeably. Such that it cannot be forged. Unforged. Not having been forged. Unforget. To not forget. Also to remember again after forgetting. Unforgettableness. Rare form of unforgettableness. Unforgetful. Not forgetful. Unforgetfulness. The quality of not being forgetful. Unforgets. Third person singular simple present indicative of unforget. Unforgettability. Unforgettableness. Unforgettable. Very difficult or impossible to forget. Unforgettableness. The state or condition of being unforgettable, outstanding memorableness. Unforgettably. In an unforgettable manner, very memorably. Unforgetting. Not forgetting. Unforgettingly. In an unforgetting way. Unforgivable. Not forgivable. Inexcusable. Unforgivableness. Quality of being unforgivable. Unforgivably. In an unforgivable manner. Unforgive. To revoke or rescind forgiveness of. Unforgivable. Alternative spelling of unforgivable. Unforgivableness. Alternative form of unforgivableness. Unforgivably. Alternative form of unforgivably. Unforgiven. Not forgiven. Unforgiveness. Lack of forgiveness. Unforgiver. One who does not forgive. Unforgivers. Plural of unforgiver. Unforgives. Third person singular simple present indicative of unforgive. Unforgiving. Unwilling or unable to forgive or show mercy. Unforgivingly. In a way that is unforgiving. Unforgivingness. The quality of being unforgiving. Unforgoable. that cannot be foregone. Unforegone, not foregone. Unforgot, archaic form of unforgotten. Unforgotten, not forgotten, still remembered. Unforgottenness, the state or condition of being unforgotten. Unfork, to dismount from a ridden animal. Unfork, not forked. Unforking, not forking or dividing. Unforks, third person singular simple present indicative of unfork. Unforlorn, not forlorn. Unform, to destroy the form of, to decompose or resolve into parts, to unmake. Unformable, unable to be formed. Unformal, not formal. Unformalize, alternative form of unformalize. Unformality, archaic form of informality. Unformalizability, the quality of being unformalizable. Unformalizable, not formalizable. Unformalize, that has not been formalized. Unformally, informally. Unformat, to remove or undo a format, to reverse the formatting of a disk. Unformation, the reverse of formation. Taking or coming apart, disassembly. Unformative, not formative. Unformats, third person singular simple present indicative of unformat. Unformatable, not formidable, that cannot be formatted. Unformata, without any structure. Unformatting, present participle and gerund of unformat. Unformed, not formed or made. Unformedly, in an unformed way. Unformedness, the state or condition of being unformed. Unformidable, not formidable. Unforming, present participle and gerund of unform. Unforms, third person singular simple present indicative of unform. Unformulable, not formulable. Unformulaic, not formulaic. Original. Unformularized, not formularized. Unformulated, not formulated. Unformulistic, not formulistic. Unforsaken, not forsaken. Unforsaking, that does not forsake. Unforeseen, the spelling of unforeseen. Unforsook, unforsaken. Unforsworn, not forsworn. Unfort, clipping of unfortunately. Unforch, alternative form of unforch. Unforthcoming, not forthcoming, laconic or uncooperative. Unforthcomingly, in an unforthcoming way. Unforthcomingness, the state or quality of being unforthcoming. Unforthright, not forthright. Unfortifiable, not fortifiable. Unfortify, not fortify. Unfortifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unfortify. Unfortify, to remove fortifications from. Unfortifying, present participle and gerund of unfortify. Unfortuitous, not fortuitous. Unfortuitously, in an unfortuitous manner. Unfortunate, misconstruction of unfortunate. Unfortunately, Misconstruction of unfortunately. Unfortunate. Not favored by fortune. Unfortunately. Happening through bad luck or because of some unfortunate event. Unfortunateness. The quality of being unfortunate, bad luck, mischance. Unfortunates. Plural of unfortunate. Unfortunatus. Superlative form of unfortunate. Most unfortunate. Unfortunately. Obsolete spelling of unfortunately. Unfortune. Misfortune. Unfortune. Lacking a fortune without personal wealth. Unfortunes. Plural of unfortune. Unforward. Not forward or bold, retiring. Unforwarded. Not forwarded. Unforwardness. The state or condition of being unforward, timorousness. Unfossiliferous. Not fossiliferous, non-fossiliferous. Unfossilized. Alternative spelling of unfossilized. Unfossilizable. Not fossilizable. Unfossilized. Not fossilized. Unfoster. Not fostered. Unfight. Not fight. Unfoul. To free something snag or fouled. Unfallible. Not fallible. Unfouled. Not foul. Unfouling. Present participle and gerund of unfoul. Unfouls. Third person singular simple present indicative of unfoul. Unfound. Not found. Unfounded. Having no strong foundation, not based on solid reasons or facts. Unfoundedly. In an unfounded way, without basis. Unfoundedness. The state or condition of being unfounded. Unfoundered. Not having foundered. Unfounding. Present participle and gerund of unfound. Unfounds. Third person singular simple present indicative of unfound. Unfoxed. Not foxed. Unfox-like. Not fox-like. Unfoxy. Not foxy. Unthby. United Nations Population Fund. Unfractionalized. Not fractionalized. Unfractionated. Not fractionated. Unfractioned. Synonym of unfractionated. Unfractious. Not fractious. Unfracture. Not having been fractured. Unfrag. Not specified as a military target. Unfragile. Not fragile. Unfragmentable. Not fragmentable. Unfragmentary. Not fragmentary. Unfragmented. Not fragmented. Unfragrance. The quality of not being fragrant or of smelling bad. Unfragrant. Not fragrant. Having a disagreeable smell. Unfragrantly. In an unfragrant manner. Unfrail. Not frail. Unframeable. Alternative form of unframeable. Unframe. To take apart or destroy, to unmake. Unframeable. Not frameable. Unframed. Not framed, not having a frame. Unframes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unframe. Unframing. Present participle and gerund of unframe. Unfranchise. Not franchised. Unfrangible. Obsolete form of infrangible. Unfrank, not frank. Unfrankable, not frankable. Not eligible for being posted free of charge. Unfrank, not, not franked. Unfrankly, in a way that is not frank. Unfrankness, the quality of being unfrank. Unfraternal, not fraternal, not befitting a brother. Unfraternally, in an unfraternal way. Unfraternizing, that does not fraternize. Unfraudulent, not fraudulent. Unfray, not fright. Unfray, not frayed. Unfrazzled, not frazzled, calm. Unfreaking believable. Alternative form of unfucking believable. Unfreakish, not freakish. Unfreakishly, not freakishly. Unfreaky, not freaky. Unfreckled, not freckled, without freckles. Unfree, not free, lacking freedom, especially historical of a tenant who is bound to a manor. A superlative form of unfree, most unfree. Unveil, impossible to free. Unfree, not freed. Unfreedom, the condition of being unfree. Unfreedoms, plural of unfreedom. Unfree, not free. Unfreely, in a way that is not free with interference or restriction. Unfreeman, synonym of unfree. Unfreeman, plural of unfreeman. Unfreeness, quality of being unfree. Unfree, comparative form of unfree, more unfree. Unfreeze, plural of unfree. Unfreeze, superlative form of unfree, most unfree. Unfreezable, not freezable. Unfreeze, to defrost something. Unfreezes, third person singular simple present indicative of unfreeze. Unfreezing, present participle and gerund of unfreeze. Unfreezings, plural of unfreezing. Unfreighter, not freighted. Unfrenchify, not Frenchified. Unfrenetic, not frenetic. Unfrenzy, not frenzied, calm. Unfrequency, obsolete form of infrequency. Unfrequent, not frequent. Not common, not happening often, infrequent. Unfrequented, not frequented. Unfrequentedness, the state or quality of being unfrequented. Unfrequenting, present participle and gerund of unfrequent. Unfrequently, infrequently. Unfrequents, third person singular simple present indicative of unfrequent. Unfresco, not frescoed. Not painted with frescoes. Unfresh, stale, not fresh. Unfreshened, not having been freshened. Unfreshness, the quality of being fresh. Unfret, to smooth after being fretted. Unfretful, not fretful. Unfrets, third person singular simple present indicative of unfret. Unfretted, not fretted or rubbed. Unfretting, calm, not fretful. Unfriendly, not friendly. Unfriarly, not friar-like. Unfry, not fried. Unfriend, one who is not a friend. An enemy. Unfriended, having no friends, friendless. Unfriendedness, friendlessness. Unfriender, one who unfriends somebody. Unfrienders, plural of unfriender. Unfriending, present participle and gerund of unfriend. Unfriendly, comparative form of unfriendly, more unfriendly. Unfriendlies, plural of unfriendly. Unfriendliest, superlative form of unfriendly, most unfriendly. Unfriendly, not friendlike. Unfriendly, in an unfriendly manner. Unfriendliness, the state of being unfriendly. Unfriendlinesses, plural of unfriendliness. Unfriendly, not friendly, hostile, mean. Unfriends, third person singular simple present indicative of unfriend. Unfriendship, unfriendliness, enmity. Unfries, third person singular simple present indicative of unfry. Unfried, unfrighten, unfrighten. To make a person no longer frightened. Unfrightenable, incapable of being frightened. Unfrightened, not frightened, unafraid. Unfrightening, not frightening. Unfrighteningly, in a manner that does not frighten. Unfrightens. Third person singular simple present indicative of unfrightened. Unfrightful, not frightful or terrifying. Unfrigid, not frigid. Unfrill, to remove a frill or frills from. Unfrilled, not frilled. Unfrilling, present participle and gerund of unfrill. Unfrills, third person singular simple present indicative of unfrill. Unfrilly, not frilly. Unfringed, having no fringes. Unfrisked, not having been frisked. Unfrisky, not frisky. Unfrittered, not fritted. Unfrivolous, not frivolous. Unfrivolously, in a manner that is not frivolous. Unfrizz, to remove the curls from hair. Unfrizzed, simple past and past participle of unfrizz. Unfrizzes, third person singular simple present indicative of unfrizz. Unfrizzing, present participle and gerund of unfrizz. Unfrizzle, not frizzled. Unfrizzy, not frizzy. Unfrock, to remove from the clergy, to revoke the clerical status of. Unfrocked, not official or not yet uniformed. Unfrocking, present participle and gerund of unfrock. Unfrockings, plural of unfrocking. Unfrocks, third person singular simple present indicative of unfrock. Unfrog, not fraud. Unfraudly, not frog-like. Unfrolicsome, not frolicsome. Unfronted, not fronted. Unfrosted, not frosted. Unfrosty, not frosty. Unfrowered, not frowered. Unfrowning, not frowning. Unfroze, simple past of unfreeze. Unfrozen, not frozen. Unfructify, not fructified. Unfructifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of unfructify. Unfructify, to make unfruitful. Unfructifying, not fructifying. Unfructuous, not fruitful. Unfructuously, in an unfructuous manner. Unfrugal, not frugal. Unfrugally, in an unfrugal manner. Unfruited, devoid of fruit. Unfruitful, not bearing fruit. Unfruitfulness, archaic spelling of unfruitfulness. Unfruitfully, in an unfruitful manner. Unfruitfulness, the state or property of being unfruitful, fruitlessness, barrenness. Unfruiting, not fruiting, not producing fruit. Unfruity, not fruity. Unfrumby, not frumby. Unfrustrable, not frustrable. Unfrustrably, in an unfrustrable manner. Unfrustratable, not frustratable. Unfrustrated, not frustrated. Unfry, to reverse the process of frying. Unfrying, present participle and gerund of unfry. Unscalable, unable to be repaired with FSCK, highly corrupt. Unvi, to correct or fix a mistake or problem. Unfuckability, the state of being unfuckable. Unfuckable, unavailable or unacceptable as a sex partner. Unfuckables, plural of unfuckable. Unfuckably, so as to preclude sexual intercourse. Unfucked, not fucked, virginal. Unfucking, present participle and gerund of unfuck. Unfucking believable, synonym of unfucking believable. Unfuckus, third person singular simple present indicative of unfuck. Unfuckupable, that cannot be fucked up, very simple to achieve. Unfuckupables, plural of unfuckupable. Unfuckwithable, unable to be fucked with, untouchable, impervious to, or undeterred by opposition. Unfuckwithably, in an unfuckwithable manner. Unfugacillated, not fugacillated. Unfuddled, not fuddled. Unfudgeable, not fudgeable. Unfuddied, not fuddied. Unfuel, to remove fuel from. Unfuel, not fuel. Unfueling, present participle and gerund of unfuel. Unfuel, alternative spelling of unfueled. Unfueling, present participle and gerund of unfuel. Unfuels, third person singular simple present indicative of unfuel. Unfulfill, alternative spelling of unfulfill. Unfulfill, to not fulfill, stop short of fulfillment or completion. Unfulfillable, not fulfillable. Unfulfillably, in a way that cannot be fulfilled. Unfulfilled, lacking fulfillment, marked by a feeling of failure to achieve goals or desires. Unfulfilledness, the state or condition of being unfulfilled. Unfulfilling, not producing fulfillment or a sense of accomplishment, unsatisfying. Unfulfillment. The failure to fulfill or perform something. Unfulfillments. Plural of unfulfillment. Unfulfillment. Alternative form of unfulfillment. Unfulfillments. Plural of unfulfillment. Unfull. Not full or complete. Incomplete, imperfect. Unfold. Not fold. Unfully. Not fully, incompletely, partially. Unfulminated. Not fulminated. Unfalsome. Not falsome. Unfumbled. Not fumble. Unfumbling. Not fumbling. Unfumblingly. Without fumbling. Unfumed. Not exposed to fumes. Not fumigated. Unfumigated. Not fumigated. Unhung. Not fun. Unfunctional. Not functional. Ornamental, or serving some other purpose than a practical one. Unfunctionalized. Alternative form of unfunctionalized. Unfunctionalize. Not functionalized. Unfunctionally. In an unfunctional way. To remove, rescind, or cancel funding for. Unfundable. Impossible to fund or to find funding for. Unfundamental. Not fundamental. Unfunded. Not funded, having received no funding. Unfunde. Present participle and gerund of unfund. Unfund. Third person singular simple present indicative of unfund. Unvenereal. Not venereal. Unfunky. Not funky. Unfunneled. Not funneled. Unfunneled. Not funneled. Unfunny. Comparative form of unfunny. More unfunny. Unhooded. Superlative form of unfunny. Most unfunny. Unhaunily. In an unfunny way. Unhaughtiness. The quality of being unfunny. Unfunny. Not funny. Unfur. To remove fur from. Unfurbelow. Without furbelows. Unfurbish. Not furbished. Unfurcate. Not furcate. Unvarious. Not furious. Unfurl. To unroll or release something that had been rolled up, typically a sail or a flag. Unfurlable. Able to be unfurled. Unfurl. Simple past and past participle of unfurl. Unfurling. Present participle and gerund of unfurl. Unfurlings. Plural of unfurling. Unfurlough. Not furloughed. Unfurls. Third person singular simple present indicative of unfurl. Unfurnish. To strip of furniture. Unfurnish. Not furnished, having no furnishings. Unfurnishedness. The quality of being unfurnished. Unfurnishes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unfurnish. Unfurnishing. Present participle and gerund of unfurnish. Unfurnish. Obsolete form of unfurnished. Unfurniture. Devoid of furniture, unfurnished. Unfur. Not furred. Unfurring. Present participle and gerund of unfur. Unfurrow. To remove the furrows from. Unfurrowable. Not furrowable. Unfurrow. Not furrowed. Unfurrowing. Present participle and gerund of unfurrow. Unfurrows. third person singular simple present indicative of unfurrow. Unfurry, not furry. Uners, third person singular simple present indicative of unfur. Unfurther some, not further some. Unfusable, that cannot be fused. Unfuse, to separate before a fusion, to make no longer fused. Unfused, not fused, distinct. Unfuses, third person singular simple present indicative of unfuse. Unfusable, alternative form of infusable, not fusible. Unfusing, present participle and gerund of unfused. Unfussable, not fussable, especially level-headed and difficult to frustrate or provoke. Unhass, not concerned or interested, blasé. Unfather, comparative form of unfussy, more unfussy. Unfazed, superlative form of unfussy, most unfussy. Unfussily, in an unfuzzy way, without fuss. Unhossiness, the state or condition of being unfussy, lack of fussiness. Unfussing, not fussing. Unfussy, not fussy. Unfeudal, not feudal. Unfuture, not having a future. Unfuturistic, not futuristic. Unfused, not being equipped with a fuse. Unhigh, not fuzzy. Abbreviation of Uracil and Glycosyl is. A surname. Initialism of United Nations General Assembly. Saratharat and Linalei Asicilate and Nemictilic Barambai MBO in Western Cameroon. Bunga, alternative form of Uga Buga. Unga Bunget, simple past and past participle of Unga Bunga. Unma Bunmeng, present participle and gerund of Unga Bunga. Unga Bungas, third person singular simple present indicative of Unga Bunga. Unma Bunga, characteristic of a caveman, primitive, crude. Ungabled, not gabled. Ungada, alternative form of Ugada. Undadas, plural of undada. Alternative form of degafiate. Ungathated, simple past and past participle of ungathiate. Ungathates, plural of ungathiate. Ungathating, present participle and gerund of ungathiate. Unnat, to release from a gag. Ungage, alternative form of ungaged. Unad, simple past and past participle of ungay. Unmadding, present participle and gerund of ungay. Unads, third person singular simple present indicative of ungay. Ame, ungainly, clumsy, awkward. Ungainable, not gainable. Unmained, not gained. Ungainful, not gainful. Ungainfully, without being paid, unprofitably. Ungainfulness, the causative being gainful. Ungainly, obsolete form of ungainly. Amelior, comparative form of ungainly, more ungainly. Unnamelies, plural of ungainly. Ungainliest, superlative form of ungainly, most ungainly. Ungainlily, in an ungainly manner. Ungainliness, the state of being ungainly. Ungainliness is plural of ungainliness. Ungainly, clumsy, lacking grace. Ungainliness, the state or condition of being ungain, ungainliness, gracelessness. Ungainsaid, not gainsaid, unopposed. Ungainsayable, that cannot be gainsaid, irrefutable. Ungainsayably, in an ungainsayable manner. Ungainsaying, not gainsaying. Ungainsome, unprofitable. Unbaiter, without gaiters. Any goes make of the 7 million Adalevens, plural of ungalafang. Unnalis, not gallant, ignoble, dishonorable, unvaliant. Undallantly, in an undallant way. Ungallantness, that quality of being ungallant. Ungallantries, plural of ungallantry. Ungallantry, ungallant behavior. Unmauled, not galled. Unvalling, not galling. Ungallilated, not gallilated. Ungalvanized, alternative spelling of ungalvanized. Ungalvanized, not galvanized. Unname-like, not game-like. Ungamified, not gamified. Unnamed, not gained attached to form a larger unit. Ungangrened, not gangrened. Undat, not gat. Ungaraged, not placed in a garage. Unmarred, not garbed, unclothed. Unmarble, to make intelligible, to restore from a garbled state. Unmarbled, not garbled, coherent. Ungarbles, third person singular simple present indicative of ungarble. Ungarbling, present participle and gerund of ungarble. Unguarded, obsolete form of unguarded. Ungardened, not gardened, uncultivated, wild. Ungarden-like, unlike a garden. Undirection, relating to or characteristic of Giuseppe Ungaretti 1888-1970, Italian modernist writer and academic. A monoclinic prismatic mineral containing manganese, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Unvargoled, not gargled. Alternative form of Ungarnian. Ungarland, to remove garlands from. Ungarlanded, not garlanded. Ungarlanding, present participle and gerund of ungarland. Ungarlands, third person singular simple present indicative of ungarland. Ungarment, to undress. Ungarmented, clothe. Ungarmenting, present participle and gerund of ungarment. Ungarments, third person singular simple present indicative of ungarment. Ungarnered, not garnered. Ungarnish, to remove military support from. Unvarnishable, not garnishable. Ungarnish, not garnished. Ungarnishes, third person singular simple present indicative of ungarnish. Unvarnishing, present participle and gerund of ungarnish. Unmarrow, a surname from Italian. Unmarrows, plural of unbarrow. Unmera, a small town in Tumby Bay District Council area, South Australia. Ungarrisoned, not provided with a garrison. Ungarrulous, not garrulous. Ungarter, to remove the garter or garters from. Uncarter, not gartered. Undartering, present participle and gerund of ungarter. Undarters, third person singular simple present indicative of ungarter. Unmass, plural of unda. Undahus, not gaseous. Undash, not gashed. Ungasified, not gasified. Ungasketed, not fitted with a gasket. Unnast, not gassed. Undassy, not gassy. Undated, not gated. Unnattered, not gathered or pecked. Unnaughty, not gaudy. Ungageable, that cannot be gauged or measured. Unnaugeable, impossible to gauge. Ungauge, that has not been gauged. Ungauntlet, to remove a gauntlet or gauntlets from. Ungauntleted, simple past and past participle of ungauntlet. Ungauntleting, present participle and gerund of ungauntlet. Ungauntlets, third person singular simple present indicative of ungauntlet. Unnava, a peninsula and district in northern Quebec, Canada. Undave, simple past of ungive. Undet, not gay, not cheerful or merry. Unnade, simple past and past participle of ungay. Ungaying, present participle and gerund of ungay. Unmaze, third person singular simple present indicative of ungay. Unnazed, not gazed at, upon, etc. Ungazetted, not listed in any official publication. Ungathing, not gazing. Unear, to strip of gear. To unharness. Unmear, simple past and past participle of ungear. Unmearing, present participle and gerund of ungear. Unmears, third person singular simple present indicative of ungear. Unbiggy, not geeky. Ungelatinize, alternative spelling of ungelatinized. Ungelatinizable, not gelatinizable. Ungelatinize, not gelatinized. Ungelded, not gelded or castrated. Ungel, not gel. Ungemachide, a trigonal rhombohedral mineral containing hydrogen, iron, nitrogen, oxygen, potassium, sodium, and sulfur. Ungeminated, not geminated. Undeb, not adorned with gems. Ungender, to remove or reverse the gender of. Ungenderable, to which no gender can be assigned. Ungender, without gender, not gendered. Ungenderedness, the state or condition of being ungendered. Ungendering, present participle and gerund of ungender. Ungenders, third person singular simple present indicative of ungender. Ungenerable, not generable. Ungeneralizable, Alternative form of ungeneralizable. Ungeneralized. Alternative form of ungeneralized. Ungeneralizable. Not generalizable, from which one cannot generalize. Ungeneralized. Not generalized. Ungeneral. Without a military general. Ungenerate. Not created, ungenerated. Ungenerated. Not generated. Ungenerates. Third person singular simple present indicative of ungenerate. Ungenerating. Present participle and gerund of ungenerate. Ungenerative. Not generative. Ungeneric. Not generic. Ungenerical. Not generical. Ungenerosities. Plural of ungenerosity. Ungenerosity. The quality of being ungenerous. Ungenerous. Not generous, stingy. Ungenerously. In an ungenerous manner. Ungenerousness. The quality of being ungenerous. Undenio. Not denio. Undeniality. The quality of being undenio. Undenially. In an ungenial manner. Undenialness. The quality of metaeugenio. Undenious. A person who is not a genius. Undenious is plural of ungenius. Ungenitite. Not genitite. Ungenteel. Not genteel, coarse and ill-mannered. Ungenteely. In a way that is not genteel. Ungentleness. The quality of being ungenteel. Ungentile. Not gentile. Ungentility. Lack of gentility. Ungentle. Showing a lack of gentleness, kindness, or compassion. Ungentled. Not gentled, not tamed or domesticated. Ungentleman. A man who lacks the refinement of a gentleman, a ruffian. Ungentlemanized. To make ungentlemanly. Ungentlemanized. Simple past and past participle of ungentlemanized. Ungentlemanizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of ungentlemanize. Ungentlemanizing. Present participle and gerund of ungentlemanize. Ungentlemanlike. Not gentlemanlike. Ungentlemanlikeness. The quality of being ungentlemanlike. Ungentlemanliness. The state or condition of being ungentlemanly. Ungentlemanly. Not gentlemanly, not adhering to the high moral standards expected of a gentleman, impolite, unchivalrous, or indecent. Ungentleman. Plural of ungentlemen. Ungentleness. Discourteousness, lack of proper breeding, unchivalrousness. Ungentler. Comparative form of ungentle, more ungentle. Ungentlest. Superlative form of ungentle, most ungentle. Ungentlewomanlike. Not gentlewomanlike. Ungently. In an ungentle way, roughly. Ungentrify. Not having been gentrified. Ungenuine. False, not genuine or authentic. Ungenuineness. The quality of not being genuine. Undiagraphic. Not diagraphic. Undiagraphical. Not diagraphical. Undiagraphically. In an ungeographical manner. Ungeological. Not geological. Ungeometric. Ungeometrical. Geometrical. Not geometrical. Ungeometrically. In an ungeometrical way. Anjur, a surname. Anjurer, a surname from German. Anjurers, plural of Anjur. Anjuria, of or relating to Roberto Mangabeira Anjur, born 1947, Brazilian philosopher and politician. Ungermane, not Germain. Ungerminated, not having germinated. Ungerminating, not germinating. Ungesturing, not gesturing. Unnet, the opposite action of get in various senses. Ungetatable, that cannot be got at, inaccessible. Ungetroundable, unavoidable, inevitable. Unnats, third person singular simple present indicative of unget. Unnettable, unable to be gotten, not gettable. Unnetting, present participle and gerund of unget. Used for emotional emphasis, usually in funk music. Unnasly, not gasly. Unmany, a city, district, and municipality of Moldova. Unghost, to restore from a ghosted state. Unghosted, simple past and past participle of unghosts. Unghosting, present participle and gerund of unghosts. Unghostlike, not ghostlike. Unghostliness, the state of being unghostly. Unghostly, not ghostly, not befitting a ghost. Unghosts, third person singular simple present indicative of unghosts. Ungouvish, not ghoulish. Ungivited, not givited. Unitty, not giddy. Ungectomy, the surgical removal of a fingernail or toenail. Ungifted, not gifted, lacking special talent. Ungiftedness, the quality of ungizit. Ungigantic, not gigantic. Unmilled, to remove gilding. Unbuilded, not gilded. Unbuilding, present participle and gerund of ungild. Unmilled, third person singular simple present indicative of ungild. Unmilled, without kills. Unmelt, unbuilded. Unmimicked, free from gimmicks. Undemicky, not gimmicky. Unend, not gend. Ungird, to loosen or remove the girdle or band of. Ungirded, simple past and past participle of ungird. Ungirding, present participle and gerund of ungird. Ungirdle, to remove or unfasten the girdle of. Ungirdles, simple past and past participle of ungirdle. Ungirdles, third person singular simple present indicative of ungirdle. Ungirdling, present participle and gerund of ungirdle. Ungirds, third person singular simple present indicative of ungird. Ungirlish, not girlish, unfeminine. Ungirlishly, in an ungirlish manner. Ungirly, not girly. Ungird, having the belt or girdle off or loose. Umgirth, to unfasten or remove a girth or belt from. Umgirt, simple past and past participle of ungirth. Ungirthing, present participle and gerund of ungirth. Ungirths, third person singular simple present indicative of ungirth. Ungivable, not givable. Unmif, to yield, relax, slacken, give way, loosen. Ungivable, alternative form of ungivable. Uneven, not given. Ungivenness, the state or condition of being ungiven. Ungiv, third person singular simple present indicative of ungive. Ungiving, not giving, ungenerous. Unka, a kind of gibbon, the siamang. Unka puti, the agile gibbon. Unka puties, plural of unka puti. Unkas, plural of unka. Unkayapukin, a municipality of Basilan, Philippines. Unlaceated, not glaciated. Unlat, not glad, unhappy, joyless. Unlaten, to take the gladness from. Unlatent, not gladdened. Unladly, without gladness, reluctantly or sadly. Unladness, quality of being unglad. Unladsome, not gladsome. Unglamorized, not glamorized. Unglamorous, not glamorous, humdrum or prosaic. Unglamorously, in an unglamorous manner. Unglamorousness, the state or condition of being unglamorous, lack of glamour. Unglamorous, misspelling of unglamorous. Unglamorously, misspelling of unglamorously. Unglandered, not glandered. Unglandular, not glandular. Unlast, of a window, etc. not fitted with glass. Unglaze, to strip a window, etc. Oh, glass. Unglazed, not glazed. Thus, unglazes, third person singular simple present indicative of unglaze. Unglathing, present participle and gerund of unglaze. Ungleaming, that does not gleam. Ungleamed, not gleamed. Ungleeful, not gleeful. Unglimmering, not glimmering. Unglimpsable, incapable of being glimpsed. Unglimpsed, not glimpsed. Unlistening, that does not glisten. Unlittering, that does not glitter. Unglitzy, not glitzy. Unloading, not gloating. Unglobal, not global. Unglobe, not enclosed in a globe. Unlobular, not globular. Unloomed, not made gloomy, not darkened. Unloomy, not gloomy. Unglory, not made glorious. Unglorify, not glorify. Ungloriful, not gloriful or glorious, unglorious. Unglorify, to deprive of glory. Unglorifying, present participle and gerund of unglorify. Unglorious, obsolete form of inglorious. Ungloriously, in an unglorious manner. Ungloriousness, the quality of being unglorious. Ungloss, to remove the gloss from, to make less glossy. Unglossaried, not provided with a glossary. Unlost, lacking a gloss explanatory note. Unlosses, third person singular simple present indicative of unloss. Unlossily, in an unlossy manner. Unlossiness, the quality of being unlossy, matte, glosslessness. Unlossing, present participle and gerund of unloss. Unlossings, plural of unlossing. Unlossy, not glossy. Unlautilized, not glottalized. To remove a glove or gloves from. Ungloved, not wearing a glove, barehanded. Ungloves, third person singular simple present indicative of unlove. Unloving, present participle and gerund of unlove. Unglowing, not emitting a glow of light. Unglows, not glozed. Ungluable, alternative form of ungluable. Unglucosilated, not glucosilated. Unglucuronidated, not glucuronidated. Unglue, to separate that which was held by glue. Ungluable, unable to be glued. Unglued, simple past and past participle of unglue. Ungluing, present participle and gerund of unglue. Unglues, third person singular simple present indicative of unglue. Ungluing, present participle and gerund of unglue. Unglutinous, not glutinous. Unwetted, not glutted or satiated. Ungluttonous, not gluttonous. Unlichenated, not glycinated. Unlicated, not glycated. Unglycosilated, not glycosilated. Ungnarled, not gnarled. Ungnarled, resistant to being gnawed. Ungnawed, not having been gnawed. Ungnawed, Ungnostic, not gnostic. Ungoaded, not goaded. Ungoat-like, not goat-like. Unnobbled, not gobbled. Unknot, to divest of a god, to atheist. Unknotted, simple past and past participle of ungod. Unknodding, present participle and gerund of ungod. Ungodlier, comparative form of ungodly, more ungodly. Ungodliest, superlative form of ungodly, most ungodly. Ungodlike, not godlike. Ungodlikeness, the state or condition of being ungodlike, ungodliness. Ungodly, in an ungodly manner. Ungodliness, the state of being ungodly. Ungodlinesses, plural of ungodliness. Ungodly, of a person, lacking reverence for God, of an action, not in accordance with God's will or religious teachings. Ungodly hour, a very early or late time of day. Ungodly hours, plural of ungodly hour. Unnods, third person singular simple present indicative of ungod. Ungoggled, not wearing goggles. Unveld, not gold. Ungolden. Ungolden, not golden. Involved, not familiar with, or not involved in, the sport of golf. people temporarily remaining in Antarctica because their scheduled departure was canceled. Ennui, not good, bad. Ungoodder, comparative form of ungood, more ungood newspeak. Ungoodest, superlative form of ungood, most ungood newspeak. Ungoodliness, the state or condition of being ungoodly. Ungoodly, bad, wicked, unhandsome. Ungoodness, the quality of being ungood or bad, badness. And goofy, not goofy. Ungooglable, alternative form of ungooglable. Ungooglable, alternative spelling of ungooglable. Ungooglable, incapable of being found on the web, especially through the search engine Google. Ungored, not gored. Ungorged, to relieve by vomiting. Ungorged, not gorged, not filled or sated. Ungorgeous, far from gorgeous, unattractive. Ungorgeous, third person singular simple present indicative of ungorge. Ungorging, present participle and gerund of ungorge. Ungory, not gory. Ungospelized, not gospelized. Ungospeled, not having received or accepted the Christian gospel. Ungospelike, not gospelike. Ungossiping, not gossiping. Ungossipy, not gossipy. Adha, a barangay of Tarlac City, Tarlac, Philippines. Ungothic, not Gothic of architecture, literature, etc. Not got or gotten, not acquired. Ungouged, not gouged. Undowdy, not gouty. Ungovernability, the condition of being ungovernable. Ungovernable, not governable, unable to be governed. Ungovernableness, the quality of being ungovernable, ungovernability. Ungovernably, in an ungovernable manner. Ungoverned, lacking a government. Ungovernedly, in an ungoverned manner. Ungovernedness, the quality of being ungoverned. Ungoverning, that does not govern. Undown, to strip of a gown, to unfrock. Ungowned, not gowned, not wearing a gown, unrobed. Undowning, present participle and gerund of ungown. Ungowns, third person singular simple present indicative of ungown. Unwrap, to release a device that was previously captured for exclusive use. Ungrabbable, that cannot be grabbed. Ungrab, simple past and past participle of ungrab. Ungrabbing, present participle and gerund of ungrab. Unrads, third person singular simple present indicative of ungrab. Ungrace, the lack, absence, or antithesis of grace, gracelessness. Ungraced, not graced by or with something. Ungraceful, not graceful, lacking grace. Ungracefully, in an ungraceful manner. Ungracefulness, the state or condition of being ungraceful. Ungraces, plural of ungrace. Ungracing, present participle and gerund of ungrace. Ungracious, not gracious, unkind or cold-hearted. Ungraciously, in an ungracious manner. Ungraciousness, the state or quality of being ungracious. ungradable, not gradable, ungraded, not gradated, ungraded, not graded, having no grade, ungradedness, the quality of met being graded, ungradual, not gradual, ungradually, in an ungradual manner, ungraduated, not graduated, ungraffiti, not marked with graffiti, ungrafted, not grafted, ungrained, not grained, ungrainy, not grainy, ungrammared, uneducated, illiterate, ungrammatic, synonym of ungrammatical, ungrammatical, in violation of one or more of the rules and conventions of a language as defined by the grammar, resulting in unacceptable or incorrect usage. Ungrammaticalities, plural of ungrammaticality. Ungrammaticality, the state or quality of being ungrammatical. Ungrammaticalized, not grammaticalized. Ungrammatically, in an ungrammatical manner. Ungrammaticalness, the quality of being ungrammatical. Ungrammaticism, an error of grammar. Ungrammaticisms, plural of ungrammaticism. Ungrammaticized, not grammaticized. Ungrand, not grand. Ungrandfatherly, not grandfatherly. Ungrandiloquent, not grandiloquent. Ungrandiose, not grandiose. Ungrandmotherly, not grandmotherly. Ungrat, to revoke the granting of, to withdraw the approval or allowance of. Ungrantable, that cannot be granted. Ungranted, not granted. Ungranting, present participle and gerund of ungrant. Ungrants, third person singular simple present indicative of ungrant. Ungranulated, not granulated. Ungraphable, not graphable. Ungraphic, not graphic. Ungraphically, in an ungraphic manner. Ungraphitized, not graphitized. Unwrap, to release from a grappling hook. Unrappled, simple past and past participle of unrapple. Unrapples, third person singular simple present indicative of ungrapple. Ungrappling, present participle and gerund of ungrapple. Ungrasped, to release one's grasp on, to let go of. Ungraspability, the quality of being ungraspable. Ungraspable, not able to be reached or grasped. Ungraspably, in an ungraspable manner. Ungrasped, not grasped. Ungrasping, present participle and gerund of ungrasped. Ungrasps, third person singular simple present indicative of ungrasped. Ungrassed, without grass growing on it. Ungrassy, not grassy. Ungrate, displeasing, ungrateful, ingrate. Ungrated, not grated or ground up. Ungrateful, not grateful, not expressing gratitude. Ungratefully, in an ungrateful manner, done in a way lacking gratitude. Ungratefulness, the state or act of being ungrateful. Ungratefuls, plural of ungrateful. Ungratifiable, that cannot be gratified. Ungratify, not gratified. Ungratifying, not providing gratification. Ungratifyingly, in a way, or to an extent that is ungratifying. Ungrating, not grating. Ungratuitous, not gratuitous. Ungrave, to raise or remove from the grave. Ungraved, simple past and past participle of ungrave. Unraveled, without a gravel surface. Unraveled, without a gravel surface. Ungravelly, not gravelly. Ungravely, without seriousness. Ungraven, not engraved. Ungraves, third person singular simple present indicative of ungraved. Ungraving, present participle and gerund of ungrave. Ungravity, a mixture of gravity nor antigravity that both attracts and repels. Ungray, not gray. Ungrayed, alternative form of ungrayed. Ungrazable, not grazable. Ungrazed, not grazed. Ungrease, to remove grease from. Ungreased, not grease. Ungreases, third person singular simple present indicative of ungrease. Ungreasing, present participle and gerund of ungrease. Greasy, not greasy. Ungrate, not great. Ungreedily, in a manner that is not greedy. Ungreediness, the quality or state of not being greedy. Greedy, not greedy. Ungreen, not green. Ungreenable, that does not turn green. Ungreened, not greened. Ungreening, present participle and gerund of ungreen. Ungreens, third person singular simple present indicative of ungreen. Ungreeted, not having been greeted, unwelcomed. Ungregarious, not gregarious. Unsociable. Unwrappable, not grappable. Ungrow, simple past of ungrow. Ungray, alternative form of ungray, not gray. Ungrayed, not grayed, not made, or not having become gray in color. Ungridded, not mapped to a grid. Ungridlocked, not gridlocked. Ungrief, the absence of grief, grieflessness. Ungrievable, that cannot be grieved. Ungrieve, alternative form of ungrieve. Ungrieved, not grieved for. Ungrieves, third person singular simple present indicative of ungrieve. Ungrieving, not grieving, grieveless. Ungrievingly, in an ungrieving way, grieflessly, without grief. Ungrilled, not cooked on a grill. Ungrimed, not covered in grime, not made dirty or grubby. Ungrindable, not grindable. Engrip, to release one's grip on. To let go. Unrippable, not grippable. Enripped, not gripped. Unripping, present participle and gerund of ungrip. Unreps, third person singular simple present indicative of ungrip. Ungristly, not gristly. Ungritted, not gritted. Ungritty, not gritty. Unrizzled, not grizzled. Ungroaning, not groaning. Ungrowed, not growed. Ungrouty, not grouty. Ungroined, not built with groins. Ungroomed, not groomed. Ungrooved, without a groove or grooves. Ungross, not gross. Ungrotesque, not grotesque. Ungrouchy, not grouchy. Unground, not having been ground, unpulverized. Ungroundable, not groundable. Ungrounded, simple past and past participle of unground. Ungroundedly, without grounds, without a foundation or adequate reason. Ungroundedness, the quality of being ungrounded. Ungrounding, present participle and gerund of unground. Ungrounds, third person singular simple present indicative of unground. Unroot, to remove from a group, to separate. Ungroupable, incapable of being grouped together. Ungrouped, not assembled into a group. Ungrouping, present participle and gerund of ungroup. Ungroups, third person singular simple present indicative of ungroup. Ungrouted, not grouted. Ungrow, to reverse the process of growth, to shrink or decrease. Ungrowable, impossible to grow. Ungrowing, present participle and gerund of ungrow. Ungrown, not grown, immature. Unrose, third person singular simple present indicative of ungrow. Ungroined, alternative form of ungroined not built with groins/groins. Ungrubbed, not grubbed, not dug up. Ungrudged, synonym of undergrudge. Ungrudging, lacking envy or resentment. Ungrudgingly, without a grudge. Ungrudgingness, the quality of not being grudging. Ungruesome, not gruesome. Ungruff, not gruff. Unrumbling, not grumbling. Ungrumpy, not grumpy. Us, plural of un. Unwow, pertaining to or resembling a creature's nail, claw, or hoof, unguinal. Unwows, plural of unwow. Unguano, not fertilized with guano. Unguaranteeable, not possible to guarantee. Unguaranteed, not guaranteed, non-guaranteed. Unguard, to deprive of a guard. Unguardable, that may not be guarded. Unguarded, having no guard or protection. Vulnerable, unguardedly, in an unguarded manner. Unguardedness, the state or condition of being unguarded. Unguardednesses, plural of unguardedness. Unguarding, present participle and gerund of unguard. Unguards, third person singular simple present indicative of unguard. Anya, alternative form of unwow. Omnit, any cream containing medicinal ingredients applied to the skin for therapeutic purposes. Unguentaria, plural of unguentarium. Unguentarium, a small bottle used to store bombs or scented oils. Unguentary, like or containing an unguent. Ungentiferous, yielding an unguent. Undentes, undentary. Undents, plural of unguent. Ungurend, not guerdon. Unmis, plural of unguis. Unusability, the quality of being unusable. Unusable, not capable of being guessed. Unusableness, the quality of being unusable. Unusably, such that it cannot be guessed. Unmasked, not guessed. Undislike, not guest-like, in a manner not becoming to a guest. Unwico, unwa, unwicular, of or pertaining to a claw or nail, ungual. Unwiculate, having nails or claws, as distinguished from hoofs. Unwiculated, alternative form of unwiculate. Unwiculates, plural of unwiculate. Unwiculi, plural of unwiculus. Unwiculus, a diminutive claw or similar appendage at the end of an insect's foot. Unguidable, that cannot be guided. Unguidably, such that it cannot be guided. Unguided, not guided, without a guide. Unguidably, without guidance, in an unguided manner. Unguiding, not guiding. Unguiferous, producing, having, or supporting nails or claws. Unguiform, plush, shaped. Unguiled, guileless, innocent. Unguileful, not guileful. Unguilefully, without guile. Unguillotined, not guillotined. Undealt, to remove the sin or guilt from, pardon, excuse. Undulted, simple past and past participle of ungult. Undultly, without guilt. Undultness, that quality of being unguilty. Undulting, the process or act of removing one's guilt, pardoning. Undults, third person, singular simple present indicative of ungult. Ungulty, not guilty. Unguino, pertaining to a biological nail or to the nails, resembling a nail, ungual. Unguinous, consisting of or resembling fat or oil, unctuous, olaginous. Unguis, the nail, claw, talon, or hoof of a finger, toe, or other appendage. Unguis, plural of unguis. Unguitractor, a muscle that flexes the unguis or claw. Unguitractors, plural of unguitractor. Ungula, a hoof, claw, or talon. Unguli, plural of ungula. Ungulate, synonym of ungulate having hooves. Ungulants, plural of ungulant. Ungular, of or pertaining to a hoof, claw, or talon. Ungulate, having hoofs. Ungulated, alternative form of ungulate. Ungulates, plural of ungulate. Unguled, having hoofs of a tincture different from the body. Unguligrade, that walks on hooves. Unguligrades, plural of unguligrade. Unguligradi, the condition of being unguligrade. Ungulinid, any bivalve mollusk in the family Ungulinidae. Ungulinids, plural of ungulated. No, not tricked or fooled. Ungulus, archaic form of ungulate. Ungulped, not gulped. Unga, to remove the gum from. Unund, not gummed. Undubbing. Present participle and gerund of ungum. Unyowi, not gummy. Undoes, third person singular simple present indicative of ungum. Ununk, to remove gunk from. Unarmed, without gunk. Undumking, present participle and gerund of ungunk. Unarms, third person singular simple present indicative of ungunk. Ureni, the name of a number of villages in Romania. Unushing, not gushing. Undesetted, not gusseted. Das, to gut, to remove the guts of. Das, third person singular simple present indicative of ungut. Unnitted, not having been gutted. Undoing, present participle and gerund of ungut. Unnitteral, not guttural. Undied, not guy. Unbelled, not guzzle. Ungymnastic, not gymnastic. Unjetsalike, not gypsalike. Unjive, to unchain. Unjive, simple past and past participle of unjive. Unjives, third person singular simple present indicative of unjive. Unjiving, present participle and gerund of unjive. Unzip, to decompress data previously gzipped. Unzipped, simple past and past participle of unzip. Unzipping, present participle and gerund of unzip. Unzips, third person singular simple present indicative of unzip. Initialism of University of New Hampshire. Alternative form of no, disagreement, negative reply. Inhabile, obsolete form of unable. Unhabilitated, not habilitated. Unhabitable, not fit for people to live in, not able to be inhabited. Unhabitableness, the state or condition of being uninhabitable, uninhabitability. Unhabited, uninhabited. Unhabitual, not habitual, uncustomary. Unhabitually, in an unhabitual manner. Unhabituate, to reverse or overcome the effects of habituation. Unhabituated, not habituated. Unhabituates, third person singular simple present indicative of unhabituate. Unhabituating, present participle and gerund of unhabituate. Unhackable, obsolete form of unable. Unhackable, not hackable, that cannot be hacked or broken into. Unhacked, not hacked. Unhackled, not hackled. Unhackney, unpracticed, inexperienced. Unhacknedness, the quality of being hackneyed. Not dead. Unhemalized, not hemalized. Unhafted, without a haft or handle. Unhabling, not haggling. Unhailable, not unhailable. Unhailed, not hailed. Unhair, to remove hair from something, especially from hide. Unhair, simple past and past participle of unhair. Unhairer, a person employed to remove the hair from animal skins. Unhairers, plural of unhairer. Unhairiness, the quality of being hairy. Unhairing, removal of hair, depilation. Unhairs, third person singular simple present indicative of unhair. Unhairy, not hairy. Unhowl, not howl, harem. Unhell, unsound, not hail, unhealthy. Unhallmarked, not hallmarked. Unhallow, to rend it unhallowed, i.e. to profane, to desecrate. Unhallowed, not hallowed or blessed, unholy. Unhallowedness, the quality of being unhallowed. Unhallowing, present participle and gerund of unhallow. Unhallows, third person singular simple present indicative of unhallow. Unhaloed, without a halo. Unhoused, not greeted or saluted. Unhaltable, not haltable. Unhalted, not halted, unstopped. Unhalter, to remove a halter from an animal. Unhalter, simple past and past participle of unhalter. Unhaltering, present participle and gerund of unhalter. Unhalters, third person singular simple present indicative of unhalter. Unhalting, that does not halt, ceaseless. Unhalved, not halved. Unhammer, that has not been hammered. Unhammer, to free from hindrances. Unhamper, not hampered. Unhamperedly, in an unhampered manner, without hindrance freely. Unhampering, present participle and gerund of unhamper. Unhampers, third person singular simple present indicative of unhamper. Unhamzated, without hanzas. Unhand, to release from the hand, to let go. Unhandcuff, to remove handcuffs from. Unhandcuffed, simple past and past participle of unhandcuff. Unhandcuffing, present participle and gerund of unhandcuff. Unhandcuffs, third person singular simple present indicative of unhandcuff. Unhanded, simple past and past participle of unhand. Unhandicapped, not handicapped. Unhandy, comparative form of unhandy, more unhandy. Unhandiest, superlative form of unhandy, most unhandy. Unhandily, in an unhandy manner. Unhandiness, quality of being unhandy. Unhanding, present participle and gerund of unhand. Unhandleable, that cannot be handled. Unhandled, not having been handled. Unhands, third person singular simple present indicative of unhand. Unhandselled, unused, untouched, pure. Unhandselled, alternative form of unhandselled. Unhandsome, not handsome. Unhandsomely, in an unhandsome manner. Unhandsomeness, quality of being unhandsome. Unhandsomer, comparative form of unhandsome, more unhandsome. Unhandsomest, superlative form of unhandsome, most unhandsome. Unhandy, of a person or movement, not handy. Inept, clumsy, not dexterous. Enough to take down something such as a picture from a hanging position. Unhidable, not hangable. Unhid, not yet executed by hanging. Unhiding, present participle and gerund of unhang. Unhidiness, third person singular simple present indicative of unhang. Unhap, ill luck, misfortune. Unhaphazard, not haphazard. Unhaphazardly, in an unhaphazard manner. Unhappen, to cease to have happened, to undo itself. Unhappinable, not happinable, synonym of impossible. Unhappened, simple past and past participle of unhappen. Unhappening, present participle and gerund of unhappen. Unhappenings, plural of unhappening. Unhappens, third person singular simple present indicative of unhappen. Unhapped, simple past and past participle of unhappy. Unhappier, comparative form of unhappy, more unhappy. Unhappies, plural of unhappy. Unhappiest, superlative form of unhappy. Most unhappy. Unhappily, unfortunately, regrettably. Unhappiness, the feeling of not being happy. Unhappinesses, plural of unhappiness. Unhappy, not happy, sad. Unhappy number, any number that is not a happy number. Unhappy numbers, plural of unhappy number. Unhappy triad, an injury to the anterior cruciate ligament, medial collateral ligament, and medial meniscus. Unhappy triads, plural of unhappy triad. Unhappy, present participle and gerund of unhappy. Unhappiness, rare form of unhappiness. Unhaptenize, not haptenize. Unharend, not harend. Unharassable, not harassable. Unharassed, not harassed. Unharassing, that does not harass. Unharbor, alternative form of unharbor. Unharbor, simple past and past participle of unharbor. Unharbor, to drive from harbor or shelter. Unharbored, simple past and past participle of unharbor. Unharboring, present participle and gerund of unharbor. Unharbors, third person singular simple present indicative of unharbor. Unhard, not hard, soft. Unharden, dissolve. Unhardened, archaic form of unhardened. Unhardenable, not hardenable. Unhardened, not hardened, still soft. Unhardening, present participle and gerund of unharden. Unhardens, third person singular simple present indicative of unharden. Unhardihood, lack of hardihood, the condition of not being hardy or strong. Unhardiness, the state or quality of being unhardy. Unhardy, not hardy. Unheart. Unheard. unharmable, not susceptible to harm. Unharmed, which has not suffered harm, which has not been injured or damaged. Unharmful, not harmful. Unharmfully, in a way that is not harmful. Unharmfulness, the quality of being harmful. Unharming, doing no harm. Unharmonic, not harmonic. Unharmonical, alternative form of unharmonic. Unharmonious, synonym of inharmonious. Unharmoniously, in an unharmonious manner. Unharmoniousness, the quality of being unharmonious. Unharmonize, alternative form of unharmonize. Unharmonized, simple past and past participle of unharmonized. Unharmonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unharmonized. Unharmonizing, present participle and gerund of unharmonized. Unharmonize, to disturb the harmony of. Unharmonized, not harmonized. Unharmonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unharmonized. Unharmonizing, present participle and gerund of unharmonized. Unharmony, lack or absence of harmony, disharmony, by extension discord, chaos. Unharness, to remove the harness from a horse, etc. Unharnessable, incapable of being harnessed. Unharness, simple past and past participle of unharness. Unharnesses, third person singular simple present indicative of unharness. Unharnessing, present participle and gerund of unharness. Unharped, not played on a harp. Unharpooned, not harpooned. Unharried, not harried, free of harassment. Unharrowed, not harrowed. Unharrowing, not harrowing. Unharsh, not harsh. Unharvestable, not harvestable. Unharvested, not harvested. An ash, to decode something previously hashed. Unhashable, not hashable. Unhash, not hashed. Unhashes, third person singular simple present indicative of unhash. Unhashing, present participle and gerund of unhash. Unasked, to unfasten. Unhat, simple past and past participle of unhased. Unhasping, present participle and gerund of unhas. Unhasps, third person singular simple present indicative of unhased. Unhassled, not hassled. Unhaste, lack of haste, leisurliness. Unhasted, not made hasty. Unhastened, not made hasty. Unhastening, not hastening. Unhastily, in an unhasty manner. Unhastiness, the quality of being hasty. Unhasting, without haste. Unhasty, not hasty. Not to take off the hat of, to remove one's hat, especially as a mark of respect. Unhateable, alternative form of unhateable. Unhatchability, the property of being unhatchable. Unhatchable, not hatchable. Unhatch, not yet hatched. Unhatchled, not hatchled. Unhatchled, not hatchled. Unhate, to leave off, cease or desist from hating. Unhateable, not capable of being hated. Unhated, not hated. Unhateful, not hateful. Unhates, third person singular simple present indicative of unhate. Unhating, present participle and gerund of unhate. Unhatingly, without feeling or expressing hatred. Unhats, third person singular simple present indicative of unhat. Unhatted, not wearing a hat, hatless. Unhatting, present participle and gerund of unhat. Unhattings, plural of unhatting. Unhaul, to get rid of unwanted books. Unhauled, not having been hauled. Unhauling, present participle and gerund of unhaul. Unhauls, third person singular simple present indicative of unhaul. Unhaunch, not haunched. Unhaunt, to free from a haunting influence, to exercise. Unhaunted, not haunted, without a disturbing or ghostly presence. Unhaunting, not haunting. Unhaunts, third person singular simple present indicative of unhaunt. Unhavable, not haveable, that cannot be had or obtained. Unhawked, not hawked. Unhawkish, not hawkish. Unhead, not hayed, not cut for animal fodder. Unhazarded, not hazarded, not put in danger or exposed to loss. Unhazarding, not taking risks. Unhazardous, not hazardous. Unhazed, not hazed visually obscured by a haze. Unhay, not hazy. UNHCR, Initialism of United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. Unadd, to remove the lid from a barrel or cask. Unheaded, simple past and past participle of unhead. Unheading, present participle and gerund of unhead. Unheads, third person singular simple present indicative of unhead. Unheady, not heady. Unheal, alternative form of unheal. Unhealable, that cannot be healed. Unhealably, beyond the possibility of being healed. Incurably. Unhealed, not yield. Unhealing, that does not heal. Unheals, third person singular simple present indicative of unheal. Unhealth, lack or absence of health, unsoundness, infirmity, disease. Unhealthful, not promoting health, detrimental to health. Unhealthfully, in an unhealthful manner. Unhealthfulness, the state or quality of being unhealthful. Unhealthier, comparative form of unhealthy, more unhealthy. Unhealthiest, superlative form of unhealthy, most unhealthy. Unhealthily, in an unhealthy manner. Unhealthiness, the state of being unhealthy. Unhealthinesses, plural of unhealthiness. Unhealths, plural of unhealth. Unhealthsome, not healthsome. Unhealthy, characterized by or conducive to poor health. unhealthiness, rare form of unhealthiness. Heaved, not heaved. I'm here to reverse the process of hearing so that a sound, etc., was never heard. Unhearable, that cannot be heard. Unheard, not heard. Unheard of, alternative spelling of unheard of used as predicative. Unheard of, previously and unknown, unprecedented. Unhearing, not hearing. Unhearingly, without hearing. Unears. Third person singular simple present indicative of unhear. Unheart, to cause to lose heart, to dishearten. Unhearted, simple past and past participle of unheart. Unheartened, not hearten. Unheartening, not heartening. Unheartfelt, not heartfelt. Unheartily, in a manner that is not hearty. Unhearting, present participle and gerund of unheart. Unhearts, third person singular simple present indicative of unheart. Unheartsome, not heartsome. Unhearty, not hearty. Unhateable, not heatable, that cannot be heated. Unheated, not heated. Unheatum, not heathen. Unheaved, not heaved. Unheaven, to annul the heavenly aspect of. Unheavened, simple past and past participle of unheaven. Unheavening, present participle and gerund of unheaven. Unheavenly, not heavenly. Unheavens, third person singular simple present indicative of unheaven. Unheavily, in an unheavy way. Unheaviness, the quality of being unheavy. Unheavy, not heavy. Unhectic, not hectic, unhurried, leisurely. Unhectic, not hectored. Unheddled, that has not been heddled. Unhed, to undo the hedging of in various senses. Unhedgeable, that cannot be hedged. Unhedged, without a hedge. Unhedges, third person singular simple present indicative of unhedge. Unhedging, present participle and gerund of unhedge. Unhedonistic, not hedonistic. Unheed, to deliberately fail to heed or take notice of, disregard, ignore. Unheeded, not heeded, not listened to, ignored. Unheededly, without heeded. Unheedful, not paying attention. Unheedfully, in an unheedful manner. Unheedfulness, quality of being unheedful. Unheededly, heedlessly. Unheediness, heedlessness. Unheeding, showing disregard. Unheedingly, without heeding. Unheedingness, the state or condition of being unheeding. Unheeds, third person singular simple present indicative of unheed. Unheedy, incautious, precipitate, heedless. Unhealed, without a heel. Unhefted, not hefted. Unhefty, not hefty. Unheightened, not having been heightened. Unhighly, weird. uncanny, unheinous, not heinous, not totally reprehensible, error, without an air, airless, unhelped, not help, unheal, to uncover, to reveal, unhelp, simple past and past participle of unheal, unails, third person singular simple present indicative of unheal, unhelling, present participle and gerund of unheal, unhellish, not hellish, unhelm, to remove the helm from, unheld, simple past and past participle of unhelm, unhelm, to remove the helmet from, unhelmeted, not helmeted, not wearing a helmet, unhelmeting, present participle and gerund of unhelmet, unhelmets, third person singular simple present indicative of unhelmet, unhelming, present participle and gerund of unhelm, unhelms, third person singular simple present indicative of unhelm, unhelp, to undo or impede the help of, unhelpability, the quality of being unhelpable, unhelpable, incapable of being helped, unhelpableness, the quality of being unhelpable, unhelped, without help or assistance, unaided, unhelpful, not providing help or assistance, not helpful, unhelpfully, in an unhelpful manner, unhelpfulness, the state of being unhelpful, unhelpfulnesses, plural of unhelpfulness, unhelping, unhelpful, unhelps, third person singular simple present indicative of unhelp, unhelped, obsolete form of unhelped, unhelped, not fitted with a help, unhelped, to remove a hem, to undo the process of hemming, unhemmed, lacking a hem, unhemming, present participle and gerund of unhem, unhemalize, not hemalize, unhelms, third person singular simple present indicative of unhem, unhenbacked, not henbacked, unheparinize, alternative form of unheparinized, unheparinize, not heparinize, unhepatic, not hepatic, unhappen, not dexterous, clumsy, unheralded, without prior warning, unexpected or unannounced, unheraldic, not heraldic, not adhering to the norms of heraldry, unherbed, not herbed, unheardable, incapable of being herded, unherded, not herded, unhereditary, not hereditary, unheretical, not heretical, unheritable, not heritable, unhermetic, not hermetic, unhero, one who is not a hero and non-hero, unheroes, plural of unhero, unheroic, not heroic, unheroical, not heroical, unheroically, in an unheroic way, unheroism, unheroic conduct, unheroized, not heroized, unhero-like, not hero-like, unhesitant, lacking hesitation, not hesitant, unhesitantly, in an unhesitant way, immediately, without hesitation. Unhesitating. Not hesitating, with no hesitation. Unhesitatingly. In an unhesitating manner. Unhesitatingness. The quality of being unhesitating. Unhesitative. Not hesitative. Doing something without hesitating. Unhesitatively. In an unhesitative manner or fashion. Unheuristic. Not heuristic. Unhewable. Not hewable. Unhewed. Not hewed. Unhewn. Unhewed. Not hewn. Unhex. To remove a hex or curse from. Unhex. Simple past and past participle of unhex. Unhexes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unhex. Unhexing. Present participle and gerund of unhex. Simple past and past participle of unhide. Unhideable. That cannot be hidden. Unhidated. Not hidated. Unedden. Simple past and past participle of unhide. Unhide. To restore to visibility from being hidden, to show again. Unhideable. Alternative form of unhideable. Unhidebound. Not hidebound. Unedious. Not hideous. Unides. Third person singular simple present indicative of unhide. Unhiding. Present participle and gerund of unhide. Unhierarchical. Not hierarchical. Unhieratic. Not hieratic. Unhieratical. Not hieratical. Unhigh. Not high low. Unhighlight. To remove a selection highlights from. Unhighlighted. Simple past and past participle of unhighlight. Unhighlighting. Present participle and gerund of unhighlight. Unhighlights. Third person singular simple present indicative of unhighlight. Unhijackable. That cannot be hijacked. Unhijacked. Not having been hijacked. Unhiked. Not having been hiked. Unhilarious. Not hilarious, devoid of hilarity. To uncover, reveal. Unheld. Simple past and past participle of unhill. Unhilling. Present participle and gerund of unhill. Unelse. Third person singular simple present indicative of unhill. Unhilly. Not hilly. Unhilton. Lacking a hilt. Unhinder. To remove a hindrance from, to free or unencumber. Unhinderable. Not hinderable. Unhinderably. In an unhinderable manner. Unhindered. Not hindered. Slowed, blocked, or hampered. Unhinderedly. In an unhindered manner, without hindrance, freely. Unhindering. Present participle and gerund of unhinder. Unhinders. Third person singular simple present indicative of unhinder. Unhinge. To remove the leaf of a door or a window from its supporting hinges. Unhingeable. Able to be unhinged. Unhinged. Mentally ill or unstable, deranged, insane. Unhingedly. In an unhinged manner. Unhingedness. The pathway of being unhinged. Unhingement. The act of unhinging or the state of being unhinge. Unhingements, plural of unhingement. Unhinges, third person singular simple present indicative of unhinge. Unhinging, present participle and gerund of unhinge. Unhingingly, disturbingly, upsettingly, in an unhinging manner. Unhensible, that must not be hinted at. Unmentionable. Unhinted, not hinted. Hip, not hip, uncool, unfashionable. Unhiply, in a way that is unhip. Unhipness, the quality of being unhip. Adept, not depressed, in good spirits. Unhippocratic, not befitting a doctor. Unhirable, that cannot be hired, unsuitable for hiring. Unhirables, plural of unhirable. Unhire, to fire, to terminate the employment of somebody previously hired. Unhirable, alternative form of unhirable. Unhirables, plural of unhirable. Unhire, not hired. Unhires, third person singular simple present indicative of unhire. Unhiring, present participle and gerund of unhire. Unhirsute, not hirsute, lacking hair. Unes, nakinen by being histat. Unhistoric, not historic or historical. Unhistorical, not historical, not based on history. Unhistorically, in an unhistoric or unhistorical manner. Unhistoricity, the state or condition of being unhistoric, ahistoricalness. Unhistory, not historied, lacking history. Unhistories, plural of unhistory. Unhistory, the stories of ordinary people who are not considered historical. Aizrane, maizanik. Let, not having been hit. Avech, to disconnect, to detach, to undo that which is hitched. Unhitched, simple past and past participle of unhitch. Unhitches, third person singular simple present indicative of unhitch. Unhitching, present participle and gerund of unhitch. Unhittable, impossible to hit. Unhive, to drive or remove bees from a hive. Unhived, simple past and past participle of unhive. Unhives, third person singular simple present indicative of unhive. Unhiving, present participle and gerund of unhive. Unhoard, to take or steal from a hoard, for example to pilfer. Unhoarded, simple past and past participle of unhoard. Unhoarding, present participle and gerund of unhoard. Unhoards, third person singular simple present indicative of unhoard. Unhoary, not hoary. Unhoax, to undeceive someone who has been hoaxed. Unhoaxable, unable to be hoaxed. Unhoax, simple past and past participle of unhoax. Unhoaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of unhoax. Unhoaxing, present participle and gerund of unhoax. Unhobble, to remove hobbles from a horse. Unhobbled, simple past and past participle of unhobble. Unhobbles, Third person singular simple present indicative of unhobble. Unhobbling, present participle and gerund of unhobble. Unhigh, to redeem goods previously pawned. Unlocked, simple past and past participle of unhock. Unhocking, present participle and gerund of unhock. Unhocks, third person singular simple present indicative of unhock. Unhoe, not having been hoed. Unhide, not hard. Unhoist, to bring back down something previously hoisted. Unhoisted, not hoisted. Unhoisting, present participle and gerund of unhoist. Unhoists, third person singular simple present indicative of unhoists. Unhold, to unhand, release from one's grasp, let go of. Unholdability, the state or condition of being unholdable. Unholdable, impossible to hold. Unholden, past participle of unhold. Unholden, present participle and gerund of unhold. Unholds, third person singular simple present indicative of unhold. Unhold, to remove or drive out a creature, a button, etc. from a hole. Unhold, not hold, not pierce with a hole or puncture. Unholes, third person singular simple present indicative of unwhole. Unwholesome, obsolete spelling of unwholesome. Unholiday, a day or period of time which is not a holiday, but is celebrated as if it were one. Unholidays, plural of unholiday. Unholier, comparative form of unholy, more unholy. Iholiest, superlative form of unholy. Most unholy. Unholily, in an unholy way. Unholiness, the state of being unholy. Unholinesses, plural of unholiness. Unholing, present participle and gerund of unwhole. Unholistic, not holistic. Unhollow, not hollow. Unhallowed, not hollowed. Unholpen, not helped. Unholster, to remove a weapon from its holster. Unholster, not in a holster. Unholstering, present participle and gerund of unholster. Unholsters, third person singular simple present indicative of unholster. Unholy, not holy, by extension evil, impure, or otherwise perverted. Unholy alliance, a coalition among seemingly antagonistic groups, especially if one is religious, for ad hoc or hidden gain. Say examples. Unholy trinities, plural of unholy trinity. Unholy trinity, a set of three antagonistic and closely associated people or things. Unholy water, magical water with the property of harming or cursing that which is good. Unhome, to deprive of a home. Unhomed, simple past and past participle of unhome. Unhomelike, not homelike. Unhomelikeness, the state or condition of being unhomelike. Unhomeliness, the state or condition of being unhomely. Unhomely, not homely. Unhomes, Third person singular simple present indicative of unhome. Unhoming, present participle and gerund of unhome. Unhomish, not homish. Unhomogeneity, lack of homogeneity. Unhomogeneous, not homogeneous. Unhomogeneously, in an unhomogeneous manner. Unhomogeneousness, the quality of not being homogeneous. Unhomogenized, alternative form of unhomogenized. Unhomogenized, not homogenized. Unhomologated, not homologated. Unhomologous, not homologous. Unhoned, not honed. Unhonest, dishonest, deceptive, misleading. Unhonesty, obsolete form of unhonesty. Unhonestly, synonym of dishonestly. Unhonesty, synonym of dishonesty. Unhoney, not honeyed. Unhoney, alternative form of unhoneyed. Unhonor, alternative form of unhonor. Unhonored, obsolete form of unhonored. Unhonorable, alternative form of unhonorable. Unhonorably, alternative form of unhonorably. Unhonor, not honored. Unhonor, the lack or absence of honor, dishonor. Unhonor, obsolete form of unhonored. Unhonorable, not able to be honored. Unhonorably, in an unhonorable manner. Unhonor, alternative form of unhonored. Unhood, to remove the hood from. Unhooded, simple past and past participle of unhood. Unhooding, present participle and gerund of unhood. Unhood, third person singular simple present indicative of unhood. Unhoodwink, to remove a blindfold or blinder from. Unhoodwinked, simple past and past participle of unhoodwink. Unhoodwinking, present participle and gerund of unhoodwink. Unhoodwinks, third person singular simple present indicative of unhoodwink. Ahoove, to remove the hooves from. Unhoofs, without hooves. Unhooving, present participle and gerund of unhoof. Unhoofs, third person singular simple present indicative of unhoof. Unhook, to remove from a hook. Unhookable, capable of being taken down from hooks. Unhooked, simple past and past participle of unhook. Unhookedness, the state or condition of being unhooked in various senses. Unhooker, one who or that which unhooks. Unhookers, plural of unhooker. Unhooking, present participle and gerund of unhook. Unhookings, plural of unhooking. Unhooks, third person singular simple present indicative of unhook. Ahoo, to remove the hoops from or remove from a who. Unhooped, not containing hoops. Unhooping, present participle and gerund of unhoop. Unhoops, third person singular simple present indicative of unhoop. Unhooded, not hooted at. Unhoover, that has not been cleaned with a vacuum cleaner. Unhope, absence or lack of hope, hopelessness, despair. Unhoped, not hoped for, unexpected. Unhoped for, not expected or imagined. Unhopeful, not hopeful. Unhopefully, in an unhopeful manner. Unhopefulness, quality of being unhopeful. Unhopefuls, plural of unhopeful. Unhoping, not feeling hope. Unhopped, not impregnated with hops. Unhopple, to free an animal from a hopple. Unhoppled, simple past and past participle of unhopple. Unhopples, third person singular simple present indicative of unhopple. Unhoppling, present participle and gerund of unhopple. Unhobby, not hobby. Unhorizoned, unlimited having no limit. Unhorizontal, not horizontal. Unhorned, without horns. Unhorny, not horny. Not sexually aroused or arousing. Unhorrendous, not horrendous. Unhorrible, not horrible. Unhorrific, not horrific. Unhorrify, not horrified. Unhorrifying, not horrifying. Unhorse, to forcibly remove from a horse. Unhorsed, simple past and past participle of unhorse. Unhorselike, not horselike. Unhorses, third person singular simple present indicative of unhorse. Unhorsey, not horsey. Unhorsing, present participle and gerund of unhorse. Unhorsings, plural of unhorsing. Unhorsey, not horsey. Unhosed, not wearing hose. Unhospitable, not hospitable. Unhospitableness, the quality or state of being unhospitable, of not being hospitable. Unhospitably, in an unhospitable manner. Unhospitalized, alternative form of unhospitalized. Unhospitality, lack of hospitality, rudeness towards guests. Unhospitalized, not hospitalized. Unhosted, not hosted. Unhostile, not hostile. Unhostile, in an unhostile manner. Unhostility, absence of hostility. Unalive, not hot. Unhounded, not hounded. Unhoundlike, not houndlike. Unhousable, not able to be housed. Unhoused, to displace one from one's housing or shelter. Unhousebroken, not housebroken. Unhoused, driven from one's home. Unhousedness, the quality of being unhoused. Unhouseled, not having received Eucharist. Unhouselike, not houselike. Unhouses, third person singular simple present indicative of unhouse. Unhousewifely, not housewifely. Unhousing, present participle and gerund of unhouse. UNRC, initialism of United Nations Human Rights Council. Unhubristic, not hubristic. Unhuddle, to emerge from a huddle or tight group. Unhuddled, not huddled. Unhuddles. Third person singular simple present indicative of unhuddle. Unhuddling. Present participle and gerund of unhuddle. Unhue. Not given a hue. Uncolored. To cease hugging someone. Unhuggable. Not capable of or suitable for being hugged. Unhug. Not having been hugged. Unhugging. Present participle and gerund of unhug. Unhugged. Third person singular simple present indicative of unhug. Unhulled. Of a seat, etc., not having had the hull removed. Unhuman. Not resembling or having the qualities of a human being. Unhumanized. Alternative form of unhumanized. Unhumanized. Simple past and past participle of unhumanized. Unhumanizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unhumanized. Unhumanizing. Present participle and gerund of unhumanized. Unhumanistic. Not humanistic. Unhumanitarian. Not humanitarian. Unhumanity. The quality of be other than human. Unhumanize. To strip of humanity, to dehumanize. Unhumanized. Simple past and past participle of unhumanized. Unhumanizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unhumanized. Unhumanizing. Present participle and gerund of unhumanize. Unhuman-like. Not human-like. Unhumanly. In an unhuman manner. Unhumanness. The quality of being a human. Unhumans. Plural of unhuman. Unhumble. Not humble. Unhumbled. Not having been humbled. Unhumbledness. The quality of not being humble. Unhumbleness. The property of being humble. Unhumbly. In a way that is not humble, without humility. Unhumbugged. Not humbugged. Unhumid. Not humid. Unhumidify. Not humidify. Unhumify. Not humified. Unhumiliated. Not humiliated. Unhumiliating. Not humiliating. Unhummable. That cannot be hummed. Unhubbed. Not hummed. Unhumor. Alternative form of unhumored. Unhumorous. Not humorous. Unhumorously. In a manner which is not humorous. Unhumorousness. The quality of not being humorous. Unhumor. Not humored. Unhumorous. Rare spelling of unhumorous. Unhumorously. Rare spelling of unhumorously. Unhumped. Without a hump. An hunch. To release from a hunched position. Unhunch. Simple past and past participle of unhunched. Unhunches. Third person singular simple present indicative of unhunch. Unhunching. Present participle and gerund of unhunch. Not yet executed by hanging. Unhang. Unhungover. Not hungover. Unhungrily. Not hungrily, without hunger. Unhungry. Not hungry. Unhuntable. Not huntable. Unhunted. in which hunting does not take place. Unhurdled. Not enclosed with hurdles. Unhurled. Not having been hurled. Unhurriable. Not capable of being hurried, slow, leisurely. Unhurried. Not hurried, not rushed. Unhurriedly, in an unhurried manner. Unhurriedness. The quality of being unhurried. Unhurriable. Alternative form of unhurriable. Hurrying, not hurrying. Hurriedly, without hurrying at a leisurely pace. Unearthed, not hurt, unharmed or unscathed. Unhurtable, not hurtable, that cannot be hurt. Unhurted, unearthed. Unhurtful, not hurtful. Unhurtfully, in a way that is not hurtful. Unhurtfulness, the quality of being hurtful. Unhurting, not causing hurt. Unhusbanded, without a husband, not married. Unhusbandly, not husbandly. Unhushable, unable to be hushed. Unhush, not having been hushed, and silenced. Unhusher, not hushing, continuing to make a sound. Unhusk, to remove the husk of. Unhut, simple past and past participle of unhusked. Unhusking, present participle and gerund of unhusked. Unhusks, third person singular simple present indicative of unhusk. Unhustled, not hustled. Unhustling, that does not hustle. Unhybridize, alternative form of unhybridized. Unhybridized, not hybridize. Unhydrated, not hydrated. Unhydrogenated, not hydrogenated, non-hydrogenated. Unhydrolyzable, alternative form of unhydrolyzable. Unhydrolyze, alternative spelling of unhydrolyzed. Unhydrolyzable, not hydrolyzable. Unhydrolyze, not hydrolyze. Unhydroxylated, not hydroxylated. Unhydroxymethylated, not hydroxymethylated. Unhygienic, lacking hygiene, unclean. Unhygienically, in a manner which is not hygienic. Hymeneal, not hymeneal. Unhemmed, not hemmed. Unhyped, not hyped, not publicized excessively. Unhypermethylated, not hypermethylated. Unhyphenatable, unable to be hyphenated. Unhyphenate, to remove or displace a hyphen from. Unhyphenated, simple past and past participle of unhyphenate. Unhyphenates, third person singular simple present indicative of unhyphenate. Unhyphenating, present participle and gerund of unhyphenate. Unhyphened, unhyphenated. Unhypnotic, not hypnotic. Unhypnotizable, alternative form of unhypnotizable. Unhypnotize, alternative spelling of unhypnotized. Unhypnotizable, not hypnotizable. That cannot be hypnotized. Unhypnotize, to cause to break out of a hypnotic trance. Unhypnotized, not hypnotized. Unhypnotizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unhypnotized. Unhypnotizing, present participle and gerund of unhypnotized. Unhypocritical, not hypocritical. Unhypocritically, without hypocrisy. Unhypothecated, not hypothecated. Unhypothesized, alternative spelling of unhypothesized. Unhypothesized, not hypothesized. Unhypothetical, not hypothetical. Unhysterical, not hysterical. Unhysterically, without hysteria. The station code of university in Hong Kong. University. 1. Single. Unidirectional. Misspelling of unidirectional. Unidirectionalities. Plural of unidirectionality. Unidirectionality. Alternative spelling of unidirectionality. Acronym of Universal Negro Improvement Association. Eneaudal. Containing only a single type of alga. Enealele. Having a single allele at a locus. Udebe. Not iambic. Uniangular. Having or involving a single angle. Uniangulate. Synonym of uniangular. Uniapical. Having a single apex. Uniarticular. Describing a muscle that controls the movement of a single joint. Uniarticulate. Having or involving a single joint or articulation. Uniat. Alternative spelling of uniate. Uniat church. Alternative spelling of uniate church. Uniat churches. Plural of uniat church. Of or. Pertaining to a uniate church. Uniate church. Any of several Christian churches, mostly from Eastern Europe, that are in communion with the Roman Catholic Church, but use their own language and customs. Uniate churches. Plural of uniate church. Udets. Plural of uniate. Unism. The beliefs of the uniate church. Inyea. Relating to or affecting only one atrium of the heart. Udiat. Plural of uniat. Uniauriculate. Having a single ear-like process, as in a bivalve shell. Uniauriculated. Alternative form of uniauriculate. Uniaxal. Archaic form of uniaxial. Uniaxile. Archaic form of uniaxially. Inaxial. Having a single axis, monoaxial. Inaxiality. It can do of inaxial. Inaxile. In a uniaxial manner. Uniaxonal. Having a single axon. Uniball. A spherical bearing. Uniballer. A man with only one testicle, a monokid. Uniballers. Plural of uniballer. Uniboss. Plural of uniball. Unibasal. Having only one basal. Udiviometre. Relating to or using a single biometric trait. Urnal. Able to be unified. Unibodies. Plural of unibody. Unibody. A body of this type. Univa. a singular breast in the center of the chest or the appearance of such. Uniboobs, plural of uniboob. Unibactiate, having a single bract. Unibactiale, having a single bactiole. Unibranchiate, having only one gill. Unibrow, a pair of eyebrows which meet in the middle. Unibrow, having a unibrow. Unibrows, plural of unibrow. Unica, plural of unicum. Unicaucarat, having a single spur. Unicameral, of or having a single legislative chamber. Unicameralism, the principle and practice of having a legislative body consisting of a single chamber. Unicameralists, a supporter of unicameralism. Unicameralists, plural of unicameralists. Unicamerally, in a unicameral manner. Unicamerate, having a single chamber or loculus. Unicapitate, singly capitate. Unicapsular, having only one capsule to each flower. Unicarinate, alternative form of unicarinated. Unicarinated, having a single ridge or keel. Unicarpellate, having a single carpel. Unicase, having only one case without the distinction of upper and lower case. Unicast, being the transmission of messages to a single destination host on a packet switching network. Unicasted, simple past and past participle of unicast. Unicasting, the transmission of a unicast message. Unicastings, plural of unicasting. Unicasts, third person singular simple present indicative of unicast. Unicate, a biological specimen that has no duplicates. Unicates, plural of unicate. Unas, not iced. UNICEF, an agency of the United Nations responsible for providing humanitarian and developmental aid to children worldwide. UNICEF, alternative lettercase form of UNICEF not used in North America. Unicell, any unicelled organism. Unicellite, synonym of unicellular. Unicell, having a single cell, unicellular. Unicels, plural of unicell. Unicellular, describing any microorganism that has a single cell. Unicellularity, the condition of being unicellular. Unicellulars, plural of unicellular. Unicentral, having a single center. Unicentric, having a single center. Uniceptor, a receptor that has only a haptophore group or a haptophore and a zymophore group, but no complementophile group. Uniceptors, plural of uniceptor. Unisys, plural of unix. Unichain, of a Markov chain consisting of a single recurrent class plus a possibly empty set of transient states. Unichiral, with a single axis of chirality. Unichromosomal, of pertaining to or based upon a single chromosome. Anisiliate, having a single cilium. Unicinate, misspelling of uncinate. Unicism, the belief that syphilis and gonorrhea have the same viral origin. Unaccess, relating to unicity. Unicistronic, alternative form of monocistronic. Unicests, plural of unicis. Unicities, plural of unicity. Unicity, the state or quality of being unique or one of a kind. Uniclinal, monoclinal. Uniclonal, relating to a single clone, derived from a single cell line. Unicodal, pertaining to or using a single code or language. Unicode, a series of character encoding standards intended to support the characters used by a large number of the world's languages. Unicode font, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See Unicode font, a digital font that is compatible with the Unicode standard. Unicoder, a person involved in the development of Unicode. Unicoders, plural of unicoder. Unicodification, conversion to a format, platform, etc. compatible with Unicode. Unicodify, to make something compatible with Unicode. Unicoherence, the property of being unicoherent. Unicoherent, of a topological space X such that it is a connected space and for any closed connected a Bx with X equals a B, the intersection a B is connected. Unicoi, a town in Unicoi County, Tennessee. Unicoi County, one of 95 counties in Tennessee, United States. County seat, Irwin. Unicoi, a mountain range in the southern Appalachians, along the border between Tennessee and North Carolina, since 1932 defined as the southern segment south of the Little Tennessee River and north of the Hiwassee River of a range the northern segment of which is known as the Unakis. Historically, the two names sometimes interchangeably designated the whole range. Unicolonial, exhibiting unicoloniality. Unicoloniality, a social structure of ants in which the workers can move freely between different nests. Unicolor, of one color, monochromatic. Unicolorate, of a single color, unicolor. Unicolored, being only one color. Unicolorous, having a single color. Unicolor, alternative form of unicolor. Unicolorate, alternative form of unicolorate. Unicolored, alternative form of unicolored. Unicolorous, alternative form of unicolorous. Unicom, alternative form of unicom. Unicom, alternative form of unicom. Unicompartmental, having or relating to a single compartment. Unicomponent, composed of a single component. Unicom, plural of unicom. Unicoms, plural of unicom. Uniconazole, a kinazole fungicide ERS-1,4-chlorophene IL-4,4-dimethyl 2,1-H1,2,4-triazole 1-il-pent-1-N-3-ol. Uniconceptual, involving a single concept. Unicondylar, having a single condyle. Uniconic, not iconic. Uniconsonantal, having or relating to a single consonant. Uniconstant, involving or relating to a single constant value. Unicore, having only one core. Unifor, a mythical horse with a single, straight, spiraled horn projecting from its forehead. Unicorn bait. A virgin. Unicorn barf. Synonym of unicorn vomit. Unicorn beasts. Any animal having a single horn on its head, a unicorn. Unicorn beasts. Plural of unicorn beasts. Unicorn bird. Tebichi. Unicorn birds. Plural of unicorn bird. Unicorn fish. Alternative form of unicorn fish. Unicorn fishes. Plural of unicorn fish. Unicorn hunter. Someone who invests in startups that may become unicorns, startups whose valuation has exceeded $1 billion US. Unicorn hunters. Plural of unicorn hunter. Unicorn hunting. The practice by two people who are in a relationship, usually a heterosexual couple, of seeking a third partner for the relationship temporarily or permanently, usually a bisexual woman, either to join a threesome or to start a polyamorous relationship. Unicorn plant. Any of certain species of the flowering plant genus Proboscidea. Unicorn plants. Plural of unicorn plant. Unicorn puke. Synonym of unicorn vomit. Unicorn root. A flowering plant of the genus Aletris. Unicorn roots. Plural of unicorn root. Unicorn vomit. Something extremely colorful, sweet, or cloying. Unicorn back. The back of a unicorn. Unicornial. Having or relating to a single cornea. Unicorn. Simple past and past participle of unicorn. Unicorn fish. Any fish of genus Naso. Unicorn fishes. Plural of unicorn fish. Unicornic. Relating to or resembling a unicorn. Unicorning. Present participle and gerund of unicorn. Unicormity. The state or condition of being a unicorn, the state of having one horn. Unicorn lie. Resembling or characteristic of a unicorn. Unicornus. Having a single uterine horn. Unicorns. Plural of unicorn. Unicornuate. Resembling a single horn as a malformed uterus may. Unicornida. Having a single horn. Unicorny. Resembling or characteristic of a unicorn. Unicoronal. Involving one of the coronal sutures. Unicortical. Synonym of monocortical. Unicortically. In a unicortical manner. Unicostate. Having a single rib. Unicre. Initialism of United Nations Interregional Crime and Justice Research Institute. Unicritical. Having a single critical point. Unicryptal. Having a single crypt. Unicultural. Having only one culture. Unicum. A unique example or specimen of something. Unicursal. Being composed entirely of a single continuous path or line. Unicursality. The property of being unicursal. Unicursally. In a unicursal manner. Unicursals. Plural of unicursal. Unicuspe. Having a single cusp. Unicuspidal. Having a single cusp. Unicuspidate. Unicuspe. Unicuspidity. The condition of being unicuspid. Unicuspids. Plural of unicuspid. Unizeratio. Relating to a single type of cyanobacterium. Unicycle. A pedal cycle that has only one wheel. Unicycled. Simple past and past participle of unicycle. Unicycles. Plural of unicycle. Unicyclic. Having a single cycle. Unicycling. Present participle and gerund of unicycle. Unicyclist. A person who rides a unicycle. Unicyclists. Plural of unicyclists. Unicystic. Involving a single cyst. Unidactyle. Having one digit. Unidactyle. Archaic form of unidactyle. Unidactylous. Synonym of unidactyle. Unidead. Having no ideas, senseless, frivolous. Unidle. Not ideal. Unidolize. Alternative spelling of unidolize. Unidolize. Simple past and past participle of unidolize. Unidolizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unidolize. Unidolizing. Present participle and gerund of unidolize. Unidolism. An unidealistic attitude or worldview. Unidolist. One who is not an idealist. Unidealistic. Not idealistic. Unidolists. Plural of unidolists. Unidolize. To cease to regard as ideal. Unidolize. Not idealized. Unidolizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unidolize. Unidolizing. Present participle and gerund of unidolize. Unidly. In a way that is not ideal. Unidendritic. Having a single dendrite. Unidentate. Single tooth. Unidentative. Synonym of unidentate. Unidentical. Not identical. Unidenticality. The condition of being unidentical. Unidenticulate. Having only one denticle. Unidenticulated. Synonym of unidenticulate. Unidentified. Misspelling of unidentified. Unidentifiability. Plural of unidentifiability. Unidentifiability. The condition of being unidentifiable. Unidentifiable. Difficult, if not impossible, to identify or name. Unidentifiableness. The quality of being unidentifiable. Unidentifiably. In an unidentifiable way. Unidentify. Not identified, having an unknown or unnamed identity. Unidentified aerial phenomena. Plural of unidentified aerial phenomenon. Unidentified aerial phenomenon. Synonym of unidentified flying object UFO. Unidentified authorizing dictionary. A fictional supremely authoritative dictionary, supposed to be referenced by laypeople in discussions of the dictionary. Unidentified flying object. Anything not readily explainable appearing to move through or be suspended in the air, primarily used to refer to objects that seem to be at least of small and familiar aircraft size. Unidentified flying objects. Plural of unidentified flying object. Unidentified submarine object. Synonym of unidentified submerged object. Unidentified submarine objects. Plural of unidentified submarine object. Unidentified submerged object. An unidentified object submerged in water, not necessarily of alien origin. unidentified submerged objects, plural of unidentified submerged object. Unidentifiedness, the quality of being unidentified. Unidentifying, that does not serve to identify. Unideographic, not ideographic. Unideological, not ideological. Unideologically, without regard to ideology. Unidexterity, the state of being skilled with a single hand, the state of being either right-handed or left-handed. Unidextral, using only one hand, not ambidextrous. Unidextrality, the quality of being ambidextral. Unidextrous, monodextrous. Unidigitate, having only one functional digit. Unidimensional, one-dimensional. Unidimensionalities, plural of unidimensionality. Unidimensionality, the condition of being unidimensional. Unidimensionally, in one dimension. Idiomatic, not idiomatic, mat conforming to an idiom. Idiomatically, in an unidiomatic way. Idiomaticity, the quality of being idiomatic, that is a idiomatic. Idiomaticness, synonym of idiomaticity. Idiosyncratic, not idiosyncratic. Idiosyncratically, in an idiosyncratic manner. Unidetic, not eidetic. UNITHER, initialism of United Nations Institute for Disarmament Research. Unidirect, to direct to a single end. Unidirected, unidirectional. Unidirection, the property of being unidirectional. Unidirectional, pertaining to only one direction, for example, where all component parts are aligned in the same direction in space. Unidirectionality, plural of unidirectionality. Unidirectionality, the state or condition of being unidirectional. Unidirectionally, in a single direction, in a unidirectional fashion. Unidirectionals, plural of unidirectional. Unidisciplinary, relating to a single discipline. Unidal, not idle. UNIDO, initialism of United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Unidolatrous, not idolatrous. Unidolize, not idolized. UNIDROIT, the International Institute for the Unification of Private Law. Unidyllic, not idyllic. Udielectronic, having a single electron. Eurythme, of only one ethnicity, ethnically homogeneous. Uniexponential, synonym of mono-exponential. UDEF, abbreviation of uniform. Uniphase, a prehistoric stone tool that has been flaked on one surface only. Uniface, of a prehistoric stone tool, flaked on one surface only. Unifaces, plural of uniface. Unifacial, having or showing a single face. Unifacially, in a unifacial manner. Unifactorial, of or pertaining to one single factor. Unifactoriality, the condition of being unifactorial. Unifamilial, of or relating to a single family. Unifarious, having the parts arranged in one rank, uniserial. Unifascicular, involving a single fascicle. Unifiability, the condition of being unifiable. Unifiable, able to be united or unified. Udeve, producing unity, combining separate things into a single whole. Unification, the act of unifying. Unification Church, a Christian denomination and church first established in South Korea and founded by Sun Myung-moon. Unificationism, the Unification Church religious movement. Unificationists, a member of the Unification Church religious movement. Unificationists, plural of unificationists. Unifications, plural of unification. Unificator, one who unifies or unites. Unificators, plural of unificator. Unificatory, tending to unify. Unify, simple past and past participle of unify. Unified atomic mass unit, a unit of mass equal to 1/12 the mass of an atom of the 2C isotope of carbon. Unified atomic mass units, plural of unified atomic mass unit. Unified rear triangle, a bicycle rear suspension design where the bottom bracket and rear axle are directly connected at all times. Unified type system, a concept for computer language types where a primitive type can support methods and encapsulation, but only reference types support virtual methods and specialization. Unified type systems, plural of unified type system. Unifiedly, in a unified manner after unification. Unifiedness, the quality of being unified. Unifier, agent noun of unify, one who unifies. Unifiers, plural of unifier. Unifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unify. UNIFIL, acronym of United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon. Unifiller, having or using only one thread. Unifillary, in a unifiller manner. Unifiliar, composed of a single electric wire. Uniflagellar, uniflagellate. Uniflagellate, having only one flagellum. Uniflagellated, having one flagellum. Uniforal, produced from the nectar of a single species of plant flower. Uniflorate, uniflorous. Uniflorous, bearing a single flower. Uniflory, the quality of being uniflorous. Uniflow, in which the gas mixture enters at one end of the cylinder controlled by the piston and the exhaust exits at the other. Uniflower, bearing a single flower. Unifocal, having a single focus location. Unifoliar, having a single leaf. Unifoliate, having a single leaf. Unifoliates, plural of unifoliate. Unifoliale, having only one leaflet. Unifoliates, plural of unifoliate. Unifollicular, composed of a single follicle. Uniform, a distinctive outfit that serves to identify members of a group. Company, prison inmates, etc. Uniform Act, a suggested example for a law drafted by the Uniform Law Commission/National Conference of Commissioners on Uniform State Law with the goal of persuading legislatures of many different jurisdictions to actually adopt it in order to achieve uniformity across jurisdictions. Uniform Acts, plural of Uniform Act. Uniform antrike, a passerine bird of the antbird family, Thamnophilus unicolor. Uniform antrikes, plural of uniform antrac. Uniform case, a metal case used to store and transport a military uniform. Uniform cases, plural of uniform case. Uniform Code of Military Justice, the code of military law written for the use of the United States Armed Forces. Uniform continuity, the property of being uniformly continuous. Uniform convergence, a type of convergence of a sequence of functions fn in which the speed of convergence of fn x to fx does not depend on x. Uniform convergences, plural of uniform convergence. Uniform crake, a bird from the family Rallidae amaralumniscan color. Uniform crakes, plural of uniform crake. Uniform distribution, a symmetric probability distribution wherein every outcome is equally likely to occur at any point in the distribution. Uniform distributions, plural of uniform distribution. Uniform metric, the metric row fg equals sup x x fx gx where f and g are functions on x. Uniform metrics, plural of uniform metric. Uniform resource identifier, a string of characters that identifies a resource that can be accessed over the internet. Uniform resource identifiers, plural of uniform resource identifier. Uniform resource locator, a universal address for resources on the internet, which is most commonly used for websites. Uniform resource locators, plural of uniform resource locator. Uniform space, a space for which properties like uniform continuity and uniform convergence can be formulated. Uniform spaces, plural of uniform space. Uniformal, uniform. Uniformalization, the act or process of making things uniform. Uniformalize, synonym of uniformize. Uniformalize, simple past and past participle of uniformalize. Uniformalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of uniformalize. Uniformalizing, present participle and gerund of uniformalize. Uniformly, alternative form of uniformly. Uniformed, dressed in a uniform. Uniformed service, a military organization or another agency or organization of government in which members wear a uniform. Uniformed services, plural of uniformed service. Uniformer, comparative form of uniform, more uniform. Uniformis, superlative form of uniform, most uniform. Uniforming, present participle and gerund of uniform. Uniformizable, alternative form of uniformizable. Uniformization, alternative spelling of uniformization. Uniformizations, plural of uniformization. Uniformize, alternative spelling of uniformize. Uniformize, simple past and past participle of uniformize. Uniformizer, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of uniformizer, a uniformizing parameter. Uniformizers, plural of uniformizer. Uniformizes, third person singular simple present indicative of uniformize. Uniformizing, present participle and gerund of uniformize. Uniformism, a policy of or belief in uniformity or sameness. Uniformist, a proponent of uniformism. Uniformists, plural of uniformist. Uniformitarian, of pertaining to or designating the view or doctrine that existing causes acting in the same manner and with essentially the same intensity as at the present time are sufficient to account for all geological changes. Uniformitarianism, the scientific principle that natural processes operated in the past in the same way and at the same rates that they operate today. Uniformitarianist, one who believes in uniformitarianism. Uniformitarianistic, uniformitarian, relating to or suggesting uniformitarianism. Uniformitarianists, plural of uniformitarianists. Uniformitarians, plural of uniformitarian. Uniformities, plural of uniformity. Uniformity, the state of being uniform alike and lacking variety. Uniformizable, able to be uniformized. Uniformization, the act of uniformizing. Uniformizations, plural of uniformization. Uniformize, to make uniform, to make the same throughout. Uniformize, simple past and past participle of uniformize. Uniformizer, a uniformizing parameter. Uniformizers, plural of uniformizer. Uniformizes, third person singular simple present indicative of uniformize. Uniformizing, present participle and gerund of uniformize. Uniformizing parameter, an element of a discrete valuation ring which generates the unique maximal ideal. Uniformizing parameters, plural of uniformizing parameter. Uniform, without uniform standard clothes. Uniformly, in a uniform manner, consistently. Uniformly continuous, that for every real epsilon 0 there exists a real delta 0 such that for all pairs of points x and y in x for which dx xy delta, it must be the case that dyfx fy letter 3f5 where dx and dy are the metrics of x and y, respectively. Uniformis, the quality of being uniform. Uniforms, plural of uniform. Unifrequency, involving a single frequency. Unifunctional, having or employing a single function. Unify, cause to become one, make into a unit, consolidate, merge, combine. Unifying, present participle and gerund of unify. Unifyings, plural of unifying. Unidream, a cluster of genes that perform a particular function. Unigenerational, relating to one single generation. Unigeneric, of one genus, monogeneric. Unigenes, plural of unigene. Unigenesis, synonym of parthenogenesis. Unigenetic, relating to unigenesis. Unigenes, monogenistic. Unigenital, only begotten, being an only child. Unigeniture, the state of being the sole begotten. Unigenitus, an apostolic constitution in the form of a papal bull promulgated by Pope Clement Roman XI in 1713, which condemned 101 propositions of Pasquier Quesnel. Unigenome, relating to a single genome. Unigenotype, composed of a single genotype. Unigenes, of a single kind or genus. Uniglandular, of or relating to a single gland. Unilobular, consisting of a single globular part. Unilomular, having having a single glomerulus. Uniblot, monoblot. Uniblots, plural of uniblot. Unignitable, not ignitable. Unignited, not ignited. Unignitable, not ignitable. Unignominious, not ignominious. Unignorable, that cannot be ignored. Unignorably, in an unignorable manner. Unignorant, not ignorant. Unignore, to cease ignoring a blocked user on an online chat system, etc. Unignore, simple past and past participle of unignore. Unignores, third person singular simple present indicative of unignore. Unignoring, present participle and gerund of unignore. Unigonal, of a polygon, the quality of having one edge and one side. Unigram, an engram consisting of a single item from a sequence. Unigrams, plural of unigram. Unigraphs, plural of unigraph. Unigravida, synonym of primigravida. Unigravity, plural of unigravida. Uniguttate, consisting of a single gut or spot. Unigutulate, having a single gutule. Unia, a character set, a subset of Unicode that attempts to unify the regional and historical variants of Han characters by treating them as different glyphs representing the same grapheme. Unihemispheric, affecting only one hemisphere of the brain. Unihockey, the game of floorball. Unihormonal, relating to a single hormone. Unijambus, a person with only one leg. Unijambists, plural of unijambus. Unijugates, having only one pair of leaflets. Unijunction, often attributed a transistor that has a single junction. Unijunctions, plural of unijunction. Unigate, synonym of monokaryotic. Dode, synonym of unicycle. Unikernel, a specialized, fixed-purpose machine image which can run directly on hardware or a hypervisor without an operating system such as Linux. Unikernels, plural of unikernel. Unis, plural of unic. Unicom, initialism of United Nations Iraq-Kuwait Observation Mission. Eukaryote, a eukaryotic cell with a single flagellum, thought to be the ancestor of all mammals and fungi. Uniconts, plural of unicont. Unilate, having a single lip. Unilabiate, alternative form of unilabiate. Unilacunar, involving only one lacuna. Unilamellar, having a single layer or lamella. Unilamellarity, the condition of being unilamellar. Unilamellate, having a single lamella. Unilaminar, consisting of a single layer. Unilaminate, having a single lamina. Unilateral, done by one side only. Unilateral contract, an agreement in which an offeror's offer can be accepted only by the performance of an act by the offeree. A promise for a performance. Unilateral contracts, plural of unilateral contract. Unilateralism, a tendency of nations to act on their own or with only minimal consultation and involvement with other nations. Unilateralism, plural of unilateralism. Unilateralists, supporting or advocating unilateralism. Unilateralistic, of or related to unilateralism. Unilateralists, plural of unilateralists. Unilaterality, the state or quality of being unilateral, one-sidedness. Unilateralization, the act of making something unilateral. Unilateralizations, plural of unilateralization. Unilateralize, to make unilateral. Unilateralize, simple past and past participle of unilateralize. Unilateralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unilateralize. Unilateralizing, present participle and gerund of unilateralize. Unilaterally, in a unilateral or one-sided way. Unilateralness, the quality of being unilateral. Unilimbate, having a single edge or border. Unoin, consisting of a single line. Unilineage, a single, unique lineage. Unilineal, of or pertaining to one side of a family. Unilineal evolution, the theory, now considered obsolete, that societies evolve in a single direction toward complexity, progress, and civilization. Unilineality, the tracing of descent through ancestors of only one gender. Unilinear, made up of one single line. Unilinear evolution, synonym of unilineal evolution. Unilinearity, the quality of being unilinear. Unilinearly, in a unilinear fashion. Unilingua, former name of Murad, an international auxiliary language created by Alvar Agapov in 1966. Unilingual, knowing or using a single language. Unilingualism, condition of being able to speak only a single language. Unilingualist, synonym of monolingualist. Unilingualists, plural of unilingualist. Unilingually, with only one language. Unilinguals, plural of unilingual. Unilinguist, one who speaks only a single language. Unilinguists, plural of unilinguists. Uniliteral, consisting of a single letter. Uniliterary, having a single, straightforward interpretation. Uniluded, not eluded or deceived. Unilum, not illumined, unlit. Uniluminable, that cannot be illuminated. Uniluminated, not illuminated. Unilluminating, not illuminating, unenlightening. Unillumination, absence of illumination. Unilumined, not illumined, unlit. Unas, abbreviation of unilustrated. Unillusioned, not illusioned. Unilusive, not illuso. Unilusory, not illusory. Unilustrated, not illustrated. Unilustrative, not illustrative. Unilustrious, not illustrious. Unilustriously, in a way that is not illustrious. Unilaval, having or relating to a single lobe. Unilabar, consisting of a single lobe. Unilobate, having a single lobe. Unilobe, a single lobe. Unilobe, having a single lobe. Unilobes, plural of unilobe. Unilobula, having or involving a single lobe or lobule. Unilobulated, having a single lobule. Unilocular, having a single locule or loculus chamber, cell, or compartment. Unilocularity, the quality of being unilocular. Unilocularly, in a unilocular manner. Uniloculate, synonym of unilocular. Unilocuine, unilocular. Unimacular, relating to a single macula. Unimageable, not imageable. Unimaged, that has not been imaged. Unimaginabilities, plural of unimaginability. Unimaginability, the quality of being unimaginable. Unimaginable, unable to be imagined, inconceivable or mind-boggling, beyond belief. Unimaginableness, the quality of being unimaginable. Unimaginably, to an extent or in a way that cannot be or could not have been imagined. Unimaginary, not imaginary. Unimaginative, not imaginative. Unimaginatively, done in an unimaginative manner, not creatively. Unimaginativeness, lack of imagination. Unimagine, to dismiss from the imagination, to make as though never imagined. Unimagined, that has not been imagined. Unimagines, third person singular simple present indicative of unimagine. Unimagining, present participle and gerund of unimagine. Unimag, the largest of the Aleutian Islands. Unimanual, involving or using only one hand. Unimanually, using only one hand. Unimbanked, archaic form of unimbanked. Unembedded, alternative form of unembedded. Unembellish, archaic form of unembellished. Unembezzled, obsolete form of unembezzled. Unimbibe, not imbibed. Unembitter, archaic form of unembittered. Unembody, obsolete spelling of unembodied. Unimbricated, not imbricated. Unimbued, not imbued. Unimbued, not imbued. Unimedeo, relating to a single medium. Unimer, monomer. Unimers, plural of unimer. Unimetry, having a single meter throughout. Unimitable, that cannot be imitated. Unimitative, not imitated. Unimitating, not imitative, original. Unimitative, not imitative, not imitating or modeled after something else. Unimitatively, in an unimitative manner, not imitating something else. Unimmaculate, not immaculate. Unimite, not imite. Unemerged, not emerged. Unemergible, of a boat resistant to capsizing. Unimmersed, not immersed. Unimmerso, not immersive. Unimmobilized, not immobilized. Unimmolated, not immolated. Unimmortal, not immortal. Unimmortalize, to cause someone or something to not be immortal or to cease to be immortal, to mortalize. Unimmortalize, not immortalized. Unimmortalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unimmortalized. Unimmortalizing. Present participle and gerund of unimmortalized. Unimmune. Not immune. Unimmunized. Alternative form of unimmunized. Unimmunized. Not having been immunized. Unimmured. Not immured. Unimodal. Having or operating in is single mode. Unimodality. The condition of being unimodal. Unimodally. In an unimodal way. Unimode. Having or operating in is single mode. Unimodular. Having a determinant of 1 or -1. Unimodularity. The condition of being unimodular. Unimodularly. In an unimodular manner. Unimolar. Having a molarity of 1 mole per liter. Unimolecular. Involving a single molecule. Unimolecularity. The property of being unimolecular. Unimorph. A cantilever that consists of 1 active layer and 1 inactive layer. Unimorphs. Plural of unimorph. Unimpacted. Not impacted. Unimpactful. Not impactful. Unimpair. To restore from an impaired condition. Unimpairable. That cannot be impaired. Unimpaired. Not impaired. Unimpairedly. Without being impaired. Unimpairing. Present participle and gerund of unimpair. Unimpairs. Third person. Singular simple present indicative of unimpair. Unimpale. To release from being impaled. Unimpaled. Not having been impaled. Unimpales. Third person singular simple present indicative of unimpale. Unimpaling. Present participle and gerund of unimpale. Unimpanel. Not impaneled. Unimpanel. Not impaneled. Unimpartable. That cannot be imparted. Unimparted. Not imparted. Unimpartial. Not impartial. Unimpartable. That cannot be imparted. Unimpassionate. Not impassionate. Unimpassioned. Not impassioned, lacking passion, without emotion. Unimpassionately. In an unimpassioned manner. Unimpassionedness. The quality of being unimpassioned. Unimpassive. Not impassive. Unimpatient. Not impatient. Unimpatiently. In an unimpatient manner, without impatience. Unimpeachability. The state or condition of being unimpeachable, blamelessness. Unimpeachable. Not able to be impeached or reproached. Unimpeachableness. The state or condition of being unimpeachable, blamelessness. Unimpeachably. In an unimpeachable manner. Unimpeach. Not impeached. Unimpeded. Free from obstructions. Unimpededly. Without obstruction. Unimpedable. Not impedable. Unimpelled. Not impelled. Unimpenetrable. Synonym of impenetrable. Unimperative. Not imperative. Unimperial. Not imperial. Unimperialistic. Not imperialistic. Unimperil. Not placed in peril. not endangered or jeopardized, safe. Unimperil, alternative form of unimperiled. Unimperious, not imperious. Unimpersonated, not impersonated. Unimpertinent, not impertinent. Unimpetuous, not impetuous. Unimpinging, not impinging. Unimplantable, that cannot be implanted into something. Unimplanted, not implanted. Unimplementability, quality or state of being impossible to implement. Unimplementable, impossible to implement. Unimplemented, not implemented, not put into operation/service. Unimplicate, not implicated. Unimplicated, not implicated. Unimplicit, not implicit. Unimplicitly, in an unimplicit manner. Unimplied, not implied. Unimplorable, that cannot be implored, deaf to entreaties. Unimplored, not implored. Unimpoisoned, alternative form of unimpoisoned. Unimportance, lack of importance. Unimportant, petty. Not important or noteworthy. Unimportantly, in a way that is not important, insignificantly. Unimported, not imported. Unimporting, unimportant. Unimportunate, not importunate. Unimportunately, in an unimportunate manner. Unimportuned, not importuned. Unimposable, not capable of being imposed. Unimposed, not imposed. Unimposing, not imposing. Not grand or magnificent, modest. Unimposingly, in an unimposing manner. Unimposingness, the quality of being unimposing. Unimpossible, not impossible, possible. Unimpounded, not impounded. Unimpoverished, not impoverished. Unempowered, not empowered. Unimpregnable, not impregnable, capable of being pierced or assailed. Unimpregnate, not impregnated, unimpregnated. Unimpregnated, not impregnated. Unimpress, to fail to impress positively, to leave very little impression or a bad impression. Unimpressible, alternative form of unimpressible. Unimpressed, not impressed. Unimpressedness, a lack of impression, the state of being unimpressed. Unimpresses, third person singular simple present indicative of unimpressed. Unimpressibilities, plural of unimpressibility. Unimpressibility, the quality or state of being unimpressible. Unimpressible, not impressible, not sensitive, apathetic. Unimpressibleness, the state or condition of being unimpressible, inexcitability, sang-froid. Unimpressibly, in an unimpressible manner. Unimpressing, present participle and gerund of unimpress. Unimpression, a lack of impression, the state of being unimpressed. Unimpressionability, the quality of not being impressionable. Unimpressionable, not impressionable. Unimpressionableness, the quality of not being impressionable. unimpressionably, in an unimpressionable manner. Unimpressions, plural of unimpression. Unimpressive, lacking the ability to impress, inability to produce an impression. Unimpressively, in an unimpressive manner. Unimpressiveness, the quality of being unimpressive. Unimpressed, obsolete form of unimpressed. Unimprint, to undo in a person or animal, the psychological process of imprinting. Unimprinted, not imprinted. Unimprinting, present participle and gerund of unimprint. Unimprints, third person singular simple present indicative of unimprint. Unimprison, to release from prison, to free. Unimprisonable, incapable of being imprisoned. Unimprisoned, not imprisoned. Unimprisoning, present participle and gerund of unimprisoned. Unimprisons, third person singular simple present indicative of unimprisoned. Unimpape, mat impape. Unimpapiated, not impapiated. Unimprovability, the condition of being unimprovable. Unimprovable, not capable of being improved. Unimprovableness, the quality of being unimprovable. Unimprovably, in a way that does not allow improvement. Unimproved, not improved. Unimprovement, lack of improvement, failure to improve. Unimproving, not improving. Unimprovise, not improvised. Unimpunability, the quality of being unimpunable. Unimpunable, that cannot be impugned beyond reproach or attack. Unimpugnably, such that it cannot be impugned beyond reproach or attack. Unimpugned, not impugned. Unimpulsive, not impulsive. Unimpulsively, in an unimpulsive manner. Unimpulsiveness, the quality of being impulsive. Unimputable, not imputable or chargeable. Unimputed, not imputed. Unimocronate, having a single mucro. Unimuscular, having only one adductor muscle and one muscular impression on each valve. Uninactivated, not inactivated. Uninamed, not inane. Unational, of, pertaining to, or consisting of a single nation. Uninaugurated, not inaugurated. Unincapacitated, not incapacitated. Unincarcerated, not incarcerated. Unincarnate, not incarnate. Unincarnated, not incarnated. Unincensed, not incensed. Unincentivized, not incentivized. Unincestuous, not incestuous. Unintuitive, not intuitive. Unincidental, unmarked by incidents. Uneventful. Unincinerated, not having been incinerated. Unincised, not incised. Unincisive, not incisive. Unincided, not incited. Uninclinable, not inclinable. Uninclined, not inclined, level, unsloped. Uninclining, not inclining. Unenclosed, dated form of unenclosed. unincludable, alternative form of unincludable. Uninclude, to exclude. Unincluded, not included, excluded. Unincludes, third person singular simple present indicative of uninclude. Unincludable, not includable. Unincluding, not including, excluding. Uninclusive, not inclusive. Uninclusiveness, the quality of being uninclusive. Uninconvenience, not inconvenienced. Unincorporated place, synonym of unorganized territory. Unincorporate, to undo or remove the incorporation of. Unincorporated, not organized as a corporation. Unincorporated communities. Plural of unincorporated community. Unincorporated community, a geographic area having a common social identity without municipal organization or official political designation. Unincorporated place, synonym of unorganized territory. Unincorporated places, plural of unincorporated place. Unincorporatedness, the quality of being unincorporated. Unincorporate, third person singular simple present indicative of unincorporate. Unincorporating, present participle and gerund of unincorporate. Unincorporation, the state of being unincorporated, i.e. not contained in a municipality. Unincreasable, not increasable. Unincrease, not increase. Unincreasing, not increasing, growing no larger. Unincremented, that has not been incremented. Unincriminating, not incriminating. Unencrusted, not encrusted. Unincubated, not incubated. Uninculcated, not inculcated. Unencumbered, archaic form of unencumbered. Unendeared, alternative form of unendeared. Unindebted, not indebted. Unindebtedness, the quality of being indebted. Unindemnifiable, not indemnifiable. Unindemnify, not indemnify. Unindent, to remove the indentation, to move a block of text closer to the left margin. Unindentable, not indentable. Unindentation, synonym of dedentation, reversal of indentation. Unindented, simple past and past participle of unindent. Unindenting, present participle and gerund of unindent. Unindents, third person singular simple present indicative of unindent. Unindenture, not indenture. Unindex, synonym of daindex. Unindexable, not indexable, that cannot be indexed. Unindexed, not indexed. Unindexes, third person singular simple present indicative of unindex. Unindexing, present participle and gerund of unindex. Unindicable, that cannot be indicated. Unindicated, not indicated. Unindicative, not indicative. Unindictable, not indictable. Unindicted, not having been indicted in a particular case. Unindifference, partiality, bias. Unindifferency, archaic form of unindifference. Unindifferent, not indifferent. Unindifferently, without indifference. Unindigent, not indigent. Unindigent, not indignant. Unindividuable, not individuable, unable to be individuated. Unindividual, not individual. Unindividualized, alternative form of unindividualized. Unindividualistic, not individualistic. Unindividuality, the power of being individual. Unindividualizable, not individualizable. Unindividualized, to strip of individuality. Unindividualized, not individualized. Unindividualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unindividualized. Unindividualizing, present participle and gerund of unindividualize. Unindividually, in an unindividual manner. Unindividuatable, not individuatable, unable to be individuated. Unindividuated, not individuated, lacking individuation. Unindoctrinate, to undo the process of indoctrination. Unindoctrinated, simple past and past participle of unindoctrinate. Unindoctrinates, third person singular simple present indicative of unindoctrinate. Unindoctrinating, present participle and gerund of unindoctrinate. Unendorsed, alternative form of unendorsed. Uninduced, not induced. Uninducibility, the quality of being inducible. Uninducible, that cannot be induced. Uninductive, not inducted. Uninductive, not inductive. Unindulged, not indulged. Unindulgent, not indulgent. Unindulgently, in an unindulgent manner. Unendurable, obsolete form of unendurable. Unendurated, not endurated. Unindustrial, not industrial. Unindustrialized, alternative form of unindustrialized. Unindustrialized, not industrialized. Unindustrious, not industrious. Unindustriously, in an unindustrious manner. Unindustriousness, the quality of being an industrious. Uninhibited, not inhibited. Uninhibited, not inhibiting. Unanimate, having a single duplex of DNA. Uninfractomies, plural of uninfractomy. Uninfractomize, to perform a uninfractomy. Uninfractomize, simple past and past participle of uninfractomize. Uninfractomy, the surgical removal of one of the two kidneys. Unephric, relating to or having a single kidney. Unnervate, having a single nervure. Unnerved, having a single nerve. Uninnervate, alternative form of uninnervate. Uninfallible, not infallible. Uninfarcted, not infarcted. Uninfatuated, not infatuated. Uninfectable, not infectable. Uninfected, not infected. Uninfectability, the condition of being uninfectable. Uninfectable, not infectable. Uninfecting, that does not infect. Uninfectious, not infectious. Uninfectiously, in uninfectious manner. Uninfectiousness, the quality of being infectious. Uninfective, not infective. Uninfect, obsolete form of uninfect. Uninferable, not inferable. Uninferent, not implying or supporting an inference. Uninferable, alternative spelling of uninferable. Uninfer, not inferred. Uninfested, not infested. Uninfibulated, not infibulated. Uninfiltrated, not infiltrated. Uninfinite, not infinite, finite. Uninvex, without an infex. Uninflamed, not inflamed. Uninflaming, that does not inflame. Uninflammability, inability to be set on fire, the property of being uninflammable. Uninflammable, not inflammable. Uninflammatory, not inflammatory. Uninflatable, that cannot be inflated. Uninflated, not inflated. Uninflectable, not inflectable, that cannot be inflected. Uninflected, that does not use inflection. Uninflectedness, the quality of being an inflected. Uninflecting, that does not inflect. Uninflicted, not inflicted. Uninfluence, the lack or absence of influence. Uninfluenceable, incapable of being influenced. Uninfluenced, not influenced. Uninfluences, third person singular simple present indicative of uninfluence. Uninfluencing, not exerting an influence. Uninfluenced, not influencive. Uninfluential, not influential, lacking influence. Uninfluentiality, the quality of not being influential. Uninfluentially, in an uninfluential way, without influence. Unenfolded, alternative form of unenfolded. Unenforced, alternative form of unenforced. Uninformed, to revert someone to an uninformed state, reverse the informing of. Uninformation, unwanted, useless, needless, or untrue information, misinformation. Uninformative, lacking useful or interesting information. Uninformatively, in a way that is not informative. Uninformativeness, the condition of being uninformative. Uninformed, not informed, ignorant. Uninformedly, in an uninformed way, ignorantly. Uninformedness, the state or condition of being uninformed, ignorance. Uninforming, failing to yield information, uninformative. Uninforms, third person singular simple present indicative of uninformed. Uninfracted, not infracted. Uninfringible, that cannot be infringed. Uninfringed, not infringed. Uninfringible, that cannot be infringed. Uninfuriated, not infuriated. Unenthused, not infused. Uningenious, not ingenious. Uningeniously, in an uningenious manner. Uningenuity, disingenuousness. Uningenuous, not ingenuous. Uningenuously, in an uningenuous manner. Uningenuousness, the quality of being ingenuous. Uningested, not ingested. Uningestible, not ingestible. Unengrafted, not engrafted. Uningrained, not ingrained. And ingratiating, not ingratiating, making no effort to be appealing. Uninhabitability, the quality of being uninhabitable. Uninhabitable, not fit for people or other living things to live in, not able to be inhabited. Uninhabitableness, the quality of being uninhabitable. Uninhabitably, in an uninhabitable way, to an uninhabitable degree. Uninhabitated, alternative form of uninhabited. Uninhabited, not inhabited. Way, to an uninhabitable degree. Uninhabitated, alternative form of uninhabited. Uninhabited, not inhabited, having no inhabitants. Uninhabitedly, in an uninhabited fashion, without inhabitants. Uninhabitedness, the quality of being inhabited. Uninhaled, not inhaled. Uninheritability, the condition of being uninheritable. Uninheritable, not inheritable. Uninherited, not inherited. Uninhibitable, that cannot be inhibited. Uninhibited, not inhibited, having no inhibitions. Uninhibitedly, in an uninhibited manner. Uninhibitedness, the quality of being inhibited. Uninhibition, the quality of being uninhibited. Uninhibitive, not inhibitive. Uninhumed, not having been inhumed. Uninimical, not inimical. Uninitial, U.S. standard spelling of uninitialed. Uninitialized, alternative spelling of uninitialized. Uninitializable, that cannot be initialized. Uninitialization, synonym of deinitialization. Uninitialize, synonym of deinitialize. Uninitialized, not initialized. Uninitializes, third person singular simple present indicative of uninitialized. Uninitializing, present participle and gerund of uninitialized. Uninitial, not being initialed. One who has not been initiated, an outsider. Uninitiated, not having been initiated, not having the special knowledge of a particular group. Uninitiates, plural of uninitiate. Uninitiation, the quality of being initiated. Uninjectability, the condition of being uninjectable. Uninjectable, not injectable. Uninjected, not having received an injection. Uninjurable, immune to injury. Uninjure, that did not suffer injury. Uninjuredness, the quality of being uninjured. Uninjurious, not injurious. Uninjuriously, in an uninjurious manner. Uninjuriousness, the quality of being uninjurious. Uninked, not inked. Uninlaid, not inlaid. uninline, not inline. Uninnate, not innate. Uninnervated, not innervated. Uninnocence, lack of innocence. Uninnocent, not innocent. Uninnocently, in an uninnocent manner. Uninnocuous, not innocuous. Uninnovated, not innovative. Uninnovating, that does not innovate. Uninnovative, not innovative. Uninoculable, not inoculable. Uninoculated, not inoculated. Uninodal, having a single node. Uninodular, having a single nodule. Uninomial, consisting of a single word or term, used mostly of taxonomic designations. Uninominal, that elects one member from each district, or of a person elected from a specific district rather than at large. Uninquire, alternative form of uninquired. Uninquiring, not inquiring, thus lacking curiosity. Uninquiringly, alternative form of uninquiringly. Uninquisitive, not inquisitive. Incurious, not inclined to seek knowledge. Uninquisitively, in an uninquisitive manner, without curiosity. Uninquisitiveness, quality of being an inquisitive, lack of curiosity. Uninquisitorio, not inquisitorio. Uninsane, not insane, sane. Uninscribable, not inscribable. Uninscribed, not inscribed. Uninseminated, not inseminated. Uninsertable, not insertable. Uninserter, not inserted. Uninsidious, not insidious. Uninsightful, not insightful. Uninsightfully, in an uninsightful manner. Uninsinuated, not insinuated. Uninsipid, not insipid. Uninsistence, lack of insistence. The quality of not being insistent. Uninsistent, not insistent. Uninsistently, in an uninsistent manner. Uninspectable, not inspectable, incapable of being inspected. Uninspected, not inspected. Uninspirable, unable to be inspired. Uninspirational, not inspirational. Uninspire, to divest of inspiration. Uninspired, lacking inspiration, dull or dry. Uninspirely, in an uninspired manner. Uninspiredness, the quality of being uninspired. Uninspires, third person singular simple present indicative of uninspire. Uninspiring, not inspiring. Uninspiringly, in an uninspiring manner. Uninspirited, not inspirited. Uninspicited, not inspicited. Uninstall, to completely remove hardware or software from a computer system. Uninstallable, capable of being uninstalled. Uninstallation, the process of removing a program from a computer. Uninstallations, plural of uninstallation. Uninstall, Simple past and past participle of uninstall. Uninstaller, a program that uninstalls software. Uninstallers, plural of uninstaller. Uninstalling. Present participle and gerund of uninstall. Uninstallment, synonym of uninstallation. Uninstalls, third person singular simple present indicative of uninstall. Uninstance, not instanced. Uninstantiable, not instantiable. That cannot be instantiated. Uninstantiatable, synonym of uninstantiable. Uninstante, to destroy or annul an instance of something, to eliminate a variable, object, etc. that was created earlier. Uninstantiated, not instantiated. Uninstantiates, third person singular simple present indicative of uninstantiate. Uninstantiating, present participle and gerund of uninstantiate. Uninstantiation, the process of uninstantiating, destruction of an instance. Uninstantiations, plural of uninstantiation. Uninstated, not instated. Uninstigated, not instigated. Uninstilled, not instilled. Uninstinctive, not instinctive or lacking instinct. Uninstituted, not instituted. Uninstitutionalize, not institutionalize. Uninstructable, not instructable. Uninstructed, not instructed. Uninstructively, in an uneducated manner. Uninstructedness, the quality of being uninstructed. Uninstructable, not instructable, and unteachable. Uninstructing, uninstructive. Uninstructive, not instructive. Uninstructively, in an uninstructive manner. Uninstructiveness, the state or condition of being uninstructive. Uninstrumental, not instrumental. Uninstrumented, not instrumented. Uninsular, not insular. Uninsulate, to remove insulation from. Uninsulated, lacking insulation, not insulated. Uninsulates, third person singular simple present indicative of uninsulate. Uninsulating, present participle and gerund of uninsulate. Uninsultable, not insultable. Uninsulted, not having been insulted. Uninsulting, not insulting. Uninsurability, the quality of being insurable. Uninsurable, not insurable, unable to be insured. Uninsurables, plural of uninsurable. Uninsurably, in an uninsurable way. Uninsurance, the state of being uninsured. Uninsured, not insured, not having insurance. Uninsureds, plural of uninsured. Unintegral, not integral. Unintegrated, lacking integration. Unintegration, the quality of being unintegrated, lack of integration. Unintellective, not intellective. Unintellectual, not intellectual. Unintellectualism, an unintellectual approach or attitude. Unintellectuality, the quality of being an intellectual. Unintellectualize, not intellectualize. Unintellectually, in an unintellectual way. Unintelligence, lack of intelligence. Unintelligences, plural of unintelligence. Unintelligent, not intelligent. Unintelligently, in an unintelligent manner, stupidly. Unintelligentsia, the unintelligent members of a society or community, the unthinking mob. Unintelligibilities, plural of unintelligibility. Unintelligibility, the quality or condition of being unintelligible. Unintelligible, not intelligible, unable to be understood. Unintelligibleness, the extent to which something is unintelligible, the difficulty of understanding something. Unintelligibly, in an unintelligible manner. Unintended, not intended, unplanned. Unintended consequence, an outcome of a purposeful action that is not intended or foreseen. Unintended consequences, plural of unintended consequence. Unintendedly, unintentionally. Unintendedness, the quality of being intended. Unintending. Unintentional. Unintendingly, unintentionally. Unintense, not intense. Unintensely, in an unintense manner. Unintensify, not intensified. Unintensity, lack of intensity. Unintensive, not intensive. Unintent, not intent. Unintention, something that is unintentional. Unintentional, not intended or deliberate, inadvertent, unwitting. Unintentionalities, plural of unintentionality. Unintentionality, the characteristic of being unintentional. Unintentionally, without meaning to, in an unintentional manner, not intentionally. Unintentionalness, the quality of being unintentional. Unintentioned, not intentioned. Unintentions, plural of unintention. Unintently, in an unintent manner. Uninteracting, not interacting. Unintercalated, not subjected to intercalation. Unintercepted, not intercepted. Uninterchangeable, not interchangeable. Uninterconnected, not interconnected. Uninterdicted, not interdicted. Uninterest, uninterested. Unaffected. Uninterest, lack of interest, indifference. Uninterested, not interested, indifferent, not concerned. Uninterestedly, in an uninterested way. Uninterestedness, the quality of being uninterested. Uninteresting, arousing little or no interest, boring or uneventful. Uninterestingly, in a way which is not interesting. Uninterestingness, the state or quality of being uninteresting. Uninterest, plural of uninterest. Uninterfere, not interfered with. Uninterfered with, not interfered with. Uninterlace, not interlaced. Uninterlarded, interlarded. Uninterleave, to reverse the process of interleaving. Uninterleave, not interleaved. Uninterleaves, third person singular simple present indicative of uninterleave. Uninterleaving, present participle and gerund of uninterleave. Uninterline, not interlined. Uninterlinked, not interlinked. Uninterlocked, not interlocked. Unintermediate, not intermediate. Uninterminable, interminable. Unintermingled, not intermingled. Unintermission, incessancy. Intermissive, not intermissive. Unintermitted, not intermitted. Uninterrupted, ceaseless. Unintermittedly, without interruption. Unintermittedness, the state or condition of being unintermitted. Unintermittent, not intermittent. Unintermittently, not intermittently, in an unintermittent manner. Unintermitting, not intermitting, constant, unceasing, unremitting, without interruption. Unintermittingly, without intermissions, uninterruptedly. Unintermittingness, the quality of being intermitting. Unintermix, not intermix. Uninternalize, alternative spelling of uninternalized. Uninternalize, not internalized. Uninternational, not international. Uninterned, not interned. Uninterpolated, not interpolated. Uninterpose, not interposed. Uninterposing. Not interposing. Uninterpretability, the condition of being uninterpretable. Uninterpretable, unable to be interpreted. Uninterpretably, in an uninterpretable way. Uninterpreted, not yet interpreted. Uninter, not having been interred, unburied. Uninterrogeable, not interrogeable. Uninterrogated, not interrogated. Uninterruptible, alternative spelling of uninterruptible. Uninterruptibly, alternative spelling of uninterruptibly. Uninterrupted, continuing with no interruption. Uninterruptedly, without interruption. Uninterruptedness, the state or condition of being uninterrupted. Uninterruptibility, the state or condition of being uninterruptible. Uninterruptible, not able to be interrupted. Uninterruptible power source, uninterruptible power supply. Uninterruptible power sources, plural of uninterruptible power source. Uninterruptible power supplies, plural of uninterruptible power supply. Uninterruptible power supply, a device or system that almost instantaneously provides emergency power in the case that main power fails. Uninterruptibleness, quality of being uninterruptible. Uninterruptibly, in an uninterruptible way. Uninterrupting, not interrupting. Uninterruption, absence of interruption, uninterruptedness. Unintersected, not intersected. Uninterspersed, not interspersed. Unintervening, that does not intervene. Uninterviewed, not interviewed. Uninterwoven, not interwoven. Unintimacy, lack of intimacy. Unintimate, not intimate. Unintimated, not intimated. Unintimately, without intimacy. Unintimidatable, fearless, not able to be intimidated. Unintimidate, to make no longer intimidated, to reassure. Unintimidated, not intimidated. Unintimidates. Third person singular simple present indicative of unintimidate. Unintimidating, not intimidating, not making one fearful. Unentitled, archaic form of unentitled. Unentombed, archaic form of unentombed. Unintoned, not intoned. Unintoxicated, not intoxicated. Sober, unintoxicating, not intoxicating. Unentrenched, archaic form of unentrenched. Unintrepid, not intrepid. Unintricate, not intricate. Unintrigued, not intrigued, uninterested. Unintriguing, not involving oneself in secret plots or schemes. Unintrinsic, not intrinsic. Unintroduced, not having been introduced. Unintroducible, not introducible. Unintermittent, not intermitted. Unintrospective, not introspective. Unintroverted, not introverted. Unintrudable, that cannot be intruded upon or into. Unintruded, not having intrusions. Unintruding, not intruding. Unintrusive, not intrusive. Unintrusively, in an unintrusive manner. Unintrusiveness, the quality of being unintrusive. Unentrusted, alternative form of unentrusted. Unintubated, not intubated. Unintuitive, not intuitive, not easily graspable by intuition. Unintuitively, in an unintuitive manner. Unintuitiveness, the quality of being intuitive. Unenuclear, of or relating to a single nucleus. Yes. Unenucleate, having a single nucleus. Unenucleated, unenucleate, having a single nucleus. Unenucleoid, having a single nucleoid. Uninundated, not inundated. Uninured, not inured. Uninurned, not placed in an urn. Uninvadability, the condition of being uninvadable. Uninvadable, not invadable. Uninvaded, not invaded. Uninvaginated, not invaginated. Uninvalidated, not invalidated. Uninvasive, not invasive. Uninvasively, in a manner that is not invasive. Uninveigled, not inveigled. Uninvent, to undo the invention of, to unmake. Uninventability, the quality of being an inventable. Uninventable, that cannot be invented. Uninventableness, the quality of being an inventable. Uninvented, uninvented. Uneventful, not inventful. Uninventing, present participle and gerund of uninvent. Uninvention, the process of uninventing. Uninventive, not inventive. Uninventively, in an uninventive way. Uninventiveness, lack of inventiveness. Uninventoried, not inventoried. Uninventorized, not inventorized. Uninvents, third person singular simple present indicative of uninvent. Uninversion, a kind of error where an utterance has not undergone the proper inversion, as in asterisk what she is eating. For what is she eating? Uninvert, to restore from an inverted state, to turn the right way around again. Uninverted, not inverted. Uninvertible, that cannot be inverted. Uninverting, present participle and gerund of uninvert. Uninverts, third person singular simple present indicative of uninvert. Uninvest, to take back or withdraw something invested. Uninvestable, that cannot be invested. Uninvested, not invested. Uninvestable, that cannot be invested. Uninvestigible, not investigible, that cannot be investigated. Uninvestigatable, alternative form of uninvestigible. Uninvestigated, not investigated. Uninvestigating, that does not investigate. Uninvestigative, not investigative. Uninvesting, present participle and gerund of uninvest. Uninvestment, the process of uninvesting. Uninvestments, plural of uninvestment. Uninvests, third person singular simple present indicative of uninvest. Uninvidious, not invidious. Uninvidiously, in an uninvidious manner. Uninvigorated, not invigorated. Uninvigorating, not invigorating. Uninvincible, not invincible. Uninvitable, not able or not suitable to be invited. Uninvitation, the withdrawal of an invitation. Uninvitations, plural of uninvitation. Uninvite, to cancel or withdraw an invitation. Uninvited, not invited. Uninvitably, without an invitation. Uninvited, plural of uninvited. Uninvitee, a person who is not invited into or onto someone else's premises. Uninvitees, plural of uninvitee. Uninvites, third person singular simple present indicative of uninvite. Uninviting, not welcoming, not attractive. Uninvitingly, in an uninviting manner. Uninvitingness, the state or condition of being uninviting, unappealingness. Uninvoice, not billed for on an invoice. Uninvocable, that cannot be invoked. Uninvoke, not invoke. Uninvolve, to remove from involvement. Uninvolved, not involved. Uninvolved parent, a parent who practices the uninvolved parenting style and may provide his or her child with food, shelter, clothing, etc., but remains emotionally absent. Uninvolved parenting. A parenting style marked by little to no warmth, responsiveness, or demands at all. Parents may provide food, shelter, and clothing for their child, but they're usually emotionally absent. Uninvolvedly. Be involved. Uninvolvedness. The state or quality of being uninvolved. Uninvolvement. The state of being uninvolved. Uninvolves. Third person singular simple present indicative of uninvolved. Uninvolving. Not involving. Unonym. A single name by which a person or thing is known. Unonymic. Having or known by a single name. Unonyms. Plural of unonym. Any of the genus Unio of freshwater mussels. Eudiacula. Of pertaining to or located in one eye. Resembling or characteristic of the Unios. Euditis. Plural of Unioi. The 0-10-2 locomotive wheel arrangement. Union bar. A maker's mark imprinted on a work to show that it is sanctioned by members of a trade union. It is often a tiny elongated rhomboid containing and surrounded by a minuscule typeface identifying names and the union's local chapter number. Union bugs. Plural of union bar. Union card. A card showing one's membership of a trade union. Union catalog. Alternative form of union catalog. Union catalogs. Plural of union catalog. Union catalog. A combined catalog describing the collections of a number of libraries. Union catalogs. Plural of union catalog. Union cemeteries. Plural of union cemetery. Union cemetery. A cemetery shared by more than one church congregation or municipality, usually to lighten the financial burden cost per congregation or municipality, and usually non-denominational/non-sectarian. Union church. A church building shared by more than one church congregation, usually to lighten the financial burden cost per congregation. Union churches. Plural of union church. Union City, a city in Alameda County, California, United States. Union cloth, a fabric with cotton warp and filling of reused wool, usually heavily napped. Union cloths, plural of union cloth. Union County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seat, El Dorado. Union flag. The flag of Great Britain or the United Kingdom. Union High School. A high school or high school district that serves students from more than one elementary school district. Union High Schools. Plural of Union High School. Union is strength. Alternative form of unity is strength. Union Island. An island of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Union Islands. Former name of Tokelau. Union Jack. The flag of the United Kingdom, consisting of the flags of England, St. George's Cross, Scotland, St. Andrew's Cross, and Ireland, St. Patrick's Cross, now only used in Northern Ireland combined. Union Jacks. Plural of Union Jack. Union job. A job where employment status is guaranteed by a union, a sinecure. Union jobs. Plural of union job. Union makes strength. Alternative form of unity is strength. Union man. A lifelong supporter and probable member of unions. Union men. plural of Union Man. Union Mills, a village in Braddon Parish, northwest of Douglas, Isle of Man, OS Grid Ref SC 3577. Union of South Africa, former official name of South Africa, a country in southern Africa, used from 1910 to 1961 when the country was a Commonwealth dominion under nominal British sovereignty. Union of Soviet SOC, REPS, abbreviation of Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Union of Soviet Socialist Reps, abbreviation of Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, a former transcontinental country in Europe and Asia 1920 to 1991, now split into Russia and 14 other countries, short form Soviet Union, abbreviation USSR. Union of the Comoros, official name of the Comoros, an island country in the Indian Ocean off the coast of East Africa. Union Oil, a lowball hand with a 7 and a 6 as the two highest cards. Union Oils, plural of Union Oil. Union Parish, one of 64 parishes in Louisiana, United States, the equivalent of a county in other U.S. states. Parish seat, Farmerville. Union Pipes, dated form of Uline Pipes. Union Road, a community and rural municipality of Queens County, Prince Edward Island, Canada. Union Shop, a place of employment in which newly hired workers must join the union representing the workers within a certain period of time, typically 30 days. Union Shops, plural of Union Shop. Union Springs, a city, the county seat of Bullock County, Alabama. Union Square, an area of San Francisco. Union Station, a railroad station shared by more than one railroad company, usually to spread the costs and ease the logistics of serving a particular town by rail. Union Stations, plural of Union Station. Union Suit, one-piece underwear, usually long, combining drawers and long-sleeved, button-front undershirt in a single garment with a flap in the seat that can be opened for defecation. Union Suits, plural of Union Suit. Union Tee, a tea pipe fitting with female connections on all three ends. Union Tees, plural of Union Tee. Union Territories, plural of Union Territory. Union Territory, an administrative division of India that is ruled directly by the federal government as opposed to a state or province. Union Wage Premium, the wage premium due to being in a trades union. Union Wage Premiums, plural of Union Wage Premium. Journal, pertaining to a union. Uniform, a one-piece garment that is used as work clothes or as a uniform. Unionos, plural of unional. Union buster, a person employed to prevent the formation or expansion of trade unions. Union busters, plural of union buster. Union busting, efforts to prevent the formation or expansion of trade unions. Dernier, simple past and past participle of union. Unioneer, a trade unionist. Unioneers, plural of unioneer. Unema, Nyonic. Uniona, any member of the family unionity of bivalves. Unioneds, plural of unionin. Uniform, resembling or characteristic of a unionid. Unione, present participle and gerund of union. Unionization, alternative spelling of unionization. Unionizations. Plural of unionization. Unionize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of unionize. Unionize. Simple past and past participle of unionize. Unionizer. Alternative form of unionizer. Unionizers. Plural of unionizer. Unionizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unionize. Unionizing. Present participle and gerund of unionize. Unionism. The support of advocacy of a union, especially of a trade union. Unionisms. Plural of unionism. Unionists. Of or pertaining to unionism in any sense. Unionistic. Of or pertaining to union or unionists, such as trade unions. Unionists. Plural of unionists. Unionize. A form of zoicide. Unionization. The act of forming a labor union. Unionizations. Plural of unionization. Unionize. To organize workers into a union. Unionize. Simple past and past participle of unionize. Unionizer. One who unionizes. Unionizers. Plural of unionizer. Unionizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unionize. Unionizing. Present participle and gerund of unionize. Unionize. Without an industrial union. Unimai. Any member of the family Unionidae or its order Unionida of freshwater mussels. Unionides. Plural of unionide. Unions. Plural of union. Union town. A number of places in the United States. Unionville. A city, the county seat of Putnam County, Missouri, United States. Union-wide. Throughout a union. It is. Plural of unio. Edo. Relating to or derived from a single ovum. Ideville. Relating to a single ovule. Ineville. Containing only one ovule. Idef. Initialism of United National Independence Party. Unipapillary. Having a single papilla. Univar. Synonym of unipara. Unipara. A woman who has given birth to one child. Unipary. Plural of unipara. Unipar. Parameter. Having or defined using a single parameter. Uniparametric. Having or relating to a single parameter. Uniparous. Plural of unipara. Uniparasitic. Caused by a single type of parasite. Unipar. Synonym of uniparous. Uniparental. From or with only one parent. Uniparentality. The condition of being uniparental. Uniparentally. From or relating to only one parent. Uniparient. Uniparous. Uniparous. Producing a single egg or offspring at one time. Unipars. Plural of unipar. Uniparties. Plural of uniparty. Unipartisan. Relating to or supported by one group, especially by one political party. Uniparti. Monopartite. Uniparty. Having only one political party, especially where opposition parties are outlawed. One party, monoparty. Unitarism. a political system that has only one political party. Unipathy, genuine emotional identification with another person as in a fully adieu. Unipectinate, alternative form of unipectinated. Unipectinated, pectinate with each ridge bearing a single projection. Unept, a person or creature with only one foot or leg. Unipedal, involving or using a single foot or leg. Unipedicular, of or pertaining to a single pedicle. Unept, plural of unipt. Univet, a winged unicorn. Unibags, plural of unipae. Unipeltate, having a carapace consisting of one single piece. Unipenate, of, pertaining to, or having the nature of a muscle, the parallel fibers of which attach to a tendon at an acute angle as a feather that is barbed on one side. Unipuye, having or relating to a single period. Universal, comprising a single person. Unipersonalism, leadership by a single person. Unipersonalist, one who believes in a universal deity, i.e. that God is one being while being the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Unipersonalists, plural of unipersonalists. Unipersonality, the quality of being a single person. Unipetalist, having a single petal. Uniphase, synonym of uniphasic. Uniphasic, having a single phase. Unipinnate, being a pinnately compound leaf that does not branch off into further petiole axes and consequently lacks pinnuli. Uniplanar, having or lying in a single plane. Uniplane, relating to or occupying a single plane surface. Uniplanetary, consisting of a single planet. Uniplex, simplex. Uniplicate, having a single fold. Unibot, synonym of monopod. Unibottle, alternative form of unipedal. Unipods, plural of unipod. Unipoint, a primitive tool with a single pointed end. Unipoints, plural of unipoint. Unipolar, having a single pole. Unipolarity, the condition of being unipolar. Unipolarly, in a unipolar manner. Unipole, unipolar. Unipoles, plural of unipole. Unibural, having or consisting of a single pore. Universe, misspelling of uniparous. Unibort, transport of a molecule through a cell membrane without the coupled transport of another. Uniporter, an integral membrane protein that transports a single molecule. Uniporters, plural of uniporter. Unipositive, carrying one unit of positive charge. Unibi, a metal hut. Unipotens, the property of being unipotent. Unipotencies, plural of unipotency. Unipotency, the state or condition of being unipotent. Unipotent, having the capacity to develop into only one type of cell or tissue. Unipotential, synonym of unipotent. Unipotently, in a unipotent way. Unibots, plural of unipot. Uniprocessor, a single processor CPU that can work sequentially on a single task at a time. Uniprocessors, plural of uniprocessor. Uniprofessional, relating to a single profession. Uniprogramming, the execution of a single program at a time. Unipupil, having a single pupil. Unipyramidal, having a single renal pyramid. Unique fruit, synonym of ugly fruit. Unique fruits, plural of unique fruit. Uniqua, a female given name of African American usage. Uniquantal, synonym of monoquantal. Unique, being the only one of its kind, unequaled, unparalleled, or unmatched. Unique factorization domain, a unique factorization ring which is also an integral domain. Unique factorization domains, plural of unique factorization domain. Unique factorization ring, a ring in which every non-zero, non-unit i.e. proper element can be factored into a product of prime elements not necessarily distinct, such that such factorization is unique up to permutation of the factors and the replacing of primes by their associate primes. Unique factorization rings, plural of unique factorization ring. Unique identification number, a number assigned to each of the adult citizens and residents of India in order to identify them officially. Unique identification numbers, plural of unique identification number. Unique identifier, any identifier that is guaranteed to be unique among all others used for objects and for a specific purpose. Unique identifiers, plural of unique identifier. Unique key, a set of one or more than one columns or fields of a table that uniquely identifies a record in a database table. Unique keys, plural of unique key. Unique-headed bug, any insect in the family Anicosulidae. Unique-headed bugs, plural of unique-headed bug. Uniquely, a unique manner. Uniqueness, the state or quality of being unique or one of a kind. Uniquenesses, plural of uniqueness. Uniquer, comparative form of unique, more unique. Uniques, plural of unique. Uniquas, superlative form of unique, most unique. Uniquid, a random identifier based on the system time. Uniquids, plural of uniquid. Uniquification, the act of uniquifying. Uniquifications, plural of uniquification. Uniquify, simple past and past participle of uniquify. Uniquifies, third person singular simple present indicative of uniquify. Uniquify, to eliminate duplicates from a list, especially when using the *nix command /function unique. Uniquifying, present participle and gerund of uniquify. Uniquities, plural of uniquity. Uniquity, the state or quality of being unique. Uniracial, composed of or having a single race. Uniradio, having a single ray, radiating outward in one direction. Uniradiate, having only one ray. Uniradiated, having only one ray. Uniradicular, having a single root or radical. Uniramian, any member of the Uniramia, a group of arthropods. Uniramians, plural of uniramian. Uniramos, synonym of unirimus. Unirimus, composed of only one branch. Unirascible, not irascible. Unirational, of a variety V over a field K being dominated by irrational variety so that its function field Kv lies in a pure transcendental field of finite type. Unirationality, the property of being unirational. Uderia, a commune of Alba County, Romania. Uniri, a single eat of the identity of a basin and nucleic acid swing. Unirians, plural of uniri. Unirologous, of relating to or having only one religion. Uterine, synonym of monoreme. Uniremes, plural of unireme. Unirenic, not ironic. Uniridescent, not iridescent. Unet, not irked, not annoyed. Imiesum, not irksome. Uter, to unshackle, remove irons from. Unirant, not iron. Unironic, not ironic, free of irony, sincere or genuine. Unironical, not ironical, without irony. Unironically, in an unironic manner, without irony, sincerely, genuinely. Uniradiated, not irradiated. Unirrigated, not irrigated. Unirritable, not irritable, good-tempered. Unirritant, not irritant. Unirritated, not irritated. Unirritating, not irritating. Utero, of a variety covered by a family of rational curves. Uniroldness, the condition of being unirural. It is, plural of uni. Yarnason, a municipality of the province of Quezon, Philippines. UNASFIR, initialism of UN International Strategy for Disaster Risk Reduction, former name of UNDER. Uranusism, relating to a single season. Unisectarian, composed of one sect. Unisectoral, pertaining to a single sector. Unisegmental, relating to or composed of a single segment. Uniselector, a type of stepping switch able to select on only one axis, formerly widely used in telephone exchanges. Uniselectors, plural of uniselector. Unisensory, of or relating to a single sense means of perception. Unisensual, of or relating to a single sense means of perception. Uniseptate, having a single septum. Unisequence, a unique sequence of bases in a nucleic acid. Unisequences, plural of unisequence. Uniserial, having a single row or series, unbranched, uniseriate. Uniserially, in a uniserial manner. Uniseriate, having a single line or series. Uniseriately, in a uniseriate manner. Uniserate, having only one row of teeth or serrations. Unisex, not distinguished on the basis of sex or gender, suitable for any sex or gender. Unisex, unisex. Unisexual, of an organism having characteristics of a single sex as opposed to hermaphrodites. Unisexuality, the property of being unisexual having characteristics of a single sex, especially in botany, the property of being imperfect, i.e. having only male stamina or female pistils reproductive organs in one flower monoicism or individual dioicism. Unisexualization, the act or process of unisexualizing. Unisexualize, to make unisex. Unisexualize, simple past and past participle of unisexualize. Unisexualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unisexualize. Unisexualizing, present participle and gerund of unisexualize. Unisexually, in a unisexual way. Unisexuals, plural of unisexual. UNISHA, acronym of United Nations International Interim Security Force for ABA. UNISH, relating to or characteristic of the United Nations. UDISH, an international auxiliary language developed in 1996 by a research team at Sejong University, South Korea, drawing vocabulary from 15 representative languages. UNESE, plural of Unisys. UNESE, acronym of Union of Signaling Industry. Unisilicate, a salt of orthosilicic acid where the ratio of oxygen atoms united to the basic metals and silicon respectively is 1:1. Unisilicates, plural of unisilicate. Unisize, of a single size. Unisize, of a single size. Uneski, synonym of monoski, a type of sit-ski. Uniscus, plural of uniski. Unislamic, alternative form of unislamic. Unislamically, not Islamically. Unislamically, alternative spelling of unislamically. Unisolable, not isolable. Unisolate, to free from isolation. Unisolated, not isolated. Unisolate, third person singular simple present indicative of unisolate. Unisolating, present participle and gerund of unisolate. Unisolvent, solvable in one unique manner. Unisymmetric, not isometric. Unisomorphic, not isomorphic. Unison, a public sector trade union in the United Kingdom. Unison, identical pitch between two notes or sounds, the simultaneous playing of notes of identical pitch or separated by one or more octaves. Unisonal, being in unison. Unisomally, in unison. Unisonance, the making of a single sound or voice from multiple ones, unison. Unisonant, of a single sound, producing the same sound. Unisonoric, in an accordion producing the same note whatever the direction of bellows movement. Unisonmass, being in unison, unisonant. Unisons, plural of unison. Unisaurus, having or relating to a single saurus. Unisotropic, not isotropic. Unisparker, an engine component combining ignition points, condenser, centrifugal advance mechanism, and distributor in a single unit. Unisparkers, plural of unisparker. Unispecific, of one species. Monospecific. Unispicate, having a single spike. Unispicular, having a single spicule. Unispiculate, having a single spicule. Unispinose, bearing a single spine. Unispiral, consisting of a single spiral. Unispore, an algal spore that develops within a unilocular sporanium. Unispores, plural of unispore. Unissual, not issuable. Issued, that has not been issued. Unistable, stable when resting on one of its faces. Unistratify, synonym of monostratified. Unistratos, composed of a single layer of cells. Unistructural, having or based on a single structure. Unistructurality, the quality of being unistructural. Unisulcate, having a single sulcus. Rernassus, a winged unicorn. Unisutural, using a single suture. Oneness, singularity. Seen as a component of a whole number, a magnitude of 1. Unit cell, the smallest repeating structure parallelepiped of atoms within a crystal, from which the structure of the complete crystal can be inferred. Unit cells, plural of unit cell. Unit circle, a circle of radius 1. Unit circles, plural of unit circles. Circle. Unit costs, the cost to acquire a unit of a good or service for a specific quantity that is produced or purchased. For example, if it costs the baker 1,000 pesos to produce a batch of biscuits that weigh 50 kilos, then their unit cost per kilo is 20 pesos. Unit costs, plural of unit costs. Unit dis, a set of points on a plane whose distance from a given point is less than or equal to 1. Unit discs, plural of unit disc. Unit fine, a day fine. Unit fines, plural of unit fine. Unit fraction, a fraction whose numerator is 1 and whose denominator is a positive integer. For example, 1 and 2 or 1 and 7. Unit fractions, plural of unit fraction. Unit function, a completely multiplicative function on the positive integers that is defined as equal to 1 for a special value and 0 otherwise. Unit functions, plural of unit function. Unit gyroctor, a gyroctor divided by its length. Unit gyroctors, plural of unit gyroctor. Unit hyperbola, the hyperbola that satisfies the equation x2y2 equals 1. Unit hyperbolas, plural of unit hyperbola. Unit interval, the interval 0, 1, that is the set of all real numbers x such that 0 is less than or equal to x and x is less than or equal to 1. Unit intervals, plural of unit interval. Unit jar, a small insulated Leyden jar placed between an electrical machine and a larger jar or battery so as to announce, by its repeated discharges, the amount of electricity passed into the larger jar. Unit jars, plural of unit jar. Unit load, a number of items packaged together, typically placed on a pallet for ease of handling and transport. Unit loads, plural of unit load. Unit matrices, plural of unit matrix. Unit matrix, synonym of identity matrix. Unit matrices, plural of unit matrix. Unit of account, a standard numerical monetary unit of measurement of the market value of goods, services, and other transactions. Unit of alcohol, 10 milliliters of pure alcohol contained within a beverage. Unit of language, synonym of linguistic unit. Unit of measure, any standardized, reproducible unit that can be used to measure any physical property. Unit of measurement, synonym of unit of measure. Unit of time, any particular time interval used as a standard way of measuring or expressing duration. Unit operation, any simple step in a multi-step chemical engineering process. Examples include distillation, evaporation, mixing, filtration, crystallization, etc. Unit operations, plural of unit operation. Unit price, the price of a standard amount of a good as of weight or volume. For example, if the price of a package of biscuits is 100 pesos and the package's net weight is 250 grams, then the biscuit's unit price per kilo is 400 pesos. Unit prices, plural of unit price. Unit pricing, the use of unit prices. Unit sphere, a sphere with a radius of 1 unit. Unit spheres, plural of unit sphere. Unit tests, an individual test in unit testing. Unit testing, a software testing methodology in which individual unit tests are developed for each small part of a program. Unit tests, plural of unit tests. Unit trusts, a kind of collective investment that pools investors' money into a single managed fund. Unit trusts, plural of unit trusts. Unit vector, a vector with the length of 1 defined as math_u equals math_u/math_u. Unit vectors, plural of unit vector. Unitability, the quality of being unitable. Unitable, capable of being united. Unitaf, initialism of unified task force. Unitet, the determination of the amount of something to be regarded as a unit. Unitedges, plural of unitage. Unitable, of an algebra containing a multiplicative identity element or unit, i.e. an element 1 with the property 1x equals x1 equals x for all elements x of the algebra. Unitalicize, alternative form of unitalicize. Unitalicize, alternative spelling of unitalicized. Unitalicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unitalicized. Unitalicizing, present participle and gerund of unitalicize. Unitalicize, to change text from an italic typeface to a non-italic typeface. Unitalicize, not italicize. Unitalicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unitalicize. Unitalicizing, present participle and gerund of unitalicize. Unitality, the capacity of being unital. Yotiver, initialism of United Nations Institute for Training and Research. Unitard, a skin-tight garment covering the torso and the legs, sometimes the arms and feet. Unitarded, clad in a unitard. Unitards, plural of unitard. Unitarian, alternative letter case form of Unitarian, any Christian who denies the doctrine of the Trinity. Unitarian Universalism, a religion which encourages theological liberalism and an individual search for truth, and the adherents of which draw on many different theological sources and have a wide range of beliefs and practices. Unitarian Universalists, relating to believers of Unitarian Universalism. Unitarian Universalists, plural of Unitarian Universalists. Unitarianism, a Christian theology that God has one part rather than the three equal parts Father, Son, and Holy Spirit posited by Trinitarianism. Unitarianisms, plural of Unitarianism. Unitarianist, Unitarian/Unitarian. Unitarianists, plural of Unitarianists. Unitarianize, to convert to Unitarian views. Unitarianize, simple past and past participle of Unitarianize. Unitarianizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Unitarianize. Unitarianizing, present participle and gerund of Unitarianize. Unitarians, plural of Unitarian. Unitaries, plural of unitary. Unitarily, in a unitary way. Unitariness, the quality or state of being unitary. Unitarization, alternative form of unitarization. Unitarizations, plural of unitarization. Unitarize, alternative spelling of unitarize. Unitarism, a unified and centralized system of government. Unitarisms, plural of unitarism. Unitaris, of or pertaining to Unitarianism. Unitarities, plural of unitarity. Unitarity, the quality or state of being unitary. Unitarizable, able to be unitarized. Unitarization, the act of unitarizing or being unitarized. Unitarizations, plural of unitarization. Unitarize, to convert to a unitary form. Unitarize, simple past and past participle of unitarize. Unitarizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unitarize. Unitarizing, present participle and gerund of unitarize. Unitary, having the quality of oneness. Unitary, authorities, plural of unitary authority. Unitary authority, in local government, a single-tier authority which replaces a two-tier structure. For example, in England, county councils are abolished and their responsibilities are transferred to boroughs and local government districts, but this only applies to some counties, not all. In some cases, complete counties, such as Cornwall and Northumberland, are now unitary authorities without any subdivision into local government districts. Unitary council, a single-tier local authority that has responsibility for all government functions in its area. Unitary councils, plural of unitary council. Unitary government, a form of government in which the powers of all provincial and local governments are specified by a single national government. Unitary governments, plural of unitary government. Unitary group, for given n, the group of n times n unitary matrices with the group operation of matrix multiplication. Unitary groups, plural of unitary group. Unitary matrices, plural of unitary matrix. Unitary matrix, a matrix which when multiplied by its conjugate transpose yields the identity matrix. Unitary matrices, plural of unitary matrix. Unitary psychoses, plural of unitary psychosis. Unitary psychosis, according to 19th century German psychiatry, a single underlying disease process of which all psychoses were surface variations. Unitary state, A state or country that is governed constitutionally as one single unit with one constitutionally created legislature. Unitary states, plural of unitary state. Unitasker, a person who does a single thing at a time. Unitaskers, plural of unitasker. Unitasking, doing a single thing at a time. Unitate, the remainder after dividing a number by any digit. Unitated, simple past and past participle of unitate. Unitates, plural of unitate. Unitating, present participle and gerund of unitate. Unitation, the process of unitating. Unite, to bring together as one. Unitable, alternative form of unitable. United, any of many football teams formed by the amalgamation of smaller ones. United Arab Emirates, a country in Western Asia in the Middle East. Capital, Abu Dhabi. Largest city, Dubai. United Arab Republic, former 1958-61 country in the Middle East composed of the modern states of Egypt and Syria. United Canada, synonym of Province of Canada. United Canadas, synonym of Province of Canada. United Church, a unified church sect comprising formerly separate sects that have joined. United Churches, plural of United Church. United Colonies, the 13 colonies that became the United States of America. United Counties of Leeds and Grenville, a county in Eastern Ontario, Canada, commonly known as Leeds and Grenville or Leeds-Grenville. United Counties of Prescott and Russell, a county in the east of Ontario, Canada. County seat, Elordnal. United Counties of Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, an upper-tier municipality in eastern Ontario, Canada, bordering Quebec and the St. Lawrence River. United Flower, a flower of a kind that has the stamens and pistils in the same flower. United Flowers, plural of united flower. United Inch, a unit of measurement of window frames treating the combined width and height in inches as a single measure of length. United Inches, plural of United Inch. United Ireland, a sovereign state that would cover the whole of the island of Ireland. United Irelander, an Irish nationalist advocating a united Ireland. United Irelanders, plural of United Irelander. United Kingdom, a kingdom and country in Northern Europe comprising the 4 countries of England, Scotland, and Wales on the island of Great Britain and Northern Ireland on the northeastern portion of the island of Ireland since 1922. United Kingdom Independence Party, alternative form of UK Independence Party. United Kingdom of Great Britain, the Kingdom of Great Britain. United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, former official name of the United Kingdom, a country in Northern Europe, in use from 1801-1927 before being renamed by the Royal and Parliamentary Titles Act 1927 following the creation of the Irish Free State in 1922. United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, official name of the United Kingdom, a country in Northern Europe. United Kingdom of Sweden and Norway, alternative form of United Kingdoms of Sweden and Norway. United Kingdoms of Sweden and Norway, former country on the Scandinavian peninsula that existed from 1814 to 1905, now the separate countries of Norway and Sweden. United Mexican States, official name of Mexico, a country in North America. United Micronations, A common title used by an individual intermicronational organization, or, more strictly, an intermicronational organization founded in emulation of the United Nations. United Nations, an international coalition founded in 1945 and headquartered in New York City that aims to promote global cooperation and maintain international order. United Nations Economic and Social Council, one of the 6 principal organs of the United Nations, dedicated to coordinate global economical and social affairs. United Nations General Assembly, one of the 6 principal organs of the United Nations and the only one in which all member nations have equal representation. United Nations Organization, alternative spelling of United Nations Organization. United Nations Organization. Synonym of United Nations. United Netherlands. The United Provinces of the Netherlands, the Republic of the 7 United Netherlands, or the Dutch Republic, a confederation that existed from 1579 until the Batavian Revolution in 1795, a predecessor state of the present-day Netherlands. United Province of Canada. Synonym of Province of Canada. United Provinces. A historic region of India, now the state of Uttar Pradesh. United Queendom. The United Kingdom, when ruled by a queen rather than a king. United Republic of Tanzania. Official name of Tanzania, a country in East Africa. United Stater. An inhabitant or citizen of the United States of America. United Staters. Plural of United Stater. United States. A country in North America also including Hawaii and Oceania, in full United States of America. United States Attorney. A title for some attorneys for the federal government of the United States of America. The head of the government attorney's office and prosecutor's office for a court district in the U.S. Federal District Court system, which represents the government's position. United States Code. A compilation of the statutes of the United States federal government, with sections arranged by topic rather than by date of enactment, and with superseded and expired sections removed. United States English. Synonym of American English. United States Minor Outlying Islands. A collection of islands and archipelagos consisting of various dependent territories of the United States, including Baker Island, Howland Island, Jarvis Island, Johnston Atoll, Kingman Reef, the Midway Islands, Navassa Island, Palmyra Atoll, and Wake Island. United States Note. A type of paper money issued from 1862 to 1971 in the United States. United States Notes. Plural of United States Note. United States of America. A country located primarily in North America, stretching from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean and consisting of 50 states, including Alaska and Hawaii and the District of Columbia, while asserting sovereignty over several territories. Capital, Washington, D.C. Largest city, New York City. United States of Brazil. Name of the country of Brazil between 1889 and 1967. United States of Canada. Collectively, the numerous U.S. states who typically vote for Democrat candidates in U.S. elections, and all provinces and territories of Canada. United States of Europe. A name given to several similar hypothetical scenarios of the unification of Europe as a single nation and a single federation of states, similar to the United States of America. United States of North America. The United States. United States of the Aegean Islands. A Greek state and amicable protectorate of the United Kingdom between 1815 and 1864, including the Ionian Islands and the town of Parga on the adjacent mainland in modern Greece. United States Space Force. The Space Force of the United States, a branch of the U.S. military dedicated to outer space activities and related support activities. United States Uniformed Services, a group of 8 uniformed services of the United States federal government defined by federal law. It includes 6 armed services: the Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Coast Guard, and Space Force, and 2 non-military services: the Public Health Service Commission Corps and the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration Commission Corps. United States Virgin Islands, an archipelago and dependent territory of the United States, part of the Virgin Islands in the Caribbean. Official name: Virgin Islands of the United States. United Stateser, a resident or citizen of the United States. United Statesers, plural of United Stateser. United Statesian, of or pertaining to the United States of America. United Statesians, plural of United Statesian. United Statesman, an inhabitant or citizen of the United States of America. United Statesman, plural of United Statesmen. United Station, a citizen or inhabitant of the United States. United Stations, plural of United Station. United we stand, divided we fall. People are more successful as a group than as individuals. United Statesian, alternative form of United Statesian. United Statesians, plural of United Statesian. Unitedly, in a united manner, together in unison. Unitedness, the quality of being united. United Station, alternative form of United Station. United Stations, plural of United Station. Unitegmic, having or pertaining to a single integument. Unitemized, not itemized. Unitemize, alternative spelling of unitemized. Unitemporal, having a single tempo throughout. Unitentacular, having or relating to a single tentacle. Uniter, agent noun of unite, one who unites. Uniterable, not iterable, incapable of being repeated. Uniter, a subject indexing system having an index based on single words. Uniterminal, having a single terminal. Uniterms, plural of uniter. Unitertorio, involving a single territory. Uniters, plural of uniter. Unites, third person singular simple present indicative of unite. Unitus, second person singular simple present indicative of unite. Uniteth, third person singular simple present indicative of unite. Uni-thieves, alternative letter case form of uni-thieves. Uni-thieves, the Uni-Team alliance during the 2022 Philippine presidential election. Unival, the sodium salt of 2,3-dimercapto-1-propane sulfonic acid, a chelating agent that forms complexes with various heavy metals. Unit holder, an owner of a beneficial interest unit in a financial entity such as an investment trust. Unit holders, plural of unit holder. Unit holding, being the owner of a beneficial interest unit in a financial entity such as an investment trust. Unities, plural of unity. Unite, a chunk of a contag. Unitator, a device that assembles unitigs. Unitating, the assembling of unitigs by means of a unitager. Unitegs, plural of unite. Uniting, present participle and gerund of unite. Unitingly, while uniting, in coming together. Unitings, plural of uniting. Unition, union, the act of uniting or the state of being united. Unitions, plural of unition. Unitization, alternative form of unitization. Unitizations, plural of unitization. Unitize, alternative form of unitize. Unitize, simple past and past participle of unitize. Unitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unitize. Unitizing, present participle and gerund of unitize. Unithism, monism. Unitistic, relating to unitism, monistic. Unititular, owned by a single person or company. Unitive, of causing or involving unity or union. Unitively, in a unitive manner. Unitiveness, the state or quality of being unitive. Unitization, process of unitizing. Unitizations, plural of unitization. Unitize, to manage as a unit. Unitize, simple past and past participle of unitize. Unitizer, one who unitizes. Unitizers, plural of unitizer. Unitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unitize. Unitizing, present participle and gerund of unitize. Unitless, having no units of measurement, such as a ratio or percentage of two numbers which have the same units. Unitlessness, absence of a unit. Unit-like, resembling or characteristic of a unit. Unitude, of an electrical generator, having armatures with one slot for each phase and each pole. Unitransitive, transitive and taking only a single object. Unitary, a unique tree for a set of vertices. Unitrees, plural of unit tree. Unitriangular, of a matrix such that the entries on the main diagonal of an upper or lower triangular matrix are all one. Unitrinities, plural of unitrinity. Unitrinity, alternative letter case form of unitrinity. Unitrust, a form of trust established by a donor to provide an income stream to a beneficiary as a percentage of the principal, returning the remainder to the donor when the trust terminates. Unitcrusts, plural of unitrust. Units, plural of unit. Units of account, plural of unit of account. Units of alcohol, plural of unit of alcohol. Units of measure, plural of unit of measure. Units of measurement, plural of unit of measurement. Units of time, plural of unit of time. Unituberculite, having a single tubercle. Unitubular, constructed from a single tube. Unitu, unity, togetherness. Unitudicate, enclosed in a single tunic-like layer. Unitunicates, plural of unitunicates. Unity, a female given name from English. Unity is strength. Being united makes people stronger. Unity makes strength. Alternative form of unity is strength. Unity of action, the classical unity that states that a play should have one action that it follows, with minimal subplots. Unity of place, the classical unity that states that a play should exist in a single physical space and should not attempt to compress geography, nor should the stage represent more than one place. Unity of time, The classical unity stating that the action of a play should take place over no more than 24 hours. Unityped, having or consisting of a single type. Uniunviculate, having a single nail or claw. Univalent, dissociating into two univalent ions. Yoda, flipping of University College, Oxford. Yodo, abbreviation of university. UNIVAC, acronym of Universal Automatic Computer. Univacuolar, having or concerning a single vacuole. Univalence, the condition of being univalent. Univalency, alternative form of univalence. Univalent, having an atomic valence of 1 or having only one valence. Univalently, in a univalent manner. Univalence, plural of univalent. Univalate, having one raised edge or wall surrounding a depression. Univalue, having a single value. Univalvate, having a single valve. Univalve, having one valve, typically used to refer to mollusks, notably slugs and snails. Univalve, having one valve. Univalves, plural of univalve. Univalvular, having only one valve. Univalve, involving a single variable. Univalvely, using a single variable. Univariance, the condition of being univariant. Univariant, having a single degree of freedom. Univariant, having or involving a single variable. Univariate, alternative form of univariate. Univariately, in a univariate manner. Univariates, plural of univariate. University, pronunciation, spelling of university. Univascular, relating to or affecting a single blood vessel. Univectorial, relating to or by means of a single vector. Erdogan, abbreviation of University of Venda, a university based in South Africa. Univentricular, having a single ventricle. Univerbal, consisting of a single word. Univerbalism, a protologism that provides a shorter way of saying something. Univerbalisms, plural of univerbalism. Univerbate, to cause or to undergo univerbation. Univerbated, simple past and past participle of univerbate. Univerbates, third person singular simple present indicative of univerbate. Univerbating, present participle and gerund of univerbate. Univerbation, the diachronic process of forming a new single word from a fixed expression of several words. Univerbations, plural of univerbation. Univerbative, tending to univerbate, causing univerbation. Univerization, univerbation, or the process of the creation of one. Univerizations, plural of univerization. Univeriz, to cause or to undergo univerbation. Univerbiz, simple past and past participle of univerbiz. Univerbizing, present participle and gerund of univerbiz. Universal, of or pertaining to the universe. Universal algebra, a branch of mathematics dealing with equational classes of algebras where similar theorems from disparate branches of algebra are unified. Universal algebras, plural of universal algebra. Universal arithmetic, algebra Universal Bank, a bank that is both a commercial bank and investment bank, which may also be a retail bank, insurance broker, and slash or provider of other financial services. Universal banking, the activities of a universal bank. Universal banks, plural of universal bank. Universal basic income, a form of social security whereby all citizens or qualified residents receive a sum of money on a regular schedule unconditionally. Universal chuck, a chuck, as for a lathe, having jaws which can be moved simultaneously so as to grasp objects of various sizes. Universal chucks, plural of universal chuck. Universal core syllable condition, the principle that any sequence of a consonant followed by a vowel is tautosyllabic. Universal credit, a welfare benefit in the United Kingdom, replacing previous benefits and tax credits, gradually rolled out from 2013 and expected to cover the whole country by the end of 2024. Universal credit, alternative form of universal credit. Universal design, the design of things to make them accessible to all, regardless of any disability. Universal design for instruction, an educational approach that applies universal design principles to learning environments. Universal donor, a person with blood type O which lacks antigens and is therefore compatible with all other blood types, allowing them to donate blood to any other person. Universal donors, plural of universal donor. Universal Friends, an American Quaker Christian sect from the 1770s to 1860s, the Society of Universal Friends, which followed the teachings of the public universal friend. Universal Grammar, a hypothetical, innate abstract system in the human brain that underlies the grammar of all human languages. Universal Grammars, plural of universal grammar. Universal Grinder, a notional mechanism whereby countable nouns are made uncountable. Universal grinders, plural of universal grinder. Universal instrument, a kind of altitude and azimuth instrument. The object end of the telescope is placed at right angles to the eye end with a prism of total reflection at the angle, and the eye end constitutes a portion of the horizontal axis of the instrument, having the eyepiece at the pivot and in the center of the altitude circle so that the eye has convenient access to both at the same time. Universal instruments, plural of universal instrument. Universal joint, a coupling that allows different parts of a machine not in line with each other some freedom of movement at the same time as transmitting rotary motion. Universal joints, plural of universal joint. Universal jurisdiction, a principle whereby a state claims legal jurisdiction over persons whose alleged crimes were committed outside the boundaries of the prosecuting state, regardless of the accused's nationality, country of residence, or other relationship with the prosecuting country. Universal language, a hypothetical language understood by most or all of the world's people, such as an international auxiliary language. Universal languages, plural of universal language. Universal lever, a machine formed by a combination of a lever with a wheel and axle, in such a manner as to convert the reciprocating motion of the lever into a continued rectilinear motion of some body to which the power is applied. Universal levers, plural of universal lever. Universal masking, a public health policy requiring every person, including asymptomatic people, to wear masks in some particular places in order to stop spreading infectious diseases, especially COVID-19. Universal mind, the union of all individual consciousness. Universal morphism, the terminal object of a comma category from a functor to a fixed object, or dually, the initial object of a comma category from a fixed object to a functor. Universal morphisms, plural of universal morphism. Universal opportunity. Veria Pavidoli and Gazzetti, that opportunity to follow the easy. Jesus will be an option at the time of death. Universal packager, a mechanism whereby uncountable nouns are made countable by grouping into units. Universal Postal Union, a worldwide postal organization, part of the United Nations. Universal Product Code, a barcode symbology used on retail products, encoding 12 digits using 7 bits for each in its main variant, UPCA, and differing slightly from EAN. Universal Product Codes, plural of Universal Product Code. Universal Properties, plural of Universal Property. Universal Property, the property of there being a unique morphism from an arbitrary object to the universal morphism of a comma category, which is from a functor to fixed object, or dually, the property of there being a unique morphism from the universal morphism to an arbitrary object of a comma category, which is from a fixed object to a functor. Caveat, the uniqueness is up to isomorphism. Universal quantifier, the operator, represented by the symbol used in predicate calculus to indicate that a predicate is true for all members of a specified set. Verbal equivalents include for each and for every. Universal quantifiers, plural of universal quantifier. Universal resource locator, uniform resource locator. Universal serial bus, an international standard for interconnecting personal computer devices using simple plugs and sockets and lightweight cables. Universal set, a set large enough to contain all sets under consideration in the current context. Universal sets, plural of universal sets. Universal shunt, synonym of Ayrton shunt. Universal shunts, plural of universal shunt. Universal solvent, the alkist a thea's substance that would be able to dissolve any other substance. Universal solvents, plural of universal solvent. Universal sorter, a mechanism whereby uncountable nouns are made countable and abstract. Universal suffrage, the right to vote in a political election for all citizens who have attained the age of majority and are not disenfranchised under the laws of the country. Universal time, a measure of time that conforms within a close approximation to the mean diurnal rotation of the Earth and serves as the basis of civil timekeeping. Universal Turing machine, a Turing machine capable of simulating the behavior of any Turing machine. Universal Turing machines, plural of universal Turing machine. Universal Unitarian, pertaining to Unitarian Universalism. Universal Unitarians, plural of universal Unitarian. Universal value, a value that has the same value or worth for all or almost all people. Universal values, plural of universal value. Universal veil, a thin layer of tissue which completely surrounds a developing mushroom. Universal veils, plural of universal veil. Universal law, a posteriori international auxiliary language created in 1868 by Jean Pirot. Universalian, of or pertaining to universalism. Universalians, plural of universalian. Universalizability, the quality as of a rule of being able to be applied universally, that is, to any given situation with no exceptions. Universalizable, that can be universalized. Universalization, alternative spelling of universalization. Universalizations, plural of universalization. Universalize, alternative spelling of universalize. Universalize, simple past and past participle of universalize. Universalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of universalize. Universalizing, present participle and gerund of universalize. Universalism, a doctrine of universal salvation. Universalisms, plural of universalism. Universalist, a follower of universalism. Universalist Unitarian, synonym of Unitarian Universalist. Universalist Unitarians, plural of Universalist Unitarian. Universaliste, of or pertaining to universalism. Universalists, plural of universalists. Universalities, plural of universality. Universality, the property of being universal, common to all members of a class. Universalizability, alternative spelling of universalizability. Universalizable, alternative form of universalizable. Universalization, the act or process of universalizing. Universalizations, plural of universalization. Universalize, to make universal. To make consistent or common across all cases. Universalize, simple past and past participle of universalize. Universalizer, one who universalizes. Universalizers, plural of universalizer. Universalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of universalize. Universalizing, present participle and gerund of universalize. Universally, in a universal manner. Universally unique identifier, a 128-bit label used to uniquely identify objects in computer systems. Universalness, the quality or state of being universal. Universals, plural of universal. Universanimus, of one mind, all in agreement, unanimous. Universality, synonym of universality. Universe, the sum of everything that exists in the cosmos, including time and space itself. Universe of discourse, the set of all entities over which quantifiers including for all and there exists range. Universeful, enough to fill a universe. Universefuls, plural of universeful. Universes, plural of universe. Universes of discourse, plural of universe of discourse. Universui, throughout the universe. University, a university, particularly an undistinguished one. Université, an international multi-sport event organized for university athletes. Universités, plural of université. Universism, a movement advocating personal reason and experience and over faith and dogma. Universist, one who exclusively applies personal reason and experience to existential, religious, and moral questions, accepts and is inspired by the natural uncertainty of the human state, and denies the validity of revelation, faith, and dogma. Universists, plural of universists. Universitarian, belonging or relating to or found or gained in a university. Universitarians, plural of universitarian. Universitary, Relating to a university. University. Obsolete spelling of university. Universities. Plural of university. Universities of life. Plural of university of life. Universities of technology. Plural of university of technology. Universities of the streets. Plural of university of the streets. Universitize. To adapt to the norms or standards of a university. Universitize. Simple past and past participle of universitize. Universitizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of universitize. Universitizing. Present participle and gerund of universitize. University. Institution of higher education, typically accepting students from the age of about 17 or 18, depending on country, but in some exceptional cases able to take younger students where subjects are studied and researched in depth and degrees are offered. University City, as city in St. Louis County, Missouri, United States. University College. University College, Oxford. University College, a tertiary educational institution that is a constituent unit of a university and whose degrees are granted through the parent university. University colleges, plural of university college. University extension, the extension of the advantages of university instruction by means of lectures and classes at various centers. University extensions, plural of university extension. University Hall, former name of Clare College, Cambridge. University Hills, an area of South Caloocan, Metro Manila, Philippines. University of Applied Sciences, an institution of higher education which provides tertiary and sometimes quaternary education and grants professional degrees in a variety of subjects that typically lead to careers in, for example, engineering, nursing, commerce. University of California, Davis, a census-designated place in Yolo County, California, United States. University of Life, the real world as a source of instruction as opposed to a formal education. University of Spoiled Children, the University of Southern California. University of Technology, synonym of technological university. University of the Streets, synonym of School of Hard Knocks. University Parks, ellipsis of Oxford University Parks. University Place, a city in Pierce County, Washington, United States. University Professor, synonym of distinguished professor. University Professors, plural of university professor. University Town, synonym of college town. University Towns, plural of university town. Universalists, having no university. University-like, resembling or characteristic of a university. Universityship, the period or status of attending a university. University-wide, throughout a university. Universological, of or pertaining to universology. Universologist, someone who is versed in universology. Universologists, plural of universologists. Universology, the science of the universe. Univesicular, having or involving a single vesicle. Ernui, not ivied, without ivy growing on it. Univocability, the existence of a one-to-one correspondence between signs and grammatical functions. Univocacy, the quality or state of being univocal. Univocal, having only one possible meaning. Univocalic, that uses instances of only one vowel. Univocalics, plural of univocalic. Univocality, the condition of being univocal. Univocalize, to make univocal. Univocalize, simple past and past participle of univocalize. Univocalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of univocalize. Univocalizing, present participle and gerund of univocalize. Univocally, in a univocal manner. Univocalness, quality of being univocal. Univocals, plural of univocal. Univocate, having a single sound or pronunciation. Univocation, agreement of name and meaning. Univocities, plural of univocity. Univocity, the state or essence of being univocal. Univocus, archaic form of univocal. Univoltan, dated form of univoltine. Univoltine, having one brood or generation in a year. Univoltines, plural of univoltine. Univoltinism, the condition of being univoltine. Univorous, liking or consuming only one kind of product. Iodos, plural of univ. Iodos, plural of univ. Univocity, pronunciation spelling of university. UniWB, the technique of using a modified digital camera to capture deliberately distorted images whose image histograms are conducive to making optimum use of the sensor's dynamic range. Unix, alternative form of Unix. Unix, an operating system that shares the original source code by Dennis Ritchie and Ken Thompson. Unix philosophy, an approach to software development based on the experience of developing the Unix operating system, emphasizing the creation of minimalist, modular, extensible code that can be easily maintained and repurposed. Unix time, alternative form of Unix time. Unix time, a widely used date and time representation that measures time by the number of non-leap seconds that have elapsed since 0000 UTC on January 1, 1970. Unix times, plural of Unix time. Unix times, plural of Unix time. Unix Weenie, a Unix system manager. Unix Weenies, plural of Unix Weenie. Unixi, behaving similarly to Unix, often used to describe systems which do not qualify for use of the Unix trademark. Unixen, plural of Unix. Unixes, plural of Unix. Unixesh, resembling or characteristic of Unix. Unixism, an idiom or behavior that is characteristic of the Unix operating system. Unixisms, plural of Unixism. Unixi, alternative form of Unix-like. Unixoi, characteristic or reminiscent of Unix operating systems. Unixoins, plural of Unixoi. Unixi, characteristic or reminiscent of Unix operating systems. Unjab, not having been jabbed. Undah, to dislodge or remove a jack from something. Unjack, not jacked. Unjacketed, not jacketed. Unjacking, present participle and gerund of unjack. Undax. Third person singular simple present indicative of unjack. Unjaded, not jaded. Unjagged, not jagged. Unjail, to release from jail, to set free. Unjailable, unable to be jailed. Unjailbreak, to reverse the jailbreaking modification of an electronic device. Unjailbreaking, present participle and gerund of unjailbreak. Unjailbreaks, third person singular simple present indicative of unjailbreak. And jailbroke, simple past of unjailbreak. Unjailbroken, not jailbroken. Unjailed, not jailed, unincarcerated. Unjailing, present participle and gerund of unjail. Unjails, third person singular simple present indicative of unjail. Undow, to remove a blockage from, to release from being jammed. Unjammable, not jammable, unable to be jammed, immune to jamming. Undap, simple past and past participle of unjam. Unjamming, present participle and gerund of unjam. Undams, third person singular simple present indicative of unjam. Unjangled, not jangled. Unjapanned, not japanned. Unzar, to extract data from a JAR Java archive file. Unjargonized, not jargonized. Unjarred, not jarred or shaken, calm, tranquil. Unjarring, not jarring, smooth. Unjars, third person singular simple present indicative of unjar. Unjaundice, not jaundiced and cynical. Unjaunty, not jaunty. Unjazzed, depressed, melancholy. Unjazzlike, not jazz-like. Unjazzy, not jazzy. Unjealous, not jealous. Unjealously, without jealousy, in an unjealous way. Unjeered, not jeered. Unyelled, not gelled. Unjellied, not jelled. Unjeoparded, not jeoparded. Unjeopardized, alternative form of unjeopardized. Unjeopardized, not jeopardized. Unjure, to cease participating in a circle jerk. Unjert, simple past and past participle of unjerk. Unjerking, present participle and gerund of unjerk. Unjerks, third person singular simple present indicative of unjerk. Unjesting, not jesting. Unjesuitical, not jesuitical. Unjettisoned, not jettisoned. Unjaw, to remove the jewels from. Unjaw, alternative form of unjewel. Unjewelly, present participle and gerund of unjewel. Unjaw, not wearing or covered in jewels. Unjewelly, present participle and gerund of unjewel. Unjaws, third person singular simple present indicative of unjewel. Unjewish, alternative spelling of unjewish. Unjilted, not jilted. Unjingoistic, not jingoistic. Unjinx, to remove a jinx or curse from. unjinxable, unable to be jinxed. Unjinx, simple past and past participle of unjinx. Unjinxes, third person singular simple present indicative of unjinx. Unjinxing, present participle and gerund of unjinx. Unjittery, not jittery. Unjocose, not jocose. Unjocular, not jocular, without good humor. Unjocularly, in an unjocular manner. Unjocund, not jocund. Unjarred, not jarred. Unjoy, to separate or detach things that were joined. Unjoinable, not joinable. Unjoined, simple past and past participle of unjoin. Unjoining, present participle and gerund of unjoin. Unjoins, third person singular simple present indicative of unjoin. Unjoined, to dislocate. Unjointed, not jointed. Unjointedness, the quality of being unjointed. Unjointing, present participle and gerund of unjoint. Unjoints, third person singular simple present indicative of unjoint. Unjointure, not jointured. Unjoking, not joking. Unjokingly, without joking, not in jest, seriously. Unjolly, not jolly, glum. Unjolted, not jolted. Unjostled, not jostled. Unjostling, that does not jostle. Unjournalistic, not journalistic. Unjournalistically, in an unjournalistic manner. Unjournalized, not journalized. Unjourney, not journeyed over. Unjovial, not jovial. Unjoy, the lack or absence of joy, joylessness. Sorrow, grief. Unjoyful, not joyful, unhappy, joyless, sad. Unjoyfully, without joy. Unjoyfulness, the state, quality, or condition of being unjoyful. Unjoyous, not joyous. Unjoyously, without joy. Unjoyousness, the quality of being unjoyous. Unjoys, plural of unjoy. Unjubilant, not jubilant. Unjudgeable, incapable of being judged. Unnud, to remove the office of judge from someone, to unseat. Undudgeable, incapable of being judged. Unuttered, not judge. Unjudgelike, not judge-like. Unjudgmental, alternative spelling of unjudgmental. Unjudgmentally, in an unjudgmental manner. Unidis, third person singular simple present indicative of unjudge. Unjudging, non-judging. Unjudgmental, not judgmental. Unjudgmentally, in an unjudgmental manner. Unjudicable, alternative form of injudicable. Unjudicial, not judicial. Unjudicially, in an unjudicial manner. Unjudicious, injudicious. Unjudiciously, in an unjudicious manner. Unjudiciousness, the quality of being and judicious. Unjuggled, not juggled. Unjustable, unable to be just. Unjust, not just. Unjuicy, not juicy in various senses. Unjumble, to sort or rearrange a jumbled collection into the right order. Unjumbled, simple past and past participle of unjumble. Unjumbles, third person singular simple present indicative of unjumble. Unjumbling, present participle and gerund of unjumble. Unjumpable, not jumpable. Unjunked, not junked. Unjury, without a jury. Unjust, not fair, just or right. Unjust enrichment, a benefit gained at another's expense without legally justifiable grounds, such as one gained by mistake. Unjust enrichments, plural of unjust enrichment. Unjuster, comparative form of unjust, more unjust. Unjustus, superlative form of unjust, most unjust. Unjustus, the lack or absence of justice, injustice. Unjustices, plural of unjustice. Unjusticiable, not justiciable. Unjustifiability, the poverty of being unjustifiable. Unjustifiable, that cannot be justified, excused, or pardoned. Unjustifiableness, the poverty of being unjustifiable. Unjustifiably, in an unjustifiable manner. Unjustify, not justified, having no justification, unwarranted. Unjustifiably, without justification, in an unjustified manner. Unjustifiedness, the quality of being unjustified. Unjustifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unjustify. Unjustify, to remove or negate the justification for. Unjustifying, present participle and gerund of unjustify. Unjustly, in an unjust manner. Unjustness, the quality of being unjust, unfairness. Unjustnesses, plural of unjustness. Unjuvenile, not juvenile. Initialism of university. University of Nebraska at Kearney. A short river in western Shropshire, England, that joins the river Clun at the town of Clun. Unkuk, an unknown unknown. Unkunks, plural of unkunk. Abbreviation of unknown. Uncard, alternative form of unct. Odi, the European fire-bellied toad Bombina bombina. Strange. I'd killed, not having a keel. Again, not keen, lacking in enthusiasm or motivation. Keenly, not keenly. Uncapable. Not capable. Undead, to remove from a keg. Ungagged, simple past and past participle of unkeg. Unkegging, present participle and gerund of unkeg. Ungags, third person singular simple present indicative of unkeg. Ungal, obsolete form of uncle. Unkelba, a surname. Ungals, plural of unkel. Unkempt, obsolete form of uncombed. Unkempt, obsolete form of unkempt. Unkempt, uncombed, disheveled. Unkemptitude, the quality or state of being unkempt. Unkemptly, in an unkempt manner. Unkemptness, the state or condition of being unkempt. Unkempt, to not know, fail to recognize, be ignorant of. Unken reflex, alternative form of unken reflex. Unkenned, unkenned, unknown. Unkenned, unknown. Unkennel, to scare out from a lair or a den. Unkennelled, not kennelled. Unkenneling, present participle and gerund of unkennel. Unkennelled, alternative spelling of unkennelled. Unkenneling, present participle and gerund of unkennel. Unkennels, third person singular simple present indicative of unkennel. Ungetting, unknowing, unaware, ignorant. Unken reflex, alternative letter case form of unken reflex. Ungens, third person singular simple present indicative of unken. Ungent, unknown, strange. Unkept, not kept especially of promises. Unkeratinize, not keratinized. Unkerchiefed, not wearing a kerchief. Unkerned, not kerned. Unket, alternative form of unked. Unke, unkoof. Uddy, to stop transmitting on a two-way radio, etc. Ideed, it tumul. Any present participle and gerund of unkey. Idees, third person singular simple present indicative of unkey. Unkeyworded, without a keyword assigned to it. Unkickable, that cannot be kicked. Unkick, not having been kicked. Ugid, alternative form of lonely, desolate. Unkiddingly, without kidding or joking, in all seriousness. Unkidnap, to recover a person etc. who has been kidnapped. Unkidnapped, not kidnapped. Unkidnapping. Present participle and gerund of unkidnap. Unkidnaps, third person singular simple present indicative of unkidnap. Untie, alternative form of unkai. Unkais, plural of unkai. Ungel, to bring something killed back to life. Unkillability, inability to be killed. Unkillable, not killable, unable to be killed. Unkillableness, the state or condition of being unkillable. Urgel, not having been killed. Urgelling, present participle and gerund of unkill. Urgels, third person singular simple present indicative of unkill. Argelnd, not kiln. Argelt, to loosen a skirt so that it is no longer gathered up around the body. Unkilted, not wearing a kilt. Unkilting, present participle and gerund of unkilt. Adgelt, third person singular simple present indicative of unkilled. Unkind, lacking kindness, sympathy, benevolence, gratitude, or similar, cruel, harsh, or unjust, ungrateful. Unkindness, obsolete form of unkindness. Unkinder, comparative form of unkind, more unkind. Unkindest, superlative form of unkind, most unkind. Unkind-hearted, not kind-hearted, having an unkind disposition or character. Unkindled, not kindled lit, or set alight. Ungilier. Comparative form of unkindly, more unkindly. Ungiliest, superlative form of unkindly, most unkindly. Unkindly, in an unkindly manner. Unkindliness. Unkindness. Unkindling, that does not kindle. Unkindly, not kindly. Unkindness. The state or quality of being unkind. Unkindness is plural of unkindness. Unkindred, not kindred, not of the same kin. Unkindredly, not befitting kindred or family. Unkindling, to remove a king from power. Unkindam, to deprive a monarch of a kingdom. Against, simple past and past participle of unking. Against, present participle and gerund of unking. Ungainliest, superlative form of unkingly, most unkingly. Untamelike, not kinlike. Unkingliness, the state or condition of being unkingly. Unkingly, not kingly. Games, third person singular simple present indicative of unking. Unkingship, the lack of abolition of monarchy. Unkick, to remove the kinks from. Unkinkable, that cannot form kinks. Unkicked, simple past and past participle of unkink. Kinking, present participle and gerund of unkink. Undems, third person singular simple present indicative of unkink. Ungiggy, not kinky in various senses. Unkippered, not kippered. Unturk, synonym of unchurch. Unkirked, simple past and past participle of unkirk. Unkirking, present participle and gerund of unkirk. Unkirks, third person singular simple present indicative of unkirk. Uncurdled, not curdle. Of des, to cancel or annul something that was done or sealed with a kiss. Unkissable, that cannot be kissed, not suitable for kissing. Unkissably, so as to preclude kissing. Unguessed, not kissed, not having been kissed by someone. Unguesses, third person singular simple present indicative of unkiss. Unkissing, present participle and gerund of unkiss. Unguessed, archaic spelling of unkissed. Unkitchy, not kitschy. Actually, obsolete form of uncle. Ironclad, plural of unclear. Abbreviation of unknown. Unnapped, not napped. Unneedable, not needable. Unneeded, not needed. Unkneeling, not kneeling. Unknown, without having a bell rung for one's funeral. Unknown, simple past of unknown. Unknicker, not wearing knickers. Unknight, not having been knifed. Unknight, to deprive of knighthood. Unknighted, not knighted. Unknighting, present participle and gerund of unnight. Unnihili, not nihilike. Unnihiliness, the quality of being innately. Unnihili, not nihili. Unnight, third person singular simple present indicative of unnight. Unnet, to undo knitted stitches by reversing the knitting motion. Unnets, third person singular simple present indicative of unknit. Unnettable, not knittable, unable to be knitted. Unnetter, simple past and past participle of unknit. Unnetting, present participle and gerund of unknit. Unknocked, not knocked or knocked upon. Unknocking, not knocking. Unknown, the totality of genes of unknown function in a genome. Unknowns, plural of unknown. Unknot, a knot theory, a loop that is not knotted. Unknots, plural of unknot. Unknotable, not knottable, in which a knot cannot be tied. Unknotter, simple past and past participle of unknot. Unknottedness, the condition of being unknotted. Unknotting, present participle and gerund of unknot. Unknottings, plural of unknotting. Unknotty, not knotty. Unknow, to undo the process of knowing, to lose knowledge of something. Unknowabilities, plural of unknowability. Unknowability, the quality or state of being unknowable. Unknowable, not knowable, not able to be known. Unknowableness, quality or state of not being knowable. Unknowables, plural of unknowable. Unknowably, in an unknowable way, ineffably. Unknown, obsolete form of unknown. Unknowing, without knowing, ignorant. Unknowingly, without awareness, without intent. Unknowingness, the quality of not knowing, ignorance of something. Unknowings, plural of unknowing. Unknowledge, the lack or absence of knowledge. Unknowledgeable, lacking knowledge, ignorant, naive, or both. Unknowledgeableness, the state or condition of being unknowledgeable, ignorance. Unknowledgeably, without knowledge, in ignorance. Unknowledged, not acknowledged or recognized. Unknown, not known, unidentified, not well known. Unknown known, a certainty of unknown magnitude, consequence, structure, and probability characteristics, something that we don't know that we know. Unknown, plural of unknown known. Unknown number, a phone number that is unfamiliar to the recipient. Unknown numbers, plural of unknown number. Unknown quantities, plural of unknown quantity. Unknown quantity, a person or thing whose nature or value is a mystery. Unknown soldier, the representative of military personnel who have died unidentified without proper burial, usually in war. Unknownum, an uncertainty of unknown magnitude, consequence, structure, and probability characteristics, possibly with completely unsuspected existence. Something that we don't know that we don't know. Unknown and then plural of unknown, unknown. Unknownly, mysteriously, without a known reason or cause. Unknownness, the condition of being unknown. Unknownnesses, plural of unknownness. Unknowns, those U.S. military personnel who have died in service, usually in war without proper burial. Unknownst, alternative form of unbeknownst. Unknown, third person singular simple present indicative of unknown. Unknown, not known. Uncodate, not photographed. Unpoopy, not kooky. Unkosher, not kosher. Unkosher, not koshered. Untie, unjul. Hummel, initialism of University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Unlabeled, synonym of the label. Unlabeled, not labeled, having no label. Unlabeling, present participle and gerund of unlabel. Unlabeled, not labeled, having no label. Unlabeling, present participle and gerund of unlabel. Unlabels, third person singular simple present indicative of unlabel. Unladealize, not ladealize. Unlay it, not lay it. Unlabor, alternative spelling of unlabored. Unlaboring, alternative form of unlaboring. Unlaborious, not laborious. Unlaboriously, in an unlaborious manner. Unlaboriousness, the quality of being unlaborious. Unlabor, not labored. Unlaboring, not engaging in labor. Unlace, to remove the knot from laces, to undo laces. Unlace, with laces untie. Unlacerated, not lacerated. Unlaces, third person singular simple present indicative of unlace. Unlacrimose, not lacrimose. Unlacing, present participle and gerund of unlace. Unlackey, without a lackey or servant. Unlaconic, not laconic. Unlacquered, not lacquered. Unladdered, not laddered, without a ladder in them. Unlay, to unload. Unlaid, simple past and past participle of unlaid. Unladen, not carrying anything, unburdened. Unlaids, third person singular simple present indicative of unlay. Unladylike, rare spelling of unladylike. Unlading, present participle and gerund of unlaid. Unladings, plural of unlading. Unladylike, alternative form of unladylike. Unladylike, not ladylike, ill-mannered. Unladylike lie, alternative form of unladylike. Unladylike, in an unladylike manner. Unladylikeness, the quality of being unladylike, conduct not befitting a lady. Unlauder, not laughed. Unlagged, not lagged. Unlagging, not lagging and tiring. Unlay-sized, not lay-sized. Unlay, not laid. Unlame, not lame. Unlamed, not lamed. Unlamentable, not lamentable. Unlamented, not lamented. Unlamenting, not lamenting. Unlaminated, not laminated. Unlampooned, not lampooned. Unlanced, not having been lanced. Unlandable, not landable. Unlanded, not owning land. Unlandmarked, without landmarks. Unlandscaped, not landscaped. Unlanguage, not expressed with language. Unlanguid, not languid. Unlanguishing, not languishing. Unlanguorous, not languorous. Lantern, without a lantern. Unlap, to unfold or unroll. Unlapelled, having no lapels. Unlapped, simple past and past participle of unlap. Unlapping, present participle and gerund of unlap. Unlaps, third person singular simple present indicative of unlap. Unlapsed, not lapsed. Unlapsing, that does not lapse. Unlarded, not larded. Unlarged, not large, small. Unlascivious, not lascivious. Unlaser, not having been lasered. Unlash, to unfasten. Unlash, simple past and past participle of unlash. Unlashes, third person singular simple present indicative of unlash. Unlasher, present participle and gerund of unlash. Unlasso, to remove a lasso from. Unlassoed, simple past and past participle of unlasso. Unlassoing, present participle and gerund of unlasso. Unlassos, third person singular simple present indicative of unlasso. Unlast, to fail to last. Unlasted, simple past and past participle of unlasts. Unlasting, present participle and gerund of unlasts. Unlasts, third person singular simple present indicative of unlast. Unlatch, remove from a latch. Unlatch, of a gate, etc. not latched, or that has been unlatched. Unlatcher, one who or that which unlatches. Unlatchers, plural of unlatcher. Unlatches, third person singular simple present indicative of unlatch. Unlatching, present participle and gerund of unlatch. Unlatchings, plural of unlatching. Unlateralize, not lateralized. Unlit, not lit. Unlattered, not leathered. Unlatinate, which does not or seems not to follow the Latin language's grammatical rules correctly. Unlatined, ignorant of the Latin language. Unlatinized, not Latinize. Unlattice, not latticed. Unlaudable, not laudable, deserving no praise. Unlaudably, in a way that is not laudable. Unlaudatory, not laudatory. Unlauded, not lauded, given no praise. Unlaugh, to recall former laughter. Unlaughable, not laughable, at which one cannot or should not laugh. Unlaughed, simple past and past participle of unlaugh. Unlaughing, not laughing. Unlaughingly, without laughing, seriously, solemnly. Unlaughs, third person singular simple present indicative of unlaugh. Unlaughter, the act of not laughing when laughter is expected, for instance after the telling of a joke, leading to social uncomfortability. A lunch, to undo or reverse the launching of. Unlaunchable, that cannot be launched. A lunch, not launch. Lunches, third person singular simple present indicative of unlaunch. A launching, present participle and gerund of unlaunch. Unlaunder, that has not been laundered. Unlaurel, not crowned with laurel. Unlaurel, alternative form of unlaurel. Unlavaged, not lavaged. Unlaved, not laved and washed. Unlaving, not washing, not bathing. Unlavish, not lavish. Unlavish, not lavish. Unlavishly, in an unlavish manner. Unlaw, a crime, an illegal action. Unlawed, simple past and past participle of unlaw. Unlawful, prohibited, not permitted by law either civil or criminal law. See illegal, wrongful. Unlawful death, criminal homicide of a human being, manslaughter or murder or infanticide. Unlawful deaths, plural of unlawful death. Unlawful detainer, the act of retaining possession of property without legal right. Unlawful non-citizen, synonym of illegal alien. Unlawful non-citizens, plural of unlawful non-citizen. Unlawfulness, archaic spelling of unlawfulness. Unlawfully, in a manner not conforming to the law. Unlawfulness, the state of being unlawful. Unlawfulnesses, plural of unlawfulness. Unlawing, present participle and gerund of unlaw. Unlawly, not according to law, illegal. Unlaws, plural of unlaw. Unlawyer, without a lawyer. Unloyally, not loyal-like. Unlawyerly, not lawyerly, not like, or not befitting a lawyer. Unlax, to relax. Unlax, simple past and past participle of unlax. Unlaxes, third person singular simple present indicative of unlax. Unlaxing, present participle and gerund of unlax. Unlay, to and twist. Unlayable, impossible to lay. Unlayer, not litter. Unlaying, present participle and gerund of unlay. Unless, third person singular simple present indicative of unlay. Unlay, not lazy. Unleachable, not leachable. Unleach, not leach. Unlay, to take away the leaden seals from the bales of transit goods. Unlaynable, incapable of being led. Unleaded, without lead. Unleaded, plural of unleaded. Unleaderly, not leadily. Unleading, present participle and gerund of unlead. Unleads, third person singular simple present indicative of unlead. Unlay, alternative spelling of unleave. Unlayet, simple past and past participle of unleave. Unleaving, present participle and gerund of unleave. Unlayers, third person singular simple present indicative of unleave. Unleavy, not leavy. Unlight, not united or combined. Unlikable, not leakable. Unliked, not having been leaked. Unleaking, not leaking. Unleaky, not leaky. Unloyal, disloyal. Unlearn, not lean. Unlearn, to discard the knowledge of. Unlearnability, the quality of being unlearnable. Unlearnable, not able to be learned. Unlearnably, in an unlearnable way. Unlearn, ignorant, uneducated, untaught, untrained. Unlearnedly, in an unlearned manner. Unlearnedness, the state or condition of being unlearned, lack of education. Unlearner, one who unlearns something. Unlearners, plural of unlearner. Unlearning, present participle and gerund of unlearn. Unlearnings, plural of unlearning. Unlearns, third person singular simple present indicative of unlearn. Unlearned, simple past and past participle of unlearn. Unleasable, not leasable. Unleased, not leased. Unleash, to free from a leash or as from a leash. Unleashable, unable to be leashed or restrained. Unleash, simple past and past participle of unleash. Unleasher, one who unleashes. Unleashers, plural of unleasher. Unleashes, third person singular simple present indicative of unleash. Unleashing, the act by which something is unleashed. Unleashings, plural of unleashing. Unleash, rare spelling of unleashed. Unleather, not leather. Unleavable, not leavable, that cannot be left or departed from. Unleave, to remove the leaves from. Unleaved, simple past and past participle of unleave. Unleavenable, that cannot be leavened. Unleavened, without any yeast or other raising agent. Unleavened bread, bread that is unleavened, made without a raising agent such as yeast. Unleavened breads, plural of unleavened bread. Unleavenedness, the state or condition of being unleavened, immoderation, unrestraint. Unlayers, third person singular simple present indicative of unleave. Unleaving, present participle and gerund of unleave. Unlecturous, not lecherous. Unlecture, of a person, not instructed by lectures. Unult, not led, without guidance or leadership. Unleary, not leery. Unlegacy, without a legacy. Unaidal, not connected with the law. Unlegalized, alternative spelling of unlegalized. Unlegalistic, not legalistic. Unlegalized, not legalized. Unlegendary, not legendary. Unlegislate, to undo or annul legislation. Unlegislated, not legislated. Unlegislates, third person singular simple present indicative of unlegislate. Unlegislating, present participle and gerund of unlegislate. Unlegislative, not legislative. Unlegitimizable, not legitimizable. Unlegitimized, not legitimized. Unleisure, not leisured. Unleisuredness, absence of leisure. Unleisurely, not leisurely. Unlemmatized, not lemmatized. Unlendable, not lendable. Unlengthened, not having been lengthened. Unwinne, not winne. Unwinnow, not winnowing. Unlenita, lacking lenition. Unlensed, not lens. Unlent, not lent. Unlesioned, without a lesion. Unless, except on a specified condition, if not. Unless, obsolete. Spelling of unless. Unlessen, unless. Unlessened, not lessened. Unlessening, not making or becoming less. Unlessened, uneducated, ignorant. Unless, precisely unless. Unlet, not let not in temporary possession in return for rent. Unleal, not leal. Unlettable, of a property impossible to let. Unletted, unhindered, unrestricted. Unletter, not instructed in letters, not educated, unable to read. Unletteredness, the state or condition of being unlettered, illiteracy. Unlettering, the removal of a letter or letters. Unletterlike, not letter-like. Unlevel, not level. Unleveled, not leveled. Unleveling, present participle and gerund of unlevel. Unlevelized, not levelized. Unleveled, alternative form of unlevel. Unleveling, present participle and gerund of unlevel. Unlevelly, in an unlevel manner. Levelness, the quality of being level. Unlevels, third person singular simple present indicative of unlevel. Unleverage, not having been leveraged. Unlevy, not levy. Unlevigated, not levigated. Ud, not lewd. Unlex, not lexed. Unlexical, not lexical. Unlexicalized, alternative spelling of unlexicalized. Unlexicalized, not lexicalized. Unlexicographical, not lexicographical. Unlay, a suburb of Adelaide, South Australia. Unlie, unlimited. Unliability, the quality of being liable. Unliable, not liable. Unlibeled, alternative form of unlibeled. Unlibeled, not libeled. Unlibelous, not libelous. Unliberal, illiteral. Unliberalized, not liberalized. Unliberated, not liberated, unfree. Unlibertarian, not libertarian. Unlibidinous, not libidinous. Unlibrarianly, not librarianly. Unlicensed, alternative spelling of unlicensed. Unlicensed, to cause no longer to be licensed, to annul the licensing of. Unlicensed, not licensed, not officially authorized. Unlicenses. Third person singular simple present indicative of unlicensed. Unlicensing, present participle and gerund of unlicensed. Unlicentious, not licentious. Unlikened, not covered in lichen. Unlichenized, not lichenized. Unlickable, incapable of or unsuitable for being licked. Unliked, not licked. Unlicorice, not licorice. Unled, to remove the lid from. Unleaded, simple past and past participle of unled. Unleading, present participle and gerund of unled. Unled, third person singular simple present indicative of unled. Unlao, not winnable. Unlife, a state of being that is not life but may resemble it. Unlifelike, not lifelike. Unlifelikeness, the state or condition of being unlifelike. Unliftable, impossible to lift. Unlifted, not lifted. Unlifting, that does not lift or abate. Unliganted, having no ligand, especially of a protein deprived of any small molecule that it is sometimes associated with. Unligatable, not ligatable. Unligated, not ligated. Unligature, not ligatured. Unlight, to extinguish, turn off, or dim the light from. Unlightable, incapable of being illuminated or made light or bright. Unable to affix with a light. Unlighted, not lit. Unlightedness, the quality of being unlighted. Unlightened, not lightened, made lighter in tone or color. Unlighting, present participle and gerund of unlight. Unlights, third person singular simple present indicative of unlight. Unlignify, not lignify. Unlikability, the quality of being unlikable. Unlikable, not likable. Unlikableness, alternative spelling of unlikableness. unlikably, in an unlikable manner. Unlike, not like, dissimilar to, having no resemblance, unilike. Unlike-minded, not like-minded. Unlikability, alternative form of unlikability. Unlikable, alternative spelling of unlikable. Unlikableness, the quality of being unlikable. Unlikably, alternative spelling of unlikably. Unlike, not liked, lacking approval or popularity. Unlikelier, comparative form of unlikely. More unlikely. Unlikelies, plural of unlikely. Unlikeliest, superlative form of unlikely, most unlikely. Unlikelihood, absence of likelihood, the state of being unlikely or improbable, improbability. Unlikelihoods, plural of unlikelihood. Unlikely, in an unlikely manner. Unlikeliness, the property of being unlikely, improbability. Unlikelinesses, plural of unlikeliness. Unlikely, not likely, improbable, not to be reasonably expected. Unlike him, to make unlike or describe as being unlike. Unlikened, simple past and past participle of unliken. Unlikeness, the state of being unlike. Unlikenesses, plural of unlikeness. Unlikening, present participle and gerund of unliken. Unlikened, third person singular simple present indicative of unliken. Unlikes, third person singular simple present indicative of unlike. Unliking, present participle and gerund of unlike. Unlimb, to remove a limb or limbs from. Unlimbed, simple past and past participle of unlimb. Unlimber, to deploy an artillery piece for firing, i.e. to detach it from its limber. Unlimber, simple past and past participle of unlimber. Unlimbering, present participle and gerund of unlimber. Unlimbers, third person singular simple present indicative of unlimber. Unlimbing, present participle and gerund of unlimb. Unlimb, third person singular simple present indicative of unlimb. Unlime, to remove the lime from hides as part of the tanning process. Unlimed, not limed, not treated with lime. Unlimes, third person singular simple present indicative of unlime. Unlining, present participle and gerund of unlime. Unlimit, to free from limitations. Unlimitable, that cannot be limited, illimitable. Unlimitably, illimitably. Unlimited, limitless or without bounds, unrestricted. Unlimited companies, plural of unlimited company. Unlimited company, a company in which the liability of members or subscribers of the company is not limited to what they have invested or guaranteed to the company. Unlimited pump, a kind of deep well pump placed at the level of the water and operated from above ground. Unlimited pumps, plural of unlimited pump. Unlimited register machine, a particular type of theoretical computer with infinitely many memory cells, called registers, and formal rules to determine the machine's behavior based on their contents. unlimited register machines, plural of unlimited register machine. Unlimitedly, in an unlimited way. Unlimitedness, the characteristic of being unlimited, infinity. Unlimiting, not limiting. Unlimitless, limitless, unbounded. Unlimits, third person singular simple present indicative of unlimit. Unlimbed, not limbed or depicted. Unlimbing, not limping, walking without a limp. Unline, to remove or separate the lining from. Unlineal, not lineal, not of a family line. Unlinearize, not linearized. Unline, without lining, without liner. Unliner, not furnished with a liner. Unlines, third person singular simple present indicative of unline. Unlingering, not lingering. Unlinguistic, not linguistic. Unlining, present participle and gerund of unline. Unlink, to decouple, to remove a link from, or separate the links of. Unlinkability, the quality of being unlinkable. Unlinkable, that cannot be linked. Unlinked, simple past and past participle of unlink. Unlinker, a program or process that unlinks. Unlinkers, plural of unlinker. Unlinking, present participle and gerund of unlink. Unlinks, third person singular simple present indicative of unlink. Unlionize, not lionized. Unliami, not liami. Unlipidated, not lipidated. Unlipped, not provided with a lip. Unlipstick, not wearing lipstick. Unliquefiable, not liquefiable. Unliquefy, not liquefied. Unliquid, not liquid. Unliquidatable, not liquidatable. Unliquidated. Not liquidated, unascertained. Unliquidated damages, an amount owed to a plaintiff in a lawsuit by the defendant that cannot be determined by operation of law, such as the value of pain and suffering in a tort case. Unliquidating, not liquidating. Unliquefy, not liquefy. Unliquor, not intoxicated. Sober. Unlisping, not lisping. Unless, to undo the process of listing, to remove something from a list. Unlistable, that cannot be listed. Unlisted, not included in a list. Unlisten, to cease to listen for incoming signals. Unlistenability, the incapability or impassibility of listening to something, such as music. Unlistenable, of a sound quality or characteristic that a person cannot long listen to. Unlistenably, in an unlistenable way. Unlistened, not listen with to, for, etc. Unlistening, not listening. Unlistens, third person singular simple present indicative of unlisten. Unlisting, present participle and gerund of unless. Unlessed, third person singular simple present indicative of unlist. Not lit. Unliteral, not literal. Unliterally, in an unliteral way. Unliteralness, quality of being unlittle. Unliterariness, the quality of being unliterary. Unliterary, not associated with literature, especially not associated with artistic literature. Unliterate, not literate, illiterate. Unlithify, not converted into stone. Unlitigated, not litigated. Unlitten, unlit. Unlitter, not littered. Unlittle, not little. Unliturgical, not liturgical. Unlivable, that cannot be lived. Unlivableness, the state or condition of being unlivable. Unlivably, in a manner that is unconducive to living. Unlive, to bury or deprive of life, make unalive. Unlivable, alternative spelling of unlivable. Unlivable-s, alternative form of unlivableness. Unlivably, alternative form of unlivably. Unlived, that has not been lived. Unliveliness, the quality of lively. Unlively, not lively. Unlivened, not livened, unenlivened. Unlivery, not dressed in or supplied with a livery. Unlives, third person singular simple present indicative of unlive. Unliving, not living, unalive, dead, inanimate. Unlivingness, the state or condition of being unliving. Unlizard-like, not lizard-like. Unload, to remove the load or cargo from a vehicle, etc. Unloadable, not loadable, that cannot be loaded. Unloaded, simple past and past participle of unload. Unloaden, past participle of unload. Unloader, one who or that which unloads. Unloaders, plural of unloader. Unloading, present participle and gerund of unload. Unloadings, plural of unloading. Unloads, third person singular simple present indicative of unload. Unloanable, not loanable. Unloaned, not loaned. Unload, not loath, willing, unaverse. Unloathed, not loathed. Unloathsome, not loathsome. Unloathsomeness, the quality of being loathsome. Unloved, not loathed. Unlobe, not lobe. Unlobotomized, not lobotomized. Unlocal, not local. Unlocalized, alternative form of unlocalized. Unlocalizable, that cannot be localized. Unlocalize, to remove from a locality. Unlocalized, not localized. Unlocalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unlocalized. Unlocalizing, present participle and gerund of unlocalize. Unlocally, not locally. Unlocatable, not locatable, impossible to locate. Unlocated, that has not been located, the location of which is unknown. Unlie, to undo or open a lock or something locked by. For example, turning a key or selecting a combination. Unlockability. The property of being able to be unlocked. Unlockable. Not capable of being locked. Unlockables. Plural of unlockable. Unlock. Not secured or protected by a lock. Unlocker. One who or that which unlocks. Unlockers. Plural of unlocker. Unlocking. Gerund of unlock. The act by which something is unlocked. Unlockings. Plural of unlocking. Unlocks. Third person singular simple present indicative of unlock. Unlocomotive. Not inclined to move around. Unlod. To dislodge. Unlod. Simple past and past participle of unlodge. Unlodges. Third person singular simple present indicative of unlodge. Unlodging. Present participle and gerund of unlodge. Unloftily. In an unlofty manner. Unlofty. Not lofty. Unlogarithmize. Of a number or quantity. Not logarithmized. Not in logarithms. Unlawed. Where logging cutting down of trees has not taken place. Unlogic. Want or absence of logic, illogic. Unlogical. Not logical, illogical. Unlogically. In an unlogical way. Unlonely. Not lonely. Unlonesome. Not lonesome. Unlooked. Unlooked for, unanticipated, unexpected. Unlooked for. Not expected or anticipated, unforeseen. Unlooked at. Not looked at, unregarded. Unlooked for. Alternative form of unlooked for. Unlooking. Not looking, unseeing or unregarding. Oh. To remove a loop from. To unfasten from a loop. Unloopable. That cannot be looped. Unlooped. Not looped. Not forming a loop. Unlooper. A device used to break a smart card's microcontroller out of an infinite loop state that makes it otherwise unusable. Unloopers. Plural of unlooper. Unmoving. Present participle and gerund of unloop. Unmoops. Third person singular simple present indicative of unloop. Unloosable. That cannot be loosened. Unloose. To loosen or undo something that entangles, fastens, holds, or interlocks. Unloosed. Simple past and past participle of unloose. Unloosed. Second person singular simple past indicative of unloose. Unloosen. To unloose. To loosen. Unloosenable. That cannot be loosened. Unloosened. Simple past and past participle of unloosen. Unloosening. Present participle and gerund of unloosen. Unloosens. Third person singular simple present indicative of unloosen. Unlooser. One who unlooses. Unloosers. Plural of unlooser. Unlooses. Third person singular simple present indicative of unloose. Unloosest. Second person singular simple present indicative of unloose. Unloose. Third person singular simple present indicative of unloose. Unloosing. Present participle and gerund of unloose. Unloadable, unable to be looted. Unlooted, not having been looted. Unlocked, that has not been locked. Unloquacious, not loquacious, having little to say. Unloquaciousness, the quality of being unloquacious. Unlord, to remove from the rank or position of lord. Unlorded, simple past and past participle of unlord. Unlording, present participle and gerund of unlord. Unlordly, not lordly. Unlords, third person singular simple present indicative of unlord. Unlosability, the quality of being unlosable. Unlosable, that cannot be lost, not losable. Unlur, to recover something lost, to find again. Unlosable, alternative form of unlosable. Unlosableness, the state or condition of being unlosable. Unludus, third person singular simple present indicative of unlose. Unlosing, present participle and gerund of unlose. Unlossy, not lossy. Unlost, not lost. Unlotioned, not having had lotion applied. Unlotted, not subdivided into lots. Unlousy, not lousy. Unlouver, not louver. Unloved, not louved. Unlovability, the quality of being unlovable. Unlovable, not lovable. Unlovableness, the quality of being unlovable. Unlovably, in an unlovable manner. Although, the lack, absence, or omission of love, lovelessness, enmity, neglect, hate. Unlovability, alternative spelling of unlovability. Unlovable, alternative spelling of unlovable. Unlovableness, alternative form of unlovableness. Unlovably, alternative form of unlovably. Unloved, not loathed. Unlovedness, the state or condition of being unloved. Unlovelier, comparative form of unlovely, more unlovely. Unlovely, plural of unlovely. Unloveliest, superlative form of unlovely, most unlovely. Unlovely, in an unlovely manner. Unloveliness, the state or condition of being unlovely, ugliness. Unlovelinesses, plural of unloveliness. Unlovely, unattractive, ugly. Unlover-like, alternative form of unlover-like. Unloverly, not lover-like. Unloverliness, the state or condition of being unloverly. Unloverly, not loverly. Unloved, third person singular simple present indicative of unlove. Unloving, not loving. Unlovingly, in an unloving manner, without giving love. Unlovingness, quality of being unloving. Unlowerable, unable to be lowered. Unlower, not lowered. Unlowly, not lowly. Unloyal, not loyal. Unloyally, in an unloyal manner. Unloyalty, the quality of being unloyal, disloyalty. Unlubricated, unlubricated, not lubricated, unlubricious, not lubricious, unlucent, not lucent, unlucid, not lucid, unluck, absence or lack of luck, lucklessness, bad luck, misfortune, unluckier, comparative form of unlucky, more unlucky, unluckiest, superlative form of unlucky, most unlucky, unluckily, without luck, unfortunately, unluckiness, the state, quality, or condition of being unlucky or unfortunate, misfortune. Unluckinesses, plural of unluckiness. Unlucky, obsolete form of unluckily. Unlucky. Unfortunate, marked by misfortune. Unlucky for some. 13. Unlucrative, not lucrative. Unludicrous, not ludicrous. Unodd, constructed without lugs. Unlugubrious, not lugubrious. Unlulled, not having been lulled. Unluminize, not luminize. Unluminous, not luminous. Unlumped, not lumped together, not treated as a single unit. Lunar, not lunar. Lunch, not having eaten lunch. Unlunched, lacking lungs. Unlost, displeasure is like. Unlustful, not lustful. Unlustfully, in an unlustful manner. Unlustiness, qualitative in lusty. Unlustrous, not lustrous, without luster. Unlusts, plural of unlusts. Unlusty, not lusty. Unlured, to separate as things cemented or luted, to take the lute or clay from. Unloaded, simple past and past participle of unloot. Unloads, third person singular simple present indicative of unloot. Unloading, present participle and gerund of unloot. Unluxuriant, not luxuriant. Unluxurious, not luxurious. Unluxuriously, in a manner that is characterized by the absence of luxury. Unluxury, absence of luxury. I love initialism of University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Lying, not lying. Telling the truth. Unlynch, not lynch. Unlyrical, not lyrical. Unlyrically, in an unlyrical fashion. Unlies, not lies. Initialism of University of New Mexico. Abbreviation of unmarried. Unmacadamized, alternative form of unmacadamized. Unmacadamized, not macadamized. Unmacerated, not macerated. Unmachicolated, having no machicolations. Unmachinable, not machinable. Unmachined, not machined. Unmacho, not macho. Not mad. Sane. Unmaddened, not maddened. Unmatter, comparative form of unmad, more unmad. Unmaddest, superlative form of unmad, most unmad. Unmade, that is not yet made. Unmade road, a road that lacks a hard, smooth surface like asphalt or concrete, instead consisting of natural materials like gravel, dirt, or crushed stone. Unmade roads, plural of unmade road. Unmadeness, the quality or characteristic of being unmade. Unmagic, to deprive of magic or of magical prowess. Unmagical, not magical, without the aid of magic. Unmagically, in an unmagical way. Unmagic, unaffected by or deprived of magic. Unmagisterio, not magisterial. Unmagistrate, to strip of the office or authority of magistrate. Unmagistrated, simple past and past participle of unmagistrate. Unmagistrates, third person singular simple present indicative of unmagistrate. Unmagistrating, present participle and gerund of unmagistrate. Unmagnanimous, not magnanimous. Unmagnanimously, in an unmagnanimous manner. Unmagnetic, not magnetic. Unmagnetical, not magnetical. Unmagnetized, alternative spelling of unmagnetized. Unmagnetizable, not magnetizable. Unmagnetize, synonym of demagnetize. Unmagnetized, not magnetized. Unmagnetize is third person singular simple present indicative of unmagnetize. Unmagnetizing, present participle and gerund of unmagnetize. Unmagnifiable, not magnifiable. Unmagnificently, in a way that is not magnificent. Unmagnify, not magnified. Unmagnifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unmagnify. Unmagnify, to make to appear smaller, to undo the magnification of. Unmagnifying, present participle and gerund of unmagnify. Unmaiden, to take the maidenhood virginity of, to deflower. Unmaiden, simple past and past participle of unmaiden. Unmaidening, present participle and gerund of unmaiden. Unmaidenly, not maidenlike. Unmaidenliness, the state or condition of being unmaidenly. Unmaidenly, not maidenly. Unmaidens, third person singular simple present indicative of unmaiden. Unmail, to undo the act of mailing, to recover from the postal system before delivery. Unmailable, that cannot be mailed or sent by post. Unmail, not sent by mail. Unmailing, present participle and gerund of unmail. Unnails, third person singular simple present indicative of unmail. Unmaimed, not maimed. Unharmed, uninjured. Unmaintainability, the state or condition of being unmaintainable. Unmaintainable, not maintainable. Unmaintain, not maintained. Unmajestic, not majestic. Unmajestically, in an unmajestic way. Unmakeable, alternative spelling of unmakeable. Unmake, to destroy or take apart, to cause a made article to lose its nature. Unmakeable, unable to be made in various senses. Unmaker, one who or that which unmakes, a destroyer. Unmakers, plural of unmaker. Unmakes, third person singular simple present indicative of unmake. Unmakeup, not wearing makeup. Unmaking, present participle and gerund of unmake. Unmakings, plural of unmaking. Unmalevolent, not malevolent. Unmalicious, not malicious. Unmaliciously, in a way that is not malicious. Unmalign, not malign. Unmalignant, not malignant. Unmalign, not malign. Unmalleability, the quality of being malleable. Unmalleable, not malleable. Unmallably, in an unmalleable manner. Unmauled, without shopping malls. Unmaltable, unable to be malted. Unmalted, not malted, ungerminated. Unmammalian, not mammalian. To divest of humanity. Unmanacle, to release from manacles. Unmanacled, simple past and past participle of unmanacle. Unmanacles, third person singular simple present indicative of unmanacle. Unmanacling, present participle and gerund of unmanacle. Unmanageable, misspelling of unmanageable. Unmanage, to cease to manage, to relinquish ownership or control of. Unmanageability, unmanageableness. Unmanageable, not manageable, not readily submitting to handling or management, not easily restrained, governed, or directed. Unmanageableness, the state or quality of being unmanageable. Unmanageably, in an unmanageable manner, uncontrollably. Unmanaged, not managed. Unmanaged code, source code that is compiled into native code for execution rather than executing only under Microsoft's Common Language Runtime. Unmanagerio, not manageo. Unmanages, third person singular simple present indicative of unmanage. Unmanaging, present participle and gerund of unmanage. Unmandated, not mandated. Unmained, not having a main. Unmaneuverability, the quality of being unmaneuverable. Unmaneuverable, not maneuverable. Unmaneuver, not maneuvered. Unmanful, not manful. Unmanfully, in an unmanful manner. Unmanfulness, the quality of being unmanful, effeminacy. Unmango, to restore the original form of something previously mangled. Unmangled, not mangled. Unmangles, third person singular simple present indicative of unmangle. Unmangling, present participle and gerund of unmangle. Unmaniacal, not maniacal. Unmanicured, not manicured. Unmanifest, not manifest. Unmanifestable, that cannot be manifested. Unmanifested, not manifested. Unmanifesting, not manifesting itself, remaining hidden. Unmanipulable, that cannot be manipulated. Unmanipulatable, not able to be manipulated. Unmanipulated, not manipulated. Unmanlier, comparative form of unmanly, more unmanly. Unmanliest, superlative form of unmanly. Most unmanly. Unmanlike, not manlike. Unmanly, in an unmanly manner. Unmanliness, the property of being unmanly, sissiness. Unmanlinesses, plural of unmanliness. Unmanly, showing characteristics that are not manly, such as being immature, effeminate, or cowardly, which might be construed as an indicator of weakness or of baseness of character. Unman, not operated by a person or a crew. Unmare, one who unmans. Unmanner, having poor manners or social skills, ill-mannered, rude. Unmannerly, in an unmannered way, rudely. Unmanliness, the quality of being unmanly, rudeness. Unmanly, not mannerly polite, having good manners. Unmanners, plural of unmanner. Unmanna, third person singular simple present indicative of unman. Unmanning, present participle and gerund of unman. Unmannings, plural of unmanning. Unmamicillated, not glycosylated with a mannose moiety. Unmaneuverability, alternative form of unmaneuverability. Unmaneuverable, alternative form of unmaneuverable. Unmaneuverable, alternative spelling of unmaneuverable. Unmaneuver, not maneuvered. Unmans, third person singular simple present indicative of unman. Unmansel, to divest of a mantle, to uncover. Unmantled, without a mantle. Unmantles, third person singular simple present indicative of unmantle. Unmantling, present participle and gerund of unmantle. Unmanufacturable, not manufacturable. Unmanufacture, not manufactured. Unmanumitted, not manumitted. Unmanurable, not manurable. Unmanured, not manured. Unmaneuverable, ligated alternative spelling of unmaneuverable. Unmaneuverable, ligated alternative spelling of unmaneuverable. Unmap, to remove the mapping of a device, etc. Unmappability, the state or condition of being unmappable. Unmappable, not mappable, that cannot be mapped. Unmappably, in an unmappable way. Unmapped, not mapped, and charted, unknown. Unmapping, present participle and gerund of unmap. Unmaps, third person singular simple present indicative of unmap. Unmarble, not marbled. Unmarred, obsolete form of unmarred. Unmarginal, not marginal. Unmarginalized, not marginalized. Unmarginated, not marginated. Unmargined, without a margin. Unmarinated, not marinated. Unmarine, not marine. Unmarried. Maritime, not maritime. Unmark. To remove marks from. Unmarkable, incapable of being marked. Unmarked, not bearing identification. Unmarked car, a police car that has no markings to distinguish it from a civilian car. Unmarked cars, plural of unmarked car. Unmarked small bills, alternative form of small, unmarked bills. Unmarked small bills, alternative form of small, unmarked bills. Unmarkedness, the quality of being unmarked, not standing out as unusual. Unmarketability, unsuitability for marketing. Unmarketable, not marketable. Unmarketably, in an unmarketable manner or fashion. Unmarketed, not marketed. Unmarking, present participle and gerund of unmark. Unmarks, third person singular simple present indicative of unmark. Unmarked, obsolete form of unmarked. Unmoral, not marred. Unmarrable, that cannot be marred or spoiled. Unmarred, undamaged, not marred. Unmarriable, not marriable. Unmarriage, cohabitation of unmarried persons living as married couples. Unmarriageability, the quality of being unmarriageable. Unmarriageable, not marriageable. Unsuitable for marriage. Unmarriageableness, the quality of being unmarriageable. Unmarriageably, to an unmarriageable degree. Unmarriages, plural of unmarriage. Unmarried, having no husband or wife. Unmarriedness, quality of being unmarried. Unmarrieds, plural of unmarried. Unmarries, third person singular simple present indicative of unmarry. Unmarry, to undo the action of marrying somebody. Unmarry, present participle and gerund of unmarry. Unmartial, to decode from a marshaled state. Unmartial, simple past and past participle of unmartial. Unmarshalling, alternative form of unmarshalling, present participle and gerund of unmartial. Unmartial, alternative form of unmartial. Unmartial, alternative spelling of unmarshaled. Unmarshalling, alternative form of unmarshalling, present participle and gerund of unmarshal. Unmarshals, third person singular simple present indicative of unmarshal. Unmarshals, third person singular simple present indicative of unmarshal. Unmarshal, not marshal. Unmartyred, not martyred. Unmarveling, not marveling. Unmarveling, not marveling. Unmarvelous, not marvelous. Unmarvelous, not marvelous. Unmascaraed, not wearing mascara. Unmasculate, to emasculate. Unmasculated, simple past and past participle of unmasculate. Unmasculates, third person singular simple present indicative of unmasculate. Unmasculating, present participle and gerund of unmasculate. Unmasculine, not masculine, not characteristic of, typical of, or appropriate for a man. Unmasculinely, in an unmasculine manner. Unmasculinity, the state or condition of being unmasculine, effeminacy. Unmasculinized, not masculinized. Unmashed, not mashed, whole and intact. Unmask, to remove a mask from someone. Unmask one's batteries, to begin a decisive action, especially one that reveals one's true strength or character. Unmaskable, not maskable. Unmask, not wearing a mask on one's face. Unmasked one's batteries, simple past and past participle of unmask one's batteries. Unmasker, one who unmasks. Unmaskers, plural of unmasker. Unmasking, present participle and gerund of unmask. Unmasking one's batteries, present participle and gerund of unmask one's batteries. Unmaskings, plural of unmasking. Unmasks, third person singular simple present indicative of unmasked. Unmasks one's batteries, third person singular simple present indicative of unmask one's batteries. Unmasked, obsolete form of unmasked. Unmasochistic, not masochistic. Unmask, obsolete spelling of unmasked. Unmask, archaic form of unmask. Unmasqueraded, not masqueraded. Unmassacred, not massacred. Unmassaged, not massaged. Unmasked, not masked. Unmassive, not massive. Unmasked, to remove the mast. Unmasted, simple past and past participle of unmask. Unmasterable, not masterable, that cannot be mastered. Unmasterably, such that it cannot be mastered or perfected. Unmaster, not mastered in various senses. Unmasterful, not masterful. Unmasterfully, in an unmasterful manner. Unmasticable, not masticable. Unmasticated, not masticated. Unmasting. Present participle and gerund of unmask. Unmasks. Third person singular simple present indicative of unmask. Unmatch, to restore hair, fur, etc. from a matted state. Unmatch, to separate a matching pair. Unmatchable, unable to be matched. Unmatchableness, the quality of being unmatchable. Unmatchables, plural of unmatchable. Unmatchably, in a way that cannot be matched. Unmatch, not match, odd. Unmatchness, the quality of being unmatched, i.e. having no equal. Unmatches, third person singular simple present indicative of unmatch. Unmatching, present participle and gerund of unmatch. Unmatchless, unmatch, matchless. Unmatch, obsolete form of unmatched. Unmade, to detach a part from its corresponding part, as a plug from a socket. Unmated, not mated. Material, not material, lacking tangible physical form. Unmaterialize, alternative form of unmaterialized. Unmaterialist, contrary to materialism. Unmaterialistic, not materialistic. Unmaterialistically, in an unmaterialistic manner. Unmaterialize, not materialize. Unmaternal, not maternal, not befitting a mother. Unmaternally, in an unmaternal way. Unmates, third person singular simple present indicative of unmate. Unmathematical, not mathematical. Unmathematically, in an unmathematical way. Unmating, present participle and gerund of unmate. Unmatings, plural of unmating. Unmatriculated, not matriculated. Unmatrimonial, not matrimonial. Unmatronlike, not matronlike. Unmats, third person singular simple present indicative of unmats. Unmatted, simple past and past participle of unmat. Unmatting, present participle and gerund of unmats. Unmature, not mature, immature. Unmatured, not matured. Unmaturely, prematurely. Unmaturing, not maturing. Unmaturity, obsolete form of immaturity. Unmaudlin, not maudlin. Unmauled, not mauled. Unmawkish, not mawkish. Unmaximize, to restore a window from a maximized state. Unmaximized, simple past and past participle of unmaximize. Unmaximizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unmaximize. Unmaximizing, present participle and gerund of unmaximize. Unmaral, not mayoral. Unmerily, not mayor-like. Unmealy, not mealy. Unmean, not mean all senses. Unmeandering, not meandering. Unmeaning, having no meaning or significance. Unmeaningful, not meaningful. Unmeaningfully, in an unmeaningful manner. Unmeaningly, without any meaning. Unmeaningness, the quality of being unmeaning, insignificance. Unmeaningnesses, plural of unmeaningness. Unmaims, third person singular simple present indicative of unme. Unmeant, not meant. Unmeasurability, the quality of being immeasurable. Unmeasurable, not able to be measured, immeasurable. Unmeasurableness, the quality of being immeasurable. Unmeasurably, in an unmeasurable manner. Unmeasurable, misspelling of unmeasurable. Unmeasure, not having been measured. Unmeasurably, in an unmeasured fashion. Unmeasuredness, the quality of being unmeasured. Unmatey, not matey. Unmechanical, not mechanical. Unmechanically, in a manner that is not mechanical. Unmechanized, alternative form of unmechanized. Unmechanistic, not mechanistic. Unmechanizable, not mechanizable. Unmechanized, not mechanized. Unmetalled, alternative form of unmetalled. Unmetalled, not awarded a medal. Unmedallioned, not medallioned. Unmetalled, not meddled with. Unmettlesome, not meddlesome. Unmeddlesomeness, the state or condition of being unmettlesome. Unmeddling, not meddling, not interfering. Unmedieval, dated spelling of unmedieval. Unmediatable, incapable of being mediated. Unmediated, not mediated. Unmediatized, not mediatized. Unmedicable, not medicable. Unmedical, not medical. Unmedicalized, not medicalized. Unmedically, in a way that is not medical. Unmedicated, not medicated. Unmedicinable, not useful in medicine. Unmedicinal, not medicinal. Unmedieval, not medieval. Unmeditated, unpremeditated. Unmeditative, not meditative. Unmediumistic, not mediumistic. Unmetallated, not metallated. Unmake, not meek. Unmapely, without meekness. Unmeekness, quality of being unmeek. Unmeet, not meet or proper. Unmeetable, not meetable, that cannot be met, and attainable. A meeting, an informal type of meeting without the rules, format, or constraints of a formal meeting. Unmeetings, plural of unmeeting. Unmeetly, in an unmeet way, unbecomingly. Unmeetness, the quality of being a meet. Unmelancholic, not melancholic. Unmelancholy, not melancholy. Unmelanized, alternative form of unmelanized. Unmelanized, not melanized. Unmelded, not melded. Unmeliorated, not meliorated. Unmellifluous, not mellifluous, harsh sounding, dissonant. Unmellow, not mellow. Unmellowed, not mellowed. Unmellowing, not becoming mellow. Unmelodic, not melodic. Unmelodically, in an unmelodic way. Unmelodious, not melodious. Unmelodiously, in an unmelodious manner. Unmelodiousness, the quality of being melodious. Unmelodized, not melodized. Unmelodramatic, not melodramatic. Unmelodramatically, in an unmelodramatic manner. Unmelt, to undergo the process of melting in reverse. Unmeltability, the quality of being unmeltable. Unmeltable, not capable of being melted, not meltable. Unmeltableness, the quality of being unmeltable. Unmeltably, such that it cannot be melted. Unmelted, not melted in a solid state. Unmelting, that does not melt. Unmeltingly, without melting or softening. Unmelts, third person singular simple present indicative of unmelt. Unnumber, to deprive of membership, as for example in a church. Unlumber, lacking members, undifferentiated. Unnumbering, present participle and gerund of unmember. Unmembers, plural of unmember. Unmemorable, not memorable. Unmemorableness, the state or condition of being unmemorable. Unmemorably, in an unmemorable manner. Unmemorializable, not memorializable. Unmemorialize, not memorialized. Unmemoried, unremembered. Unmemorize, alternative form of unmemorized. Unmemorizable, impossible to memorize. Unmemorize, not having been memorized. Unmenace, not menace, unthreatened. Unmenacing, not menacing. Unmenacingly, in a manner that is not menacing. Unmendable, that cannot be mended. Unmendableness, the quality of being amendable. Unmendably, such that it cannot be mended in a way that is beyond repair. Unmendacious, not mendacious. Unmended, not mended. Unmenial, not menial. Unmensful, unmannerly, indecent, disorderly. Unmenstruating, not menstruating. Unmensurable, not mensurable. Unmental, not mental. Unmentalize, not mentalized. Unmention, to not mention or fail to mention. Unmentioned, alternative form of unmentioned. Unmentionability, unmentionableness. Unmentionable, too embarrassing or shocking to be discussed. Unmentionableness, the state or quality of being unmentionable. Unmentionables, plural of unmentionable. Unmentionably, in an unmentionable way, indescribably, unutterably, unspeakably. Unmentioned, not mentioned. Unmentioning, present participle and gerund of unmention. Unmentions, third person singular simple present indicative of unmention. Unmentor, not mentor. Unmercantile, not mercantile. Unmercenaries, plural of unmercenary. Unmercenariness, the quality of being unmercenary. Unmercenary, not mercenary. Unmercerize, not mercerized. Unmerchantability, the state or condition of being unmerchantable. Unmerchantable, not merchantable, not fit for market. Being of a kind, quality, or quantity that is not saleable. Unmerchant-like, not merchant-like. Unmercy, unmerciful, merciless. Unmercies, plural of unmercy. Unmerciful, not showing mercy. Unmercifully, in an unmerciful manner. Unmercifulness, the state or condition of being unmerciful. Unmerciless, utterly merciless. Unmercurial, not mercurial. Unmercy, the lack or absence of mercy, mercilessness. Unmeretricious, not meretricious. Unmerge, to separate something previously merged, to demerge. Unmergeable, not mergeable, incapable of being merged. Unmerged, not merged. Unmerges, third person singular simple present indicative of unmerge. Unmerging, present participle and gerund of unmerge. Unmeritable, not meritable. Undeserving of reward. Unmerited, not merited. Unmeritedly, in an unmerited manner, undeservedly. Unmeritedness, the state or condition of being unmerited, undeservedness. Unmeriting, not meriting, undeserving. Unmeritingly, undeservedly. Unmeritocratic, not meritocratic, rewarding members on grounds other than merit. Unmeritorious, not meritorious, without merit. Unmeritoriously, in an unmeritorious manner. Unmeritoriousness, the quality of being meritorious. Unmerry, not merry, the opposite of merry, sad, gloomy. Unmesh, to cause to cease to be meshed together. Unmeasurable, not measurable. Unmesh, not mesh. Unmeshes, third person singular simple present indicative of unmesh. Unmeshing, present participle and gerund of unmesh. Unmesmeric, not mesmeric. Unmesmerize, alternative spelling of unmesmerized. Unmesmerizable, unable to be mesmerized. Unmesmerize, to bring out of a mesmeric state. To unhypnotize. Unmesmerized, not mesmerized. Unmesmerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unmesmerize. Unmesmerizing, present participle and gerund of unmesmerize. Unmess, to tidy up a mess. Unmessed, simple past and past participle of unmess. Unmesses, third person singular simple present indicative of unmess. Unmessianic, not messianic. Unmessing, present participle and gerund of unmess. Unmessable, that cannot be messed up, impossible to get wrong. Unmessy, not messy, tidy. Unmet, not met, unfulfilled, not achieve. Unmetabolizable, alternative form of unmetabolizable. Unmetabolized, alternative spelling of unmetabolized. Unmetabolizable, not metabolizable. Unmetabolized, not metabolized. Unmetalled, alternative form of unmetal. Unmetallized, alternative form of unmetallized. Unmetallated, not metallated. Unmetal, not metal. Unmetallic, not metallic. Unmetallic, archaic spelling of unmetallic. Unmetallized, non-metallized. Unmetallurgical, not metallurgical. Unmetamorphic, synonym of non-metamorphic. Unmetamorphose, not metamorphosed. Unmetaphoric, not metaphoric, not endowed with the quality of a metaphor. Unmetaphorical, not metaphorical. Unmetaphorically, in a way that is not metaphorical. Unmetaphysic, not metaphysical. Unmetaphysical, not metaphysical. Unmetasomatized, not modified by metasomatism. Unmetastasized, alternative form of unmetastasized. Unmetastasized, not metastasized. Unmetathesized, alternative form of unmetathesized. Unmetathesized, not metathesized. Unmeted, not having been meted. Unmeter, not meteric. Unmeteorological, not meteorological. Unmeterable, not meterable. A meter, not metered, not charged on a meter as internet bandwidth. Unmethod, an unmethodical approach. Unmethodical, not methodical. Unmethodically, in an unmethodical fashion. Unmethodicalness. The states are quality of being unmethodical. Unmethodized, not methodized. Unmethodological, not methodological. Unmethods, plural of unmethod. Unmethylatable, not methylatable. Unmethylated, not methylated. Unmethylation, the removal of methyl groups from a previously methylated molecule. Unmeticulous, not meticulous. Unmeticulously, in an unmeticulous manner. Unmeticulousness, the quality of being meticulous. Unmetric, not according to the metric system. Unmetrical, not written in meter. Unmetricality, the quality of being unmetrical. Unmetrically, in an unmetrical manner. Unmetropolitan, not metropolitan. Unmute, to release from confinement or restraint. Unmewed, simple past and past participle of unmew. Unmewing, present participle and gerund of unmew. Unmuse, third person singular simple present indicative of unmew. Unmicacious, not micacious. Unmicroscopic, not relating to or assisted by the microscope. Unmicrowavable, not microwavable. Unmeft, not meft. Unmai, the absence or lack of might, powerlessness, weakness. Unmightiness, lack of might. Unmighty, not mighty, weak. Unmigratable, not migratable. Unmigrate, to reverse the process of migration, to switch back to an older system. Unmigrated, not migrated. Unmigrates, third person singular simple present indicative of unmigrate. Unmigrating, present participle and gerund of unmigrate. Unmec, initialism of United Nations Interim Administration Mission in Kosovo, a United Nations-led civilian administration in Kosovo. Unmic, not mic, not amplified with the microphone. Unmildewed, not mildewed. Unmilitant, not militant. Unmilitarily, in a way that is not military. Unmilitariness, the quality of being military. Unmilitaristic, not militaristic. Unmilitarized, not militarized. Unmilitary, not military. Unmilkable, that cannot be milked. Unmilked, not milked. Unmilky, not milky. Unmillable, not millable. Unmill, not milled. Unmilted, not impregnated with milt. Unmimicked, not mimicked. Unminable, not minable. Unmince, not minced. Unmincing, not speaking in a roundabout or vague manner, direct, blunt. Unmind, to not mind, misregard, put off, disregard. Unminded, to which no attention is paid, ignored, unheeded. Unmindful, lacking awareness, oblivious. Unmindfulness, archaic spelling of unmindfulness. Unmindfully, in an unmindful fashion, without mindfulness. Unmindfulness, the quality of being unmindful. Unminding, not minding, unconcerned or oblivious. Unminds, third person singular simple present indicative of unmind. Unminable, alternative form of unminable. Unmined, that has not been mined, dug from the ground. Unmineralize, alternative form of unmineralize. Unmineralize, not mineralize. Unmingo, to separate things that are mixed. Unmingled, not mingled. Unmingles, third person singular simple present indicative of unmingle. Unmingling, present participle and gerund of unmingle. Unminify, not minify. Unminimizable, not minimizable. Unminimize, to restore a window from a minimized state. Unminimized, not minimized. Unminimizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unminimize. Unminimizing, present participle and gerund of unminimize. Unminish, not lessened or diminished. Unminister, not ministered. Unministerial, not ministerial. Unministerially, in an unministerial manner. Unminister-like, not appropriate for or characteristic of a minister. Unminted, not minted. Unminuted, not minuted. Unmiracle, to rid of miracles, to make or treat as no longer miraculous. Unmiracled, simple past and past participle of unmiracle. Unmiracles, third person singular simple present indicative of unmiracle. Unmiracling, present participle and gerund of unmiracle. Unmiraculous, not miraculous, commonplace, mundane. Unmiraculously, in an unmiraculous manner. Unmirandized, not having had the Miranda warning read out. Unmire, not mired. Unmirror, not mirrored, imitated, or symmetrically reflected. Unmirthful, not mirthful. Unmirthfully, in an unmirthful manner. Unmiry, not miry. Unmisanthropic, not misanthropic. Unmiscegenated, not miscegenated. Unmischievous, not mischievous. Unmissable, not missable. Unmiserable, not miserable. Unmiserliness, the quality of being a miserly. Unmiserly, not miserly. Unmisgiving, without misgivings. Unmisgivingly, without misgivings. Unmisguided, not misguided. Unmisinterpretable, that cannot be misinterpreted. Unmisleading, that does not mislead, not misleading. Unmisleadingly, in an unmisleading manner. Unmisled, not misled. Unmisogynistic, not misogynistic. Unmissable, not to be missed. Thoroughly worth seeing or experiencing. Unmissably, in a way that merits not being missed. Unmess, not missed, of which nobody regrets the absence. Unmissionary, not missionary, going against the principles of a religious mission. Unmissionized, not missionized. Unmess, to demist. Unmistakability, unmistakableness. Unmistakable. Unique, such that it cannot be mistaken for something else. Unmistakableness, the quality of being unmistakable or recognizably unique. Unmistakably, in an unmistakable manner, unquestionably. Unmistakability, alternative form of unmistakability. Unmistakable, alternative spelling of unmistakable. Unmistakableness, alternative form of unmistakableness. Unmistakably, alternative spelling of unmistakably. Unmistakably, archaic form of unmistakenly. Unmistaken, not mistaken, valid or accurate. Unmistakenly, in an unmistaken way, validly or accurately. Unmistaking, synonym of unmistakable. Unmistakingly, without any mistake or misunderstanding, unmistakably. Unmisted, not misted. Unmisting, present participle and gerund of unmiss. Unmistrusted, not mistrusted. Unmistrustful, not mistrustful. Unmistrusting, not mistrusting. Unmissed, third person singular simple present indicative of unmissed. Unmisty, not misty. Unmisunderstandable, that cannot be misunderstood. Unmiter, alternative form of unmiter. Unmiter, simple past and past participle of unmiter. Unmitering, present participle and gerund of unmiter. Unmiters, third person singular simple present indicative of unmiter. Unmitigable, not mitigable, not able to be mitigated or made less severe. Unmitigably, in a way that cannot be mitigated. Unmitigated, not mitigated. Unmitigatedly, in an unmitigated manner. Unmitigatedness, the quality of being unmitigated. Unmitigative, not mitigative. Unmiter, to deprive of a mitre, to depose from the rank of bishop. Unmitre, simple past and past participle of unmiter. Unmiters, third person singular simple present indicative of unmiter. Unmitring, present participle and gerund of unmiter. Unmitten, not wearing a mitten or mittens. Unmix, to separate the components of a mixture. Unmixable, not mixable, not able to mix. Unmixableness, the quality of being unmixable. Unmixed, pure, not mixed or combined. Unmixedly, in a way that is not mixed or adulterated, wholly, entirely. Unmixedness, the condition of being unmixed, purity. Unmixes, third person singular simple present indicative of unmix. Unmixing, the separation of the components of a mixture. Unmixings, plural of unmixing. Unmixed, archaic spelling of unmixed. Unmoaned, not moaned about, not lamented. Unmoted, not having a moat. Unmob, not mobbed. Unmobilized, not mobilized. Unmobly, unlike a mob. Unmockable, that cannot be mocked. Unmock, not mocked. Unmocking, not mocking. Unmock. Came we, without mocking. Unmodded, not modded. Unmodelable, not modelable, unable to be modeled. Unmodel, not model. Unmodelable, not modelable. Unmodel, alternative form of unmodeled. Unmoderous, not moderate. Unmoderated, not moderated, having no moderator. Unmoderately, to an unmoderate degree, immoderately. Unmoderating, that does not moderate. Unmodern, not modern. Unmodernize, alternative form of unmodernize. Unmodernize, alternative form of unmodernized. Unmodernizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unmodernize. Unmodernizing, present participle and gerund of unmodernize. Unmodernist, not modernist. Unmodernity, the quality of being modern. Unmodernizable, that cannot be modernized. Unmodernization, demodernization. Unmodernize, to demodernize. Unmodernize, not modernized. Unmodernizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unmodernize. Unmodernizing, present participle and gerund of unmodernize. Unmodest, not modest. Unmodifiability, the state or condition of being unmodifiable. Unmodifiable, incapable of being modified, immune to modification. Unmodifiableness, the quality of being modifiable. Unmodifiably, such that it cannot be modified. Unmodify, not modified. Unmodish, not modish. Unmodulated, not modulated. Unmoggable, unable to be mocked. Unmoiled, not moiled. Unmoist, not moist. Unmoistinable, unable to be moistened. Unmoistened, not having been moistened. Unmoisturized, not moisturized. Unmold, to remove something from a mold. Unmoldable, Alternative spelling of unmoldable. Unmolded. Simple past and past participle of unmold. Unmoldered. Alternative form of unmoldered. Unmoldering. Alternative form of unmoldering. Unmolding. Present participle and gerund of unmold. Unmolds. Third person singular simple present indicative of unmold. Unmoldy. Not moldy. Unmolested. Not bothered, disturbed, or attacked. Unmolestedly. Without being molested or disturbed. Unmolesting. Without molesting. Unmollifiable. That cannot be mollified. Unmollifiably. So as not to be mollified. Unmollify. Not mollified. Unmollifying. Not mollifying. Unmolted. Not molted. Unmolten. Not molten. Unmomentary. Without a moment's interval. Unmomentous. Not momentous. Unmomentously. In an unmomentous manner. Unmonarch. To demote from the status of monarch. Unmonarch. Simple past and past participle of unmonarch. Unmonarchic. Not monarchic. Unmonarchical. Not monarchical. Unmonarching. Present participle and gerund of unmonarch. Unmonarchs. Third person singular simple present indicative of unmonarch. Unmonastic. Not monastic. Unmonastically. In an unmonastic manner. Unmonetary. Not pertaining to money, without reference to money. Unmonetize. Alternative spelling of unmonetize. Unmonetize. Alternative spelling of unmonetized. Unmonetizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unmonetized. Unmonetizing. Present participle of unmonetize. Unmonetizable. Not monetizable. Unmonetize. To disable monetization for published content. Unmonetize. Not monetized. Unmonetizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unmonetize. Unmonetizing. Present participle of unmonetize. Unmoney. On real money or non-monetary currency, such as goods, credit, etc. Unmoney. Not moneyed. Not having generational wealth, poor. Unmoney. Alternative spelling of unmoneyed. Unmonistic. Not monistic. Unmonitorable. Not monitorable. Unmonitor. Not monitored and watch. Unmonkish. Not monkish. Unmonk-like. Uncharacteristic of a monk, not monk-like. Unmonkly. Not befitting a monk. Unmonogrammed. Not monogrammed. Unmonopolize. To remove a monopoly of. Unmonopolize. Simple past and past participle of unmonopolize. Unmonopolizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unmonopolize. Unmonopolizing. Present participle and gerund of unmonopolize. Unmonotonous. Not monotonous. Unmonstrous. Not monstrous. unmonstrous. Unmonumental, not monumental. Unmonumented, not monumented. Unmur, to unfix or unsecure a moored boat. Unmoored, not moored. Unmooredness, the quality of being unmet. Unmooring, present participle and gerund of unmoor. Unmoors, third person singular simple present indicative of unmoor. Unbooted, not mooted. Unmoffed, not moffed. Unmoral, not applicable for moral consideration. Unmoralize, alternative form of unmoralized. Unmoralizing, alternative form of unmoralizing. Unmoralistic, not moralistic. Unmoralities, plural of unmorality. Unmorality, the condition of being unmoral, amorality. Unmoralize, to make immoral or corrupt. Unmoralize, not led or restrained by morality. Unmoralizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unmoralized. Unmoralizing, not moralizing, not making moral reflections. Unmoralness, the quality of being unmoral. Unmorbid, not morbid. Unmordanted, not mordanted. Unmoribund, not moribund. Unmoronic, not moronic. Unmorose, not morose. Unmorph, to undo the act of morphing, to change back to its original form. Unmorphed, simple past and past participle of unmorph. Unmorphed, morphing, present participle and gerund of unmorph. Unmorphological, not conforming to morphology. Unmors, third person singular simple present indicative of unmorph. Unmortal, not mortal, not susceptible to death. Unmortared, not secured by mortar. Unmortgage, to release from a mortgage. Unmortgageable, not mortgageable. Unmortgaged, simple past and past participle of unmortgage. Unmortgages, third person singular simple present indicative of unmortgage. Unmortgaging, present participle and gerund of unmortgage. Unmortify, not mortified. Unmortifiedness, the quality of being unmortified. Unmortize, not mortized. Unmosque, who does not generally attend the mosque. Unmoss, having no moss. Mothball, to restore a mothballed project or equipment to active use. Unmothballed, simple past and past participle of unmothball. Unmothballing, present participle and gerund of unmothball. Unmothballs, third person singular simple present indicative of unmothball. Unmother, a woman who is not a mother. Umothered, lacking maternal care, not raised by a mother. Unmothering, present participle and gerund of unmother. Unmotherliness, the state or condition of being unmotherly. Unmotherly, not motherly, unmaternal. Unmothers, plural of unmother. Unmotivate, to demotivate. unmotivated, lacking motivation, without impetus to strive or excel. Unmotivatedly, in an unmotivated manner. Unmotivatedness, the quality of being unmotivated. Unmotivates, third person singular simple present indicative of unmotivate. Unmotivating, not motivating. Unmotivation, an absence or lack of motivation. Unmotive, without any motive. Unmotorable, not motorable, which cannot be traversed by motor vehicle. Unmotorized, alternative form of unmotorized. Unmotorized, not motorized. Unmodeled, not modeled. Unmold, to remove from a mold. Unmoldable, not moldable. Unmolded, without moldings. Unmoldered, not moldered. Unmoldering, not moldering. Unmolding, present participle and gerund of unmold. Unmolds, third person singular simple present indicative of unmold. Unmoldy, alternative form of unmoldy. Unmolted, not molted. Unmounted, not formed into a mound. Unmount, to reverse a mount operation, to instruct the operating system that the file system should be disassociated from its mount point, making it no longer accessible. Unmountable, not capable of being mounted. Unmountainous, not mountainous. Unmounted, simple past and past participle of unmount. Unmounting, present participle and gerund of unmount. Unmounts, third person singular simple present indicative of unmount. Unmournable, not mournable, not capable of being mourned. Unmoored, not mourned or grieved for. Unmournful, not mournful. Unmourning, not mourning. Unmoustache, without a mustache. Unmouth, to remove from one's mouth. Unmouthable, unpronounceable. Unmouth, simple past and past participle of unmouth. Unmouthing, present participle and gerund of unmouth. Unmouths, third person singular simple present indicative of unmouth. Unmovability, the quality of be unmovable. Unmovable, not physically able to be moved. Unmovableness, quality of be unmovable. Unmovably, immovably. Unmove, to move something back to its original place, undo or reverse the motion of. Unmovability, alternative form of unmovability. Unmovable, not able to be moved, immobile. Unmovably, alternative form of unmovably. Unmoved, not physically moved. Unmoved mover, synonym of prime mover. Unmoved movers, plural of unmoved mover. Unmovedly, without being emotionally moved. Unmovedness, the quality of being unmoved. Unmoves, third person singular simple present indicative of unmove. Unnuvik, initialism of United Nations Monitoring, Verification, and Inspection Commission. Unmoving, not moving, still, static. Unmovingly, in an unmoving manner. Unmovingness, the quality of being unmoving, absence of motion. Unmovable, not mowable. Unmowed, not mowed. Unmowed, not mown, unmowed. Unler, abbreviation of unaccompanied minor. Unmudde, not made muddy, not covered with mud. Unmudde, not mudded, clear of sediment, etc. Unmodel, to free from muddle, to sort out or organize. Unmuddled, not muddled. Unmuddles, third person singular simple present indicative of unmuddle. Unmodeling, present participle and gerund of unmuddle. Unmuddy, not muddy. Unmuffle, to take a covering from, as the face, to uncover. Unmuffled, not muffled. Unmuffler, not muffled. Unmuffles, third person singular simple present indicative of unmuffle. Unmuffling, present participle and gerund of unmuffle. Unmug, not having been mugged. Unmuggy, not muggy. Unmulch, not mulch. Unmulcted, not mulcted. Unmulish, not mulish. Unmulled, not mulled. Unmullioned, not mullioned. Unmultiplex, not multiplex. Unmultipliable, not multipliable. Unmultiply, not multiplied. Unmultiplies, third person singular simple present indicative of unmultiply. Unmultiply, to reverse the process of multiplication, to find the factors of. Unmultiplying, present participle and gerund of unmultiply. Unmummy, not mummified. Unmummify, not mummified. Unmummifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unmummify. Unmummify, to reverse the mummification of, to unwrap a mummy from its bandages. Unmummifying, present participle and gerund of unmummify. Unmunch, not munch. Unmundane, not mundane. Unmunch, not munched. Unmunicipalized, not municipalized. Unmunificent, not munificent. Unmunitioned, not supplied with munitions. Unmurder, to bring somebody murdered back to life. Unmurderable, not murderable. Unmurder, not having been murdered. Unmurdering, present participle and gerund of unmurder. Unmurderous, not murderous. Unmurders, third person singular simple present indicative of unmurder. Unmurmured, not murmured. Unmurmuring, not murmuring, without protest or complaint. Unmurmuringly, without protest or complaint. Unmurmurous, not murmurous. Unmuscled, not muscled, lacking muscles. Unmuscular, not muscular, weak, puny, wimpy. Unmuscularity, the state or condition of being unmuscular. Unnaui, not mushy. Unmusical, not musical, lacking in musical ability. Unmusicality, the state or condition of being unmusical. Unmusically, in an unmusical way. Unmusicalness, unmusicality. Unmusicianly, not befitting a musician. Unmulan, rare form of unmuslim. Unmulan, rare form of unmuslim. Unmus, not must. Unmustache, alternative spelling of unmoustashed. Unmusterable, incapable of being mustered. Unmuster, not mustard. Unmutable, obsolete form of immutable. Unmutagenized, alternative form of unmutagenized. Unmutagenized, not mutagenized. Unmutated, not mutated. Unmute, to restore the sound output on a speaker or other audio device, having previously muted it. Unmuted, simple past and past participle of unmute. Unmute, third person singular simple present indicative of unmute. Unmutilated, not mutilated. Unmuting, present participle and gerund of unmute. Unmutinous, not mutinous. Unmutter, not muttered. Unmutual, not mutual. Unmutualize, not mutualized. Unmuzzle, to remove a muzzle from. Unmuzzleable, unable to be muzzled. Unmuzzled, simple past and past participle of unmuzzle. Unmuzzled, third person singular simple present indicative of unmuzzle. Unmuzzling, present participle and gerund of unmuzzle. Unmyelinated, not myelinated. Unmyelinating, that does not myelinate. Unmyelotomized, not subjected to myelotomy. Unmyopic, not myopic. Unmyristoylated, not myristoylated. Mysterious, not mysterious. Mysteriously, in an unmysterious way. Mysteriousness, the quality of being mysterious. Unmystery, lack of mystery. Unmystic, not mystic. Unmystical, not mystical. Unmystically, in a manner that is not mystical, without mysticism. Unmystify, not mystified. Unmystifying, not mystifying. Unmythical, not mythical. Unmythological, not mythological. Unmythologized, not having been mythologized. Unathosed syndrome, synonym of palmoplantar keratoderma. Unab, not nabbed. Unagged, not nagged. Unnaggy, that does not nag. Unnail, to remove the nails from. Unnailed, simple past and past participle of unnail. Unnailing, present participle and gerund of unnail. Unnailed, third person singular simple present indicative of unnail. Unnaked, not naked. Unnameability, alternative spelling of unnameability. Unnameable, alternative spelling of unnameable. Unnamableness, Alternative spelling of unnamableness. Unnamably. Alternative spelling of unnamably. Unname. To cease to name, to deprive someone or something of their name. Unnamability. The quality of being unnameable. Unnameable. That cannot, or should not, be named. Unnamableness. The quality of being unnameable. Unnamably. In a way that is impossible to name. Unnamed. Not having a name. Unnameness. The quality of being unnamed. Unnames. Third person singular simple present indicative of unnamed. Unnaming. Present participle and gerund of unnamed. Unnao. A city and district of Lucknow Division, Uttar Pradesh, India. Unnapkined. Not covered with a napkin. Unnapped. Finished without a nap in fabric. Unnarcotized. Not narcotized. Unnarratable. Not narratable. Unnarrated. Not narrated. Unnarrow. Not narrow. Unnarrow. Not made narrower. Unnarrowing. Present participle and gerund of unnarrow. Unnarrows. Third person singular simple present indicative of unnarrow. Unnasalize. Alternative form of unnasalized. Unnasalize. Not nasalized. Unnasty. Not nasty, pleasant. Unnational. Not national, going against a nation or its policies. Unnationalize. Not nationalized. Unnationalistic. Not nationalistic. Unnationality. A lack of national feeling and loyalty. Unnationalize. Not nationalize. Unnative. Not native. Unnatural. Not natural. Unnatural selection. The selection of certain genes caused by the actions of humans, especially the intentional intervention in the breeding of plants or animals in order to preserve selected genetic traits. Eugenics. Selective breeding or culling. Unnaturalize. Alternative form of unnaturalize. Unnaturalized. Alternative spelling of unnaturalized. Unnaturalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unnaturalize. Unnaturalizing. Present participle and gerund of unnaturalize. Unnaturalism. Any behavior, manner, or style that runs contrary to nature. Unnaturalisms. Plural of unnaturalism. Unnaturalistic. Not naturalistic. Unnaturalistically. In an unnaturalistic manner. Unnaturalities. Plural of unnaturality. Unnaturality. The condition of being unnatural. Unnaturalizable. Incapable of being naturalized. Unnaturalize. To make unnatural. Unnaturalize. Not naturalized. Unnaturalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of unnaturalize. Unnaturalizing. Present participle and gerund of unnaturalize. Unnatural. Obsolete spelling of unnatural. Unnaturally. In an unnatural manner to an unnatural extent. Unnaturalness. the state of being unnatural. Unnaturalness is plural of unnaturalness. Unnature, to change the nature of, to invest with a different or contrary nature. Unnature, simple past and past participle of unnature. Unnatures, third person singular simple present indicative of unnature. Unnaturing, present participle and gerund of unnature. Unnauseated, not nauseated. Unnauseating, not nauseating. Unnautical, not nautical. Unnavigibility, the quality of being unnavigable. Unnavigible, not navigable, difficult or impossible to navigate. Unnavigableness, the quality of being unnavigable. Unnavigably, in an unnavigable manner. Unnavigatable, alternative form of unnavigable. Unnavigated, that has not been navigated, unexplored. Unnear, not near, at a distance from. Unnearable, impossible to come near, unapproachable. Unnear, not neared or approach. Not neat, untidy. Unmade, not needed. Unneatly, in an unneat manner, untidily. Unneatness, the quality of neat. Unnebulous, not nebulous. Unnecessary, misspelling of unnecessary. Unnecessaries, unnecessary or inessential things. Unnecessarily, in an unnecessary way, not by necessity. Unnecessariness, the state or characteristic of being unnecessary. Unnecessary, not needed or necessary. Unnecessitate, to remove the requirement for something, to make unnecessary. Unnecessitated, simple past and past participle of unnecessitate. Unnecessitates, third person singular simple present indicative of unnecessitate. Unnecessitating, present participle and gerund of unnecessitate. Unnecessities, plural of unnecessity. Unnecessity. Netlessness. Unnetilated, not netilated. Unneeded, not needed. Unneededly, in an unneeded manner, not neededly. Unneededness, the state of being unneeded or unnecessary. Unneedful, not needful. Unneedfully, needlessly, unnecessarily. Unneedfulness, lack of necessity. Unneeding, having no needs. Unneedle, not equipped or fitted with a needle. Unmeaning, not needy. Unnefarious, not nefarious. Unnegatable, that cannot be negated. Unnegated, not negated. Unneglectable, that cannot be neglected. Unneglected, not neglected. Unnegligent, not negligent. Unnegotiability, the quality of negotiable. Unnegotiable, not negotiable. Unnegotiably, such that it cannot be negotiated. Unnegotiated, not negotiated. Unneighbor. Alternative form of unneighbored. Unneighborliness, the quality of being unneighborly. Unneighborly, alternative spelling of unneighborly. unneighbor, without neighbors. Unneighborliness, the quality of being unneighborly. Unneighborly, not neighborly, antisocial. Unephrectimize, not nephrectimize. Understand, pronunciation, spelling of understand. Understanding, present participle and gerund of understand. Understands, third person singular simple present indicative of understand. Understood, simple past and past participle of understand. Unnerve, enervate, weaken. Unnerve, to deprive of nerve, force, or strength, to weaken, to enfeeble. Compare enervate. Unnerve, simple past and past participle of unnerve. Unnervedly, in an unnerved manner. Unnervedness, the state or quality of being unnerved. Unnerver, one who unnerves. Unnervers, plural of unnerver. Unnerves, third person singular simple present indicative of unnerve. Unnerving, present participle and gerund of unnerve. Unnervingly, to an unnerving degree. Unnervingness, the state or quality of being unnerving. Unnervous, not nervous. Unnecessary, pronunciation, spelling of unnecessary. Unnest, to dislodge from a nest. Unnestorable, not nestorable. Unnested, simple past and past participle of unnests. Unnesting, present participle and gerund of unnest. Unnestle, to eject from a comfortable situation, to unnest or drive out. Unnestled, simple past and past participle of unnestle. Unnestled, third person singular simple present indicative of unnestle. Unnestling, present participle and gerund of unnestle. Unnests, third person singular simple present indicative of unnests. On the obsolete spelling of uneath, hard, difficult, not easy. On the obsolete spelling of uneath. Unnetted, not netted. Unnettled, not nettled. Unnetwork, not networked. Unneurotic, not neurotic. Unneuter, not neutered. Unneutral, not neutral. Unneutralize, alternative spelling of unneutralize. Unneutrality, the state or condition of being unneutral. Unneutralize, not neutralized. Unneutrally, in a way that is not neutral. Not new. Unknowness, the state or condition of not being new, prior existence. News that is unnewsworthy. Unnewsworthiness, the characteristic of being unnewsworthy. Unnewsworthy, not newsworthy. Alternative form of unnigh. Unneb, without a neb. Unnebble, not having been nebbled. Unnecessary, not nice, unpleasant. Unnecessarily, in a way that is not nice. Unnecessaryness, the state, condition, or instance of being unnecessary. Unish, to remove from a niche. Unish, simple past and past participle of unnish. Unnishes, third person singular simple present indicative of unnish. Unnishing, present participle and gerund of unnish. Unnick, not nicked. Unnicknamed, not given a nickname. Unai, an affectionate term of address for an older sister or somewhat older woman. Unailine, the elder members of a female K-pop group as a collective. Unailines, plural of unailine. Unmeasly, not easily. Unit, plural of unnai. Unnetter, not niggard, generous. Unnetterly, not niggerly. Unnigh, not near. Unnihilistic, not nihilistic. Unnobium. Noblium. Annihilinium. Metnuia. Unnulhixium. Seaborgium. Unnuloctium. Huzza. Unnulpendium. Thubhum. Unnulquadium. Rutherfordium. Unnulseptium. Burium. Unniltrium. Laurenceum. Unnulunium. Mendelevium. Unnimb, without a nim or halo. Unnimble, not nimble. Unnimbleness, the quality of not being nimble. Unnimbly, in an unnimble manner. Unnipped, not having been nipped. Unneppled, without nipples. Plural of emni. Unnitrated, not nitrated. Unnitrify, not nitrified. Unnitrogenized, not nitrogenized. Unnixtamalized, not nixtamalized. Unnovo, not of noble rank. Unnobled, not ennobled. Unnobleness, the state, quality, or condition of being unnoble. Unnobly, in an unnoble manner. Unknock, not having been knocked. Unnodding, not nodding one's head. Unnoted, not noted. Unnoiced, not spread or told as gossip. Unnoisy, not noisy. Unnomadic, not nomadic. Unnominated, not nominated. Uninsensical, not nonsensical. Unnus, to free from unnoose. Unnursed, simple past and past participle of unnews. Unnooses, third person singular simple present indicative of unnews. Unnosing, present participle and gerund of unnews. Unnormable, not normable. Unnormal, not normal. Unnormalize, alternative spelling of unnormalized. Unnormalize, to restore from a normalized form. Unnormalize, not normalized. Unnormalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unnormalize. Unnormalizing, present participle and gerund of unnormalize. Unnormally, in an unnormal manner, not normally. Unored, not nord. Unnorthern, not northern. Unnosed, lacking a nose. Unnostalgic, not nostalgic. Unnostalgically, in an unnostalgic manner, not nostalgically. Unnotable, not notable. Unnotably, in an unnotable way. Unnotarized, not notarized. Unnotatable, unable to be conveyed through notation. Unnotated, not recorded in musical notation. Unnotch, not notch. Unnoted, that has not been noted. Unnotably, without being noted, unnoticed. Unnoteful, of no value or profit, useless, unprofitable, of no note, noteless. Unnoteworthiness, the quality of being unnoteworthy. Unnoteworthy, not noteworthy. Unnotice, to cease to notice. Unnoticeability, the quality of being unnoticeable. Unnoticeable, not noticeable. Unnoticeableness, the quality of being unnoticeable. Unnoticeably, in an unnoticeable manner. Unnoticed, not noticed. Unnoticedly, in an unnoticed manner. Unnoticed as third person singular simple present indicative of unnoticed. Unnoticing, not noticing. Unnoticingly, in an unnoticing manner. Unnotify, not having been notified. Unnotifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unnotify. Unnotify, to cancel a notification. Unnotifying, present participle and gerund of unnotify. Unnoting, not noting, failing to pay attention or observe. Unnotorious, not notorious. Unnourishable, not nourishable. Unnourished, not nourished. Unnourishing, not nourishing. Unnova, the collapse of a star which cannot explode in a supernova. Unnovi, plural of unnova. Unnoves, plural of unnova. Unnoxious, not noxious. Unnozzled, not fitted with a nozzle. Unknowance, not nuanced. Unnuancedly, in an unnuanced manner, without nuance. Unnucleated, not nucleated. Unnudged, not nudged. Unnook, to reverse an act of nuking, to unerase. To undelete. Unnooked, simple past and past participle of unnuke. Unnooks, third person singular simple present indicative of unnuke. Unnuking, present participle and gerund of unnuke. Unnullify, not nullify. Unnull, to cause not to be numb, to relieve of numbness. Unnull, not numbed. Unnumberable, that cannot be numbered, too numerous to count. Unnumberably, innumerably, beyond counting. Unnumber, not identified with a number. Unnumbing, present participle and gerund of unnumb. Unnumb, third person singular simple present indicative of unnumb. Unnumerable, obsolete form of innumerable. Unnumerable, not numeraled. Unnumerical, not numerical. Unnumerous, not numerous, few in number. Unnot, to remove from a condition of being a none. Unnot, simple past and past participle of unnone. Unnotting, present participle and gerund of unnone. Unnone, third person singular simple present indicative of unnone. Unnursed, that has not been nursed. Unnurture, that has not been nurtured. Unnurturing, not nurturing. Unnutritional, providing little or no nutrition, having little to no nutritional value, not nutritional, non-nourishing, unhealthy. Unnutritious, not nutritious. Unnutritive, not nutritive. Unnymphlike, not nymphlike. Udo, initialism of United Nations Organization. Udo, a card game similar to Crazy Eights played with specially printed cards that have colors instead of suits. Uno ab alto, one over all. Uno flauto, at once, at one blast, at the same moment, contemporaneously, simultaneously. Uno reverse card, a notional card that can suddenly reverse a situation when played. Uno reverse cards, plural of uno reverse card. Unoaked, not oaked. Un or, not supplied with ors, orless. Unobdurate, not obdurate. Unobedience, disobedience. Unobedient, disobedient. Unobediently, in an unobedient manner. Unobeys, not obese. Unobeyable, that cannot be obeyed. Unobey, not obeyed. Unobeying, that does not obey, disobedient. Unobfuscatable, not obfuscatable, which cannot be obfuscated. Unobfuscated, not obfuscated. Unobjected, without objection, without being objected to. Unobjectifiable, that cannot be objectified. Unobjectify, not objectified. Unobjectifying, not objectifying. Unobjecting, making no objection, compliant. Unobjectingly, without objection or disagreement, not objectingly. Unobjectionability, the quality of being unobjectionable. Unobjectionable, not objectionable, not causing any objection. Unobjectionableness, the state or quality of being an objectionable. Unobjectionably, in a way that is not objectionable. Unobjectional, not objectional. Unobjective, not objective. Unobjectively, in an unobjective manner, in a manner lacking objectivity. Unobjectiveness, the state or quality of being an adjective. Unobligated, not obligated. Unobligatory, not obligatory. Unobliged, not obliged. Unobliging, not obliging, disobliging, unhelpful, disobedient. Unobligingly, in an unobliging manner. Unobligingness, quality of being unobliging. Unobliterable, incapable of being obliterated. Unobliterated, not obliterated. Unoblivious, not oblivious. Unobnoxious, not obnoxious. Unseen, not obscene. Unobscurable, not obscurable, which cannot be obscured. Unobscure, not obscure. Unobscured, not obscured. Unobscures, third person singular simple present indicative of unobscure. Unobscuring, present participle and gerund of unobscure. Unobsequious, not obsequious. Unobsequiously, in an unobsequious manner. Unobsequiousness, quality of being obsequious. Unobservabilities, plural of unobservability. Unobservability, the state of being unobservable. Unobservable, that cannot be observed. Unobservableness, quality of being unobservable. Unobservables, plural of unobservable. Unobservably, in an unobservable way. Unobservance, lack or neglect of observance. Unobservant, not observant. Unobservantly, in an unobservant manner with careless inattention. Unobservantness, the quality of being unobservant. Unobserved, not seen or observed. Unobservably, in a way that is unobserved. Unobserving, failing to observe something, unobservant. Unobservingly, without observing. Unobsessed, not obsessed. Unobsessive, not obsessive. Unobsessively, in an unobsessive manner, without obsession. Unobsolete, not obsolete. Unobstinate, not obstinate. Unobstreperous, not obstreperous. Obstruct, to free from an obstruction. Unobstructable, unable to be obstructed. Unobstructed, not obstructed. Unobstructedly, without being obstructed, without being hidden or blocked. Unobstructedness, freedom from obstruction. Unobstructable, alternative form of unobstructable. Unobstructing, that does not obstruct. Unobstructive, not obstructive. Unobstructively, in an unobstructive manner. Unobstructiveness, the quality of being unobstructive. Obstructs, third person singular simple present indicative of unobstruct. Unobstruent, not obstruent. Unobtrusive, misspelling of unobtrusive. Unobtainability, the quality of being unattainable. Unobtainable, unable to be obtained. Not able to be acquired or reached. Unobtainableness, unobtainability. Unobtainables, plural of unobtainable. Unattainably, such that it cannot be obtained. Unobtained, that has not been obtained. Unobtainium, a fictional material or component which, if it existed, would enable one to easily solve a hard problem. Unobtainiums, plural of unobtainium. Unobtainium, alternative spelling of unobtainium. Unobtainiums, plural of unobtainium. Unobtruded, not obtruded. Unobtruding, that does not obtrude. Unobtrusive, not obtrusive, not blatant or noticeable, discreet, inconspicuous. Unobtrusive research. A method of studying social behavior indirectly without affecting it. Unobtrusively, in an unobtrusive manner, in a manner that is not noticeable or blatant. Unobtrusiveness, the state of being unobtrusive. Untunted, not obtunded. Unobturated, not obturated. Obtuse, not obtuse. Unabated, not abated. Unobvious, not obvious. Unobviously, in a way that is not obvious. Unobviousness, the state or condition of being unobvious. Unoccasional, not occasional. Unoccasioned, not occasion. Unoccidental, not occidental. Unoccluded, not occluded. Unocclusive, not occlusive. Unocculted, not occulted. Unoccupancies, plural of unoccupancy. Unoccupancy, alternative form of inoccupancy. Unoccupiable, not occupiable. Unoccupied, not inhabited, especially by a tenant. Unoccupiedness, the quality of being unoccuped. Unoccurring, that does not occur. Unoceanic, not oceanic. UNOCHA, acronym of United Nations Office for Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. Unocular, alternative form of uniocular. UNIC, initialism of United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Note, a double point of a surface whose tangent cone consists of one double plane. Unodes, plural of unode. Unodious, not odious. Unodier, abbreviation of UN less otherwise directed. Unodoriferous, not odoriferous. Unodorize, not odorize. Unodorous, not odorous. Unecumenical, alternative form of unecumenical. Unoffendable, that cannot be offended. Unoffended, not offended. Unoffendedly, without being offended. Unoffending, not offending. Unoffendingly, in an unoffending manner. Unoffensive, inoffensive. Unoffensively, synonym of inoffensively. Unoffensiveness, the state or condition of being unoffensive, inoffensiveness. Unoffer, not offered. Unoffice, not assigned a duty or position of responsibility. Unofficered, without an officer. Unofficerlike, not officer-like. Unofficial, not officially established. Unofficial farthing, a token similar in appearance to a real farthing used for marketing and small change during the latter 19th century. Unofficial farthings, plural of unofficial farthing. Unofficialdom, the quality of being unofficial. Unofficiality, the quality of being unofficial. Unofficialize, not made official. Unofficially, in a way that is not official, in an unofficial manner. Unofficialness, the quality of being unofficial. Unofficiated, without officiant referee in control. Unofficiating, not officiating. Unofficinal, not officinal. Unofficious, not officious. Unofficiously, in a way that is not officious. Unofficiousness, the quality of being unofficious. Unoffset, not offset. Often, not often, rarely, seldom. Unogeniture, alternative form of unigeniture. Unayod, not auto. Unai, abbreviation of United Nation of Islam. Unoil, to remove the oil any sort from. Unoiled, not having been oiled. Unoiling, present participle and gerund of unoil. Unoils, third person singular simple present indicative of unoil. Unoily, not ollie. Unokay, not okay. Unomened, not omened, unforeseen. Unominous, not ominous. Unomitted, not omitted. Unomnipotent, not omnipotent. Unomniscient, not omniscient. Unonerous, not onerous. Unontological, not ontological. Abbreviation of unopened. Unopaque, not opaque. Unopened, unopened. Unopened, not open, closed. Unopenability, the quality of being unopenable. Unopenable, that cannot be opened. Unopened, not yet opened, still closed. Unopening, not opening. Unopenly, in a way that is not open. Unopenness, the state or condition of being unopened. Unoperable, alternative form of inoperable. Unoperator, upon which no operation has been performed. Unoperatic, not operatic. Unoperating, not in operation. Unoperationalized, not operationalized. Unoperative, obsolete form of inoperative. Unoperculate, not operculate. Unoperculated, without an operculum. Unopined, on which an opinion has not been given. Unopinionated, not opinionated, without strong opinions. Unopinionatedly, in an unopinionated way. Unopinionatedness, the state or condition of being unopinionated. Unopinionative, not opinionative. Unopportune, not opportune. Unopportunely, alternative form of inopportunely. Unopportuneness, the state or condition of being unopportune. Unopportunistic, not opportunistic. Unopportunistically, in an unopportunistic manner. Unopposability, the quality of being unopposable. Unopposable, that cannot be opposed. Unopposably, such that it cannot be opposed unassailably. Unopposed, with no or little opposition. Unopposedly, in an unopposed manner, without opposition. Unopposing, not offering opposition. Unresisting. Unoppressed, not oppressed. Unoppressing, not oppressing. Unoppressive, not oppressive. Unoppressively, in a way that is not oppressive. Unoppressiveness, the quality of not being oppressive. Unopprobrious, not opprobrious. Unopened, not opened. Unoprostane, misspelling of unoprostone. Unoprostome, a prostaglandin analog whose isopropyl ester is used to treat glaucoma and ocular hypertension. UNOPS, initialism of the United Nations Office for Project Services. Unopsonized, alternative spelling of unopsonized. Unopsonize, not opsonized. Unoptimize, alternative spelling of unoptimized. Unoptimistic, not optimistic. Unoptimistically, without optimism. Unoptimizable, not optimizable. Unoptimize, not optimized. Unoptional, not optional. Unoptioned, not optioned. Unopulent, not opulent. Unoratorical, not oratorical. Unor, not formed into an orb. Unorchestrated, not orchestrated. Unarranged or off the cuff. Ordain, to undo the ordaining of. Unordinable, not ordinable. Unarranged or off the cuff. Ordain, to undo the ordaining of. Unordinable, not ordinable. Unordained, not ordained. Unordaining, present participle and gerund of unordain. Unordains, third person singular simple present indicative of unordain. Unorder, to cancel an order for. Unorderable, not capable of being ordered placed into sequence. Unordered, not having been ordered. Unorderedness, the quality of being unordered. Matsarde. Unordering, present participle and gerund of unorder. Unorderliness, the state or condition of being unorderly, messiness, disorganization. Unorderly, not orderly, chaotic, disorganized. Unorders, third person singular simple present indicative of unorder. Unordinarily, in an unordinary manner. Unordinariness, the quality of being unordinary. Unordinary, not ordinary. Unordinate, disorderly, irregular, inordinate. Unordinately, inordinately. Unorganed, without organs. Unorganic, not organic. Unorganical, not organical. Unorganically, in a manner that is not organic. Unorganizable, alternative form of unorganizable. Unorganized, poorly organized, lacking the ability to organize. Unorganizable, that cannot be organized. Unorganized, not organized. Not having been organized. Unorganized borough, the portion of the U.S. state of Alaska not contained in any of its 19 organized boroughs. Unorganized territories, plural of unorganized territories. Unorganized territory, an unincorporated area within a county as defined by the U.S. Census Bureau that is not included in any legally established minor civil division or independent incorporated place. Unorganizedly, in an unorganized manner. Unorganizedness, the quality of being unorganized. Unorgasmed, not having had an orgasm, without an orgasm. Unorgasmic, not orgasmic, sexless, dull. Unorgiastic, not orgiastic. Unorientable, that cannot be oriented. Unoriental, not oriental. Unoriented, not oriented, lacking orientation. Unoriginal, lacking originality. Unoriginality, the property of lacking originality, repetitiveness, triteness, banality. Unoriginally, in an unoriginal way. Unoriginals, plural of unoriginal. Unoriginate, without origin. Unoriginated, not yet made or brought into existence. Unoriginatedness, the quality of not having originated. Unoriginately, without origin. Unoriginateness, the quality of being unoriginate. Unorigination, the property of not having originated, but having always existed. Unoriginative, not originative. Or, old, worn out, feeble. Unornamental, not ornamental. Unornamentally, in an unornamental manner. Unornamented, not ornamented, without ornament. Unornamentedly, without ornament. Unornate, not ornate. Unornithological, not ornithological. Unorphaned, not orphaned. Unorthodox, unusual, unconventional, or idiosyncratic. Unorthodox entrepreneur, anyone who carries on an illegal business, such as a drug dealer or a prostitute. Unorthodox entrepreneurs, plural of unorthodox entrepreneur. Unorthodoxical, synonym of unorthodox. Unorthodoxically, synonym of unorthodoxly. Unorthodoxies, plural of unorthodoxy. Unorthodoxly, in an unorthodox manner, unconventionally. Unorthodoxness, the quality of being unorthodox. Unorthodoxy, lack of orthodoxy, the quality or state of being unorthodox. Unorthogonal, not orthogonal. Unorthographer, synonym of unorthographical. Unorthographical, not orthographical. Not conforming to rules of orthography. Unorthographically, in an unorthographical manner. UDOS, initialism of United Network for Organ Sharing. UDOS, plural of UNO. UNOSAT, initialism of United Nations Satellite Center. Unoscillated, not oscillated, not subject to or lacking oscillation. Unoscillating, not oscillating. Unosmicated, not osmicated. Unosmolated, not osmolated. Unawesome, initialism of United Nations operation in Somalia. Unossify, not ossified. Unostensible, not ostensible. Unostentation, lack of ostentation. Unostentatious, not ostentatious, simple, unpresuming. Unostentatiously, in an unostentatious manner. Unostentatiousness, the quality of being and ostentatious. Unostracized, not ostracized. Unothered, not othered. Unotterlike, not otterlike. Unousted, not ousted. Unoutcrossed, not outcrossed. Unoutgrown, not having been outgrown. Unoutlandish, not outlandish. Unoutlawed, not outlawed. Unoutlined, not outlined. Unoutraged, not outraged. Unoutrageous, not outrageous. Unoutspeakable. Unspeakable. Unoutspoken, not outspoken. Unoutworn, not outworn. Initialism of United Nations Office at Vienna. Unoverwrought, not overawed. Unovercomable, impossible to overcome. Unovercome, not having been overcome. Unovercomeable, unable to be overcome, insuperable. Unoverflowing, not overflowing. Unoverhauled, not overhauled. Unoverloaded, not overloaded. Unoverlookable, not overlookable. Unoverlooked, not overlooked. Not seen from above. Unoverpowered, not overpowered. Unoverridable, not overridable. Unoverridden, not overridden. Unoverruled, not having been overruled. Unovert, not overt. Unovertaken, not overtaken. Unoverthrown, not overthrown. Unoverwhelmed, not overwhelmed. Unoviposited, not oviposited. Unovulated, not ovulated. Unowed, not owed. Unownable. That cannot be owned, that cannot be personal property. Unknowed, not owned, not having an owner. Unownedness, the quality of being a noun. Unowning, not owning, not possessing property or goods. Unoxidable, not oxidable. Unoxidated, not oxidated. Unoxidized, alternative spelling of unoxidized. Unoxidizable, not oxidizable. Unoxidized, not oxidized. Unoxygenated, not oxygenated. Unoxygenized, not oxygenized. Unozonized, not ozonized. Initialism of University of Northern Philippines. Unpackable, synonym of impackable. Unpaced, not paced, without a set speed. Unpacifiable, not pacifiable. Unpacifiably, such that it cannot be pacified. Unpacific, not pacific. Unpacifically, in an unpacific manner. Unpacify, not pacify. Unpacifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unpacify. Unpacifist, not pacifist. Unpacify, to stir up someone or something that was previously pacified. Unpacifying, not pacifying. Unback, to remove from a package or container, particularly with respect to items that had previously been arranged closely and securely in a pack. Unpackable, not packable. Unpackage, to remove from a package. Unpackageable, not packageable. Unpackaged, not packaged. Unpackager, one who or that which unpackages. Unpackagers, plural of unpackager. Unpackages, third person singular simple present indicative of unpackage. Unpackaging, present participle and gerund of unpackage. Unpack, past participle of unpack. Unpacker, one who or that which unpacks. Unpackers, plural of unpacker. Unpacking, the act by which something is unpacked. Unpackings, plural of unpacking. Unpacks, third person singular simple present indicative of unpack. Unpadded, not padded. Unpaddled, not having been paddled. Unpadlock, to release from a padlock. Unpadlocked, not secured by a padlock. Unpadlocking, present participle and gerund of unpadlock. Unpadlocks, third person singular simple present indicative of unpadlock. Unpagan, not pagan. Unpaganize, to cause to cease to be pagan, to divest of pagan character. Unpaganized, simple past and past participle of unpaganize. Unpaganizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unpaganize. Unpaganizing, present participle and gerund of unpaganize. Unpageable, not pageable. Unpaged, without page numbers. Unpaginated, not paginated. Unfed, not paid for. Unpaidness, the state or condition of being unpaid. Unpained, not pained. Unpainful, not painful. Unpainfully, in a way that is not painful. Unpainfulness, the state or condition of being unpainful, painlessness. Unpaining, not causing pain. Unpainstaking, not painstaking. Unpaint, to remove paint from. Unpaintability, inability to be painted. Unpaintable, not paintable. Unpaintableness, the quality of being unpaintable. Unpaintably, such that it cannot be painted beyond the artistic skills of any painter. Unpainted, not painted. Unpaintedness, the quality of being painted. Unpainterly, not painterly. Unpainting, present participle and gerund of unpaint. Unpaints, third person singular simple present indicative of unpaint. Unpair, to change from a paired to a non-paired state. Unpairable, incapable of being paired with something else. Unpair, not forming one of a pair. Unpaired electron, an electron in an atomic orbital for which there is no other electron in the same orbital but with opposite spin, a characteristic of free radicals and other reactive species. Unpaired electrons, plural of unpaired electron. Unpair, present participle and gerund of unpair. Unvers, third person singular simple present indicative of unpair. Unpalatabilities, plural of unpalatability. Unpalatability, the state of being unpalatable. Unpalatable, unpleasant to the taste. Unpalatableness, unpalatability. Unpalatables, plural of unpalatable. Unpalatably, in an unpalatable manner. Unpalatalized, alternative form of unpalatalized. Unpalatalizable, not palatalizable. Unpalatalize, to depalatalize, to make or become not palatal. Unpalatalized, not palatalized. Unpalatalizing, present participle and gerund of unpalatalized. Unpalatial, not palatial. Unbell, not pale. Unpale, not pale. Unpaling, not turning pale, unfading. Lasting. Unpalisaded, not palisaded. Unpalled, not palled. Unpallative, not loaded onto a pallet. Unpalletized, alternative spelling of unpalletized. Unpalletized, not palletized. Unpallial, unable to be palliated. Unpalliated, not palliated. Unpalm, to remove from the palm of the hand. Unpalmed, simple past and past participle of unpalm. Unpalming, present participle. And gerund of unpalm. Unpalmatoilatable, not palmatoilatable. Unpalmatoilated, not palmatoilated. Unpalms, third person singular simple present indicative of unpalm. Unpalpable, not palpable, impalpable. Unpalped, without a palp. Unpalpitating, not palpitating. Unpalsied, not affected by palsy. Unpaltry, not paltry, substantial, generous. Unpamper, not pampered. Unpained, without pains. Unpangerized, not pangerized. Unpaneled, alternative form of unpaneled. Unpaneled, not paneled, without panels. Unpanned, not feeling pangs. Unpanic, not panicked, calm. Unpanicking, not panicking. Unpanicky, not panicky. Unthan, not having been pan. Unmantle, to unsaddle, to remove the saddle from. Unpanel, simple past and past participle of unpanel. Unpaneling, present participle and gerund of unpanel. Unpanel, simple past and past participle of unpanel. Unpaneling, present participle and gerund of unpanel. Unpanels, third person singular simple present indicative of unpanel. Unpanner, not bearing panniers. Unpanoplied, not panoplied. Unpantheistic, not pantheistic. Unpanty, not wearing panties. Unpanting, not panting. Unpapal, not papal. Unpaper, to remove curling papers from the hair. Unpaper, that has not been wallpapered. Unpapering, present participle and gerund of unpaper. Unpapers, third person singular simple present indicative of unpaper. Unparaded, not having been paraded. Unparadised, to make something paradisiacal less like paradise, to spoil the joy of. Unparadise, simple past and past participle of unparadise. Unparadises, third person singular simple present indicative of unparadise. Unparadising, present participle and gerund of unparadise. Unparadoxical, not paradoxical. Unparadoxically, in a way that is not paradoxical. Unparagoned, superlative, the best, without equal. Unparagraph, not divided into paragraphs. Unparallel, not parallel. Unparallelable, incapable of being paralleled, unmatchable. Unparallelableness, the state or condition of being unparallelable, unmatchableness. Unparalleled, having no parallel, without equal, lacking anything similar or worthy of comparison. Unparalleledly, in an unparalleled manner. Unparalleledness, the quality of being unparalleled. Unparallelizable, not parallelizable. Unparalleled, alternative spelling of unparalleled. Unparallelly, in an unparalleled way. Unparalleledness, the quality of being unparalleled. Unparalyze, not paralyzed. Unparalyze, not paralyzed. Unparameterize, alternative form of unparameterized. Unparameterizable, not parameterizable. Unparameterize, non-parameterize. Unparametric, not parametric. Unparameterize, alternative spelling of unparameterized. Unparameterize, alternative form of unparameterized. Unparanoi, not paranoid. Unparaphrasable, impossible to paraphrase. Unparaphrase, not paraphrased. Unparasitic, not parasitic. Unparasitical, not parasitical. Unparasitized, alternative form of unparasitized. Unparasitized, not having been parasitized. Unparboiled, not parboiled. Unparcel, to unpack from a parcel. Unparcel, alternative form of unparceled. Unparceling, present participle and gerund of unparcel. Unparcellated, not parcellated. Unparceled, not parceled, not divided into parcels. Unparceling, present participle and gerund of unparcel. Unparcels, third person singular simple present indicative of unparcel. Unparch, to relieve from being parched, to slake the thirst of. Unparch, dried up. Withered by heat. Unparches, third person singular simple present indicative of unparch. Unparching, present participle and gerund of unparch. Unparchmented, not parchmented. Unparchmentized, not parchmentized. Unpardonability, synonym of unpardonableness. Unpardonable, impossible to pardon, impossible to excuse or justify. Unpardonable sin, eternal sin. Unpardonable sins, plural of unpardonable sin. Unpardonableness, the quality of being unpardonable. Unpardonably, in an unpardonable manner. Unpardoned, not having been pardoned, unforgiven. Unpardoning, that does not pardon, unforgiving. Unpair, not pair. Unparent, to detach an object from its parent object. Unparental, not parental, not befitting a parent. Unparented, having no parent or no acknowledged parent, orphaned. Unparenthesized, not parenthesized. Unparenting, present participle and gerund of unparent. Unparents, third person singular simple present indicative of unparent. Unparged, not parged. Unpargeted, not pargeted. Unparish, not designated as a parish and administrative part of a diocese that has its own church. Unparity, a lack of parity. Unpark, to remove a car or other vehicle from a parked position. Unparkable, of a vehicle, difficult or impossible to park. Unparked, simple past and past participle of unpark. Unparking, present participle and gerund of unpark. Unparks, third person singular simple present indicative of unpark. Unparliamentarily, in an unparliamentary manner. Unparliamentary, unsuitable to be used in parliament. Unparliamentary language, language considered inappropriate for use during a parliamentary session, especially profanity or suggestions of dishonesty. Antakio, napakiel. Anhadyavel, that cannot be parodied. Unparodic, not parodic. Unparodied, not having been parodied. Unparoled, not paroled. Unperil, to remove a peril from. Unperil, simple past and past participle of unperil. Unperiling, present participle and gerund of unperil. Unperil, simple past and past participle of unperil. Unperiling, present participle and gerund of unperil. Unperils, third person singular simple present indicative of unperil. Unhayable, alternative form of unparryable. Unparried, not having been parried. Unparroted, not parroted repeated. Unhadiable, not able to be parried or dodged. Unparsable, not parsable, unable to be parsed. Unparsably, in a way that cannot be parsed. Unparse, to perform the reverse operation of parsing upon. Unparsable, alternative spelling of unparsable. Unparsed, not parsed. Unparser, a program or algorithm that unparses. Unparsers, plural of unparser. Unparses, Third person singular simple present indicative of unparse. Unparsimonious, not parsimonious. Unparsimoniously, in an unparsimonious manner. Unparsing, present participle and gerund of unparse. Unparsonic, not like a parson, unbecoming of a parson. Unparsonical, not parsonical. Unpart, to remove a parting from the hair. Unpartable, incapable of being parted or divided, indivisible. Unpartakeable, unable to be partaken in, not partakeable. Unpartaken, not partaken of. Unpartaking, not partaking. Unparted, not parted. Unpartial, impartial, unbiased. Unpartiality, the state or condition of being unpartial, impartiality. Unpartially, in an unpartial manner. Unpartable, impartable, indivisible. Unparticipant, not participating. Unparticipated, not participated in, done alone. Unparticipating, not participating. Unparticipative, not participative. Unparticle, used attributively to describe a form of physics that describes matter in terms other than of particles. Unparticles, plural of unparticle. Unparticular, not particular. Unparticularize, alternative spelling of unparticularized. Unparticularized, not particularized, non-specific. Unparticularizing, that does not particularize. Unparting, present participle and gerund of unpart. Unpartisan, not partisan, impartial and unbiased. Unpartition, to remove the partitions from a disk drive, a database, etc. Unpartitionable, that cannot be partitioned. Unpartitioned, not partitioned. Unpartitioning, present participle and gerund of unpartition. Unpartitions, third person singular simple present indicative of unpartition. Unpartisan, alternative form of unpartisan. Unpartnered, without a partner. Unparts, third person singular simple present indicative of unpart. Unparty, not aligned or consistent with the views or rules of a party, especially of a political party. Unpass, to undo the passing of, to cause a law, etc., not to have been passed. Unpassable, not able to be passed. Unpassableness, the quality of being unpassable. Unpassably, such that it cannot be passed. Unpass, not passed, in various senses. Unpasses, third person singular simple present indicative of unpass. Unpassable, unpassable. Unpassing, present participle and gerund of unpass. Unpassion, lack of passion, impassivity. Unpassionate, not passionate. Unpassionately, without passion, in an unpassionate manner. Unpassionedness, absence of passion. Unpassioned, free from passion. Unpassivated, not passivated. Unpassive, not passive. Unpassivizability, the property of being impassivizable. Unpassivizable. Which cannot be passivized, which cannot be made into the passive. Unpassivized, not passivized. Unpassworded, not protected with a password. Unpaste, to remove or take down something pasted, to unstick. Unpasted, not pasted. Unbased, third person singular simple present indicative of unpastes. Unpasteurized, alternative spelling of unpasteurized. Unpasteurizable, that cannot be pasteurized. Unpasteurized, not pasteurized. Unpasting, present participle and gerund of unpaste. Unpastoral, not pastoral. Unpastorally, in an unpastoral manner. Unpastor, without a pastor. Unpasturable, not pasturable. Unpasture, not pastured. Unpatch, to undo the process of patching, to remove a patch from. Unpatch, not fitted with patches. Unpatches. Third person singular simple present indicative of unpatch. Unpatching, present participle and gerund of unpatch. Unpathe, to release from a legal patent. Unpatentability, the state or condition of being unpatentable. Unpatentable, not patentable, that cannot be patented. Unpatented, not patented. Unpatenting, present participle and gerund of unpatent. Unpatents, third person singular simple present indicative of unpatent. Unpaternal, not paternal, not befitting a father. Unpaternally, in an unpaternal way. Unfit, not having a path. Unpathetic, alternative form of unpathetic. Unpathetically, in an unpathetic manner. Unpathologized, not pathologized. Unpathwayed, without a path. Unpatience, impatience. Unpatient, impatient. Unpatiently, obsolete form of impatiently. Unpatientness, lack of patience. Unpatinated, without a patina. Unpatriarchal, not patriarchal. Unpatriarchal, matriarchal. Unpatrician, not patrician. Unpatriotic, not patriotic. Unpatriotically, in an unpatriotic way. Unpatriotism, unpatriotic beliefs or behavior. Unpatristic, not patristic. Unpatrollable, not patrollable, that cannot be patrolled. Unpatrolled, not patrolled. Unpatroned, without a patron. Unpatronized, alternative form of unpatronized. Unpatronizing, alternative spelling of unpatronizing. Unpatronizingly, alternative spelling of unpatronizingly. Unpatronizable, not patronizable. Unpatronize, not patronized. Unpatronizing, not patronizing. Unpatronizingly, in an unpatronizing manner. Unpadded, not padded. Unpatternable, not patternable. Unpattern, not pattern. Unpunch, to eviscerate. Disembowel an animal. Unpunch, simple past and past participle of unpunch. Unpunches, third person singular simple present indicative of unpunch. Unpunching, present participle and gerund of unpunch. Unpauperized, not pauperized. Unpause, to resume the normal functioning of electronic equipment or a software program in a paused state. Unpaused, simple past and past participle of unpause. Unpause, third person singular simple present indicative of unpause. Unpausing, present participle and gerund of unpause. Unpausingly, without pause, pauselessly, ceaselessly. Unpave, to remove the paving, especially in the form of paving stones, etc., from a street, to cause to no longer be paved. Unpaved, not having a hard, impervious surface, not paved. Unpaves, third person singular simple present indicative of unpaved. Unpavilioned, without a pavilion. Unpaving, present participle and gerund of unpave. Unbuy, not pawed. Unpawn, to redeem goods previously pawned. Unpawnable, not pawnable. Unpawned, not having been pawned. Unpawner, present participle and gerund of unpawn. Unpawn, third person singular simple present indicative of unpawn. Untheft, to undo, take back, or cancel a payment, etc. Unpayability, the quality of being unpayable. Unpayable, that cannot be paid. Unpayableness, the quality of being unpayable. Unpayably, in an unpayable way. The obsolete form of unpaid. Unthing, present participle and gerund of unpay. Untheiss, third person singular simple present indicative of unpay. Unpaywall, to remove a paywall from. Unpaywalled, not restricted by a paywall. Unpaywalling, present participle of unpaywall. Unpaywalls, third person singular simple present indicative of unpaywall. Unpeace, the absence of peace, peacelessness. Unpeaceable, not peaceable. Unpeaceableness, the quality of being unpeaceable. Unpeaceably, in an unpeaceable manner. Unpeaceful, not peaceful, the opposite of peaceful. Unpeacefully, in an unpeaceful manner. Unpeacefulness, the quality of being unpeaceful. Unbeat, not having a peak. Unpeeled, not peel. Unpearled, not pearl. Unpeated, not peated. Unpebbled, not pebble. Unpackable, synonym of impeccable. Unpackable, impossible to pack. Unpack, not packed. Unpeculiarity, the quality of not being peculiar. Unpedagogic, not pedagogic. Unpedagogical, not pedagogical. Unpedagogic, Unpedagogically, in an unpedagogical way. Unpedaled, not pedal. Unpedaled, not pedal. Unpedantic, not pedantic. Unpedaled, not pedal. Unpedestal, to bring down from a figurative pedestal to lower the reputation or importance of. Unpedestaled, simple past and past participle of unpedestal. Unpedestaling, present participle and gerund of unpedestal. Unpedestaled, simple past and past participle of unpedestal. Unpedestaling, present participle and gerund of unpedestal. Unpedestals, third person singular simple present indicative of unpedestal. Unpedestrianize, not pedestrianized. Unpedicured, not pedicured. Unpedigreed, without a pedigree. Unfeel, to remove the peel from something. To peel. Unpeelable, not peelable. Unpeeled, simple past and past participle of unpeel. Unpeeling, present participle and gerund of unpeel. Unpeels, third person singular simple present indicative of unpeel. Unpeer, to remove from peerage, relinquish one's peerdom. Unpeerable, without an equal, peerless. Unpeered, having no peer, unparalleled, peerless. Unpeeved, not peeved. Unpeevish, not peevish. Unbagged, to remove from a peg. Unbagged, simple past and past participle of unpeg. Unbegging, present participle and gerund of unpeg. Unbags, third person singular simple present indicative of unpeg. Unpegulated, not pegulated. Unpejorative. Not pejorative. Unpelleted, not pelleted. Unpelletize, not pelletize. Unpellucid, not pellucid. Unpelted, not pelted. Unten, to release from a pen. Unpenal, not penal. Unpenalized, British standard spelling of unpenalized. Unpenalizable, not penalizable. Unpenalized, not penalized. Unpenance, not having done penance, not having atoned. Unpenciled, alternative form of unpenciled. Unpenciled, not marked with, or as if with, a pencil. Unpenetrable, impenetrable. Unpenetrative, not penetrated. Unpenetrating, failing to penetrate. Unpenetrative, not penetrative. Unpenguin-like, not penguin-like. Unpenized, without a penis, penisless. Unpenitent, not penitent, impenitent. Unpenitently, without repentance. Unpennable, unable to be written. Unpenanted, not penanted. Unpenned, simple past and past participle of unpen. Unpenned, penniless. Unpenning, present participle and gerund of unpen. Unven, third person singular simple present indicative of unpen. Unpensionable. Not pensionable. Unpensioned. Not given a pension. Unvent. Not pent or pent up, unconfined, released. Unpenurious. Not penurious. Unpiffle. Plural of unperson. Unpiffled. Not inhabited by people. Unpeopleness. The state or condition of being unpeopled. Unbaffles. Third person singular simple present indicative of unpeople. Unpeople. Present participle and gerund of unpeople. Unpepper. Not peppered. Unpeppery. Not peppery. Unpeppy. Not peppy. Unperceivable. Not perceivable, imperceptible. Unperceivably. Imperceptibly. Unperceived. Not perceived. Unperceivedly. Without being perceived. Unperceiving. Not perceiving, devoid of perception. Unperceivingly. Without perceiving, obliviously. Unperceivingness. Lack of perception. Unperceptible. Synonym of imperceptible. Unperceptibly. Synonym of imperceptibly. Unperceptive. Not perceptive. Unperceptively. In an unperceptive manner. Unperceptiveness. Quality of being unperceptive. Unperch. To dislodge or drive from a perch. Unperch. Simple past and past participle of unperch. Unperch is third person singular simple present indicative of unperch. Unperching. Present participle and gerund of unperch. Unpercipient. Not percipient. Unpercolated. Not percolated. Unpercuss. Not percussed. Unpercussive. Not percussive. Unperemptory. Not peremptory. Unperfect. Imperfect. Unperfected. Not perfected. Unperfectedness. The quality of being unperfected. Unperfecting. Present participle and gerund of unperfect. Unperfection. Want of perfection, imperfection. Unperfections. Plural of unperfection. Unperfectness. Quality of being unperfect. Unperfects. Third person singular simple present indicative of unperfect. Unperfidious. Not perfidious. Unperflated. Not perforated. Unperforate. Not perforate. Unperforated. Not perforated. Unperform. To cease to perform, to undo or dismantle a social or cultural practice by refusing to take part. Unperformable. Not performable, that cannot be performed. Unperformably. Such that it cannot be performed. Unperformance. Failure to perform an act. Unperformed. Not performed. Unperforming. Present participle and gerund of unperform. Unperforms. Third person singular simple present indicative of unperformed. Unperfumed. Not perfumed. Unperfuse. Not yet perfuse. Unbarreled. Alternative form of unperilled. Unperfumed, not perfumed. Unperfuse, not yet perfuse. Unparalleled, alternative form of unparalleled. Unparalleled, not in peril. Unperilous, not perilous. Unperiodic, not periodic. Unperiodical, not periodical. Unperiodize, not periodize. Unperiphrase, not periphrased. Unperiphrastic, not periphrastic. Unperishable, not perishable. Unperishableness, synonym of imperishability. Unperishables, plural of unperishable. Unperishably, in an unperishable manner. Unperish, not perished. Unperishing, that does not perish. Unperiweight, not wearing a periweight. Unperjurer, not belied by perjury, genuine honest. Unper, to make someone less lively or enthusiastic. Unperked, simple past and past participle of unperk. Unperking, present participle of unperk. Unperks, third person singular simple present indicative of unperk. Unperky, not perky. Unpermanent, synonym of impermanent. Unpermanently, synonym of impermanently. Unpermeabilize, alternative form of unpermeabilized. Unpermeabilize, not permeabilize. Unhermable, impermeable. Unpermeabilize, not permeabilize. Unpermeated, not permeated. Unpermed, not permed. Unpermethylated, not permethylated. Unpermineralized, not permineralized. Unpermissible, not permissible. Unpermissive, strict, repressive. Unpermissiveness, the quality of being unpermissive. Unpermitted, not permitted, forbidden. Unpermuted, not permuted. Unpernicious, not pernicious. Unperpendicular, not perpendicular. Unperpetrated, not having been perpetrated. Unperpetual, not perpetual, impermanent. Unperpetuated, not perpetuated. Unperplexed, to free from perplexity. Unperplexed, not confused or puzzled. Unperplexes, third person singular simple present indicative of unperplex. Unperplexing, not perplexing. Unperplexed, obsolete spelling of unperplexed. Unpersecuted, not persecuted. Unperseverance, lack of perseverance, failure to persevere. Unpersevering, not persevering. Unperseveringly, without persevering. Unpersists, to remove from permanent storage, to make temporary again. Unpersisted, simple past and past participle of unpersists. Unpersisting, present participle and gerund of unpersists. Unpersists, third person singular simple present indicative of unpersists. Unperson, a person who has been stripped of rights, identity. Or humanity. Unpersonable, not personable. Unpersonableness, the quality of being unpersonable. Unpersonal, not personal. Unpersonality, absence of personality, the quality of being impersonal. Unpersonalize, not personalized. Unperson, simple past and past participle of unperson. Unpersonifiable, not personifiable. Unpersonify, not personify. Unpersonifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unpersonify. Unpersonify, to undo the personification of, to remove the personhood of. Unpersonifying, present participle and gerund of unpersonify. Unpersoning, present participle and gerund of unperson. Unpersons, plural of unperson. Unperspicacious, not perspicacious. Unperspicaciously, in an unperspicacious manner. Unperspicuous, not perspicuous. Unperspicuously, in an unperspicuous manner. Unperspirable, not perspirable. Unperspiring, not perspiring. Unpersuadable, not persuadable. Who cannot be persuaded or convinced. Unpersuadableness, the quality of being immune from persuasion. Unpersuadably, in an unpersuadable manner. Unpersuade, to persuade someone against a formerly adopted course of action, to dissuade. Unpersuaded, not persuaded. Unpersuadedness, the quality of being unpersuaded. Unpersuades, third person singular simple present indicative of unpersuade. Unpersuading, failing to persuaded, not persuasive. Unpersuasible, not persuadable. Unpersuasion, the state of not being persuaded, disbelief, or doubt. Unpersuasive, not persuasive. Unpersuasively, in an unpersuasive way. Unpersuasiveness, the quality of being unpersuasive, lack of persuasiveness. Unpertaining, not pertinent, irrelevant, unrelated. Unpertinent, irrelevant. Unperturbability, the quality of being imperturbable. Unperturbable, not perturbable. Unperturbably, in an unperturbable manner. Unperturbed, not perturbed. Unperturbedly, in an unperturbed manner. Unperturbedness, quality of being unperturbed. Unperuke, not wearing a peruke. Unperuse, not perused. Unpervaded, not pervaded. Unperverse, not perverse. Unpervert, to free from perversion or error. Unperverted, not perverted. Unperverting, present participle and gerund of unpervert. Unperverts, third person singular simple present indicative of unpervert. Unpervious, synonym of impervious. Unpessimistic, not pessimistic. Unpessimistically, not pessimistically. Unpester, not pestered, unharassed. Unpestilential, not pestilential. Unpetal, to strip the petals from a flower. Unpedaled, alternative form of unpetal. Unpedaling, present participle and gerund of unpetal. Unpetaled, without petals. Unpetaling, present participle and gerund of unpetal. Unpetals, third person singular simple present indicative of unpetal. Unpetitioned, not petitioned. Unpetrify, not petrified, hardened by deposition of minerals. Unpetrifies, third person singular simple present indicative of unpetrify. Unpetrify, to restore something turned to stone to its prior form, to undo the petrifaction of. Unpetrifying, present participle and gerund of unpetrify. Unpettable, not pettable, that cannot be petted. Unpetted, not petted. Unpetticoated, not wearing a petticoat. Unpetty, not petty. Unpetulant, not petulant. Unphagocytose, not phagocytose. Unphallic, not phallic. Unpharisaical, not pharisaical. Unphased, not phased, not organized or structured in chronological phases. Unphenomenal, not phenomenal. Unphenotyped, not phenotyped. Unphilanthropic, not philanthropic, and charitable, misanthropic. Unphilanthropical, not philanthropical. Unphilanthropically, in an unphilanthropic manner. Unphilological, not consistent with historical linguistics. Unphiloprogenitive, not philoprogenitive. Unphilosopher, someone who is not a philosopher. Unphilosophic, not philosophic. Unphilosophical, not philosophical. Unphilosophically, in an unphilosophical way. Unphilosophicalness, the quality of being unphilosophical. Unphilosophize, alternative form of unphilosophize. Unphilosophized, simple past and past participle of unphilosophize. Unphilosophizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unphilosophize. Unphilosophizing, present participle and gerund of unphilosophize. Unphilosophize, indicative of unphilosophize. Unphilosophizing, present participle and gerund of unphilosophize. Unphilosophize, to degrade from the character of a philosopher, to act in an unphilosophical way. Unphilosophized, not philosophized. Unphilosophizes, third person singular simple present indicative of unphilosophize. Unphilosophizing, present participle and gerund of unphilosophize. Unphlegmatic, not phlegmatic. Unphlegmatically, in an unphlegmatic way. Unphonidu, not phonidu. Unphoned, untelephoned, fullness without a telephone. Unphonemic, not phonemic. Unphonemicized, not phonemicized. Unphonetic, not phonetic. Unphonetically, in an unphonetic manner, not phonetically. Unphoneticness, the quality of being unphonetic. Unphosphated, not phosphated. Unphosphatize, not phosphatize. Unphosphorated, not phosphorated. Unphosphorated, misspelling of unphosphorylated. Unphosphorylatable, not phosphorylatable. Unphosphorylated, not phosphorylated. Unphotoactivated, not photoactivated. Unphotobleach, not photobleached. Unphotogenic, not photogenic. Unphotographable, not photographable, that cannot be captured in a photograph. Unphotograph, not photographed either on a specific occasion or ever. Unphotolized, alternative form of unphotolized. Unphotolized, not photolize. Unphotoshopped, not photoshopped. Unphrasable, not phraseable. Unphrase, not phrase. Unphrenological, not phrenological. Unphysical, not physical. Unphysicality, the quality of being unphysical. Unphysically, in an unphysical manner. Unphysicalness, unphysicality. Unphysicked, not physicked. Unphysiologic, alternative form of unphysiological. Unphysiological, not related to or governed by physiology. Unphysiologically, in a manner that is not physiological. Unpianistic, not pianistic. Unpickirsch, not pickers. Unpick, to undo sewing stitches. Unpickable, that cannot be picked. Unpick, simple past and past participle of unpick. Unpicker, one who or that which unpicks. Unpickers, plural of unpicker. Unpicketed, not picketed. Unpicky, present participle and gerund of unpick. Unpickings, plural of unpicking. Unpickle, heteroalize. Unpickled, not pickled preserved. Unpickles, third person singular simple present indicative of unpickle. Unpickling, present participle and gerund of unpickle. Unpicks, third person singular simple present indicative of unpick. Unpictorial, not pictorial. Unpictorially, in an unpictorial manner. Unpicturability, the quality of being unpicturable. Unpicturable, not picturable. Unpicturable, alternative form of unpicturable. Unpicture, not pictured. Unpicturesque, not picturesque, unattractive. Unpicturesquely, in an unpicturesque manner. Unpicturesqueness, the state or quality of being unpicturesque. Unpiece, to disassemble piece by piece. Unpiece, simple past and past participle of unpiece. Unpieces, third person singular simple present indicative of unpiece. Unpiece, present participle and gerund of unpiece. Unthigh, of metal type, not mixed together or disordered. Unpierceable, that cannot be pierced. Unpierced, not pierce. Unpiercing, not piercing. Unpiety, lack of piety. Unpigeonholable, not pigeonholable, elusive in nature, impossible to categorize. Unpigeonhole, not pigeonholed. Unpiglike, not piglike. Unpigmented, not pigmented. Unpike, not piked. Unpile, to remove from a pile or stack. unpiled, not piled. Unpiles. Third person singular simple present indicative of unpile. Unpilver, not pilvered. Unpilgrim-like, not pilgrim-like. Unpilated, not pilated. Unpiling, present participle and gerund of unpile. Unpillaged, not pillage. Unpillar, not pillared. Unbelled, of textiles, not having developed small matted balls of fiber. Unpilloried, not pilloried. Unpillowed, not pillowed. Unpiloted, lacking a pilot. Unpimped, not pimped. Unpimpled, not pimple. Unfin, to unfasten by removing a pin. Unpinch, to make a gesture by moving two fingers apart, the opposite of a pinch. Unpinch, not pinched. Unpinches. Third person singular simple present indicative of unpinch. Unpinching, present participle and gerund of unpinch. Unpindownable, that cannot be pinned down, elusive, uncapturable. Unpining, not pining. Unpinion, to release something from pinions, to free from restraint. Unpinioned, of a bird, not having the pinions of its wings cut off, or its wings otherwise disabled to prevent it from flying. Unpinioning, present participle and gerund of unpinioned. Unpinioned, third person singular simple present indicative of unpinioned. Unpinked, not pinked, of clothing or fabric not ornamented with holes or scallops. Unpinnable, that cannot be pinned down, ephemeral, mercurial. Unpinned, simple past and past participle of unpin. Unpinning, present participle and gerund of unpin. Unpinnings, plural of unpinning. Unpinpointable, not pinpointable. Unpinpainted, not pinpointed. Unpins, third person singular simple present indicative of unpin. Unpious, not pious. Unpiped, not supplied or fitted with pipes. Unpipeline, not pipeline. Unbet, of an egg not yet having the shell cracked at the beginning of hatching. Unpiquant, not piquant. Unbeaked, not beaked. Unpiratable, not able to be pirated by third parties. Unpirated, not pirated, obtained legally. Unpiratical, not piratical. Unbest, not pissed or annoyed. Unpitched, not having been pitched. Unpiteous, without pity, pitiless. Unpiteously, without pity, pitilessly. Unpithy, not pity. Unhideo, not hideo. Unhideously, in an unpitiable manner, mapitiably. Unpitied, not pitied. Unpitiful, without pity, pitiless. Unpitifully, pitilessly. Unpitifulness, quality of being unpitiful. Unpitis, impious, wicked. Unpity, not pitted. Unpity, the lack or absence of pity, pitilessness, ruthlessness. Unpity, not feeling or showing pity. Unpityingly, in an unpitying manner. Unpityingness, the quality of being pitying. Unpivot, to convert columns into rows so as to undo a pivot operation. Unpivoted, simple past and past participle of unpivot. Unpivoting, present participle and gerund of unpivot. Unpivots, third person singular simple present indicative of unpivot. Unpixelated, alternative spelling of unpixelated. Unpixelated, not pixelated. Unplacable. Implacable. Unplacarded, not adorned with a placard. Unplacatable, incapable of being placated. Unplacated, not placated. Unplace, to remove from one's place is place. Unplaceable, not placeable, that cannot be placed. Unplaced, not assigned a place. Unplaces, third person singular simple present indicative of unplace. Unplacid, not placid. Unplacing, present participle and gerund of unplace. Unplagiarized, not plagiarized. Unplaid, not played. Unplaided, not wearing a plaid. Unflayen, not plain. Unflamed, not deplored or bewailed. Unlamented. Unplaining, not making complaint. Unplainly, in a manner that is not plain. Unplainness, the quality of being plain. Unplaintive, not plaintive. Unplait, to undo or untwist plaited hair, to unbray. Unplated, simple past and past participle of unplate. Unplating, present participle and gerund of unplate. Unplates, third person singular simple present indicative of unplate. Unlay, to undo the planning of something previously planned, to cancel. Unflamed, not planed. Unplanish, not planish. Unflank, to remove the planks from. Unplanked, not fitted with planks. Unplanking, present participle and gerund of unplank. Unplanks, third person singular simple present indicative of unplank. Unplannability, the quality of being unplannable. Unplannable, not plannable. Unplanned, unintentional, not intended. Unplannedly, without the use of a plan, haphazardly. Unplannedness, the quality of being unplanned. Unplanning, present participle and gerund of unplan. Unplans, third person singular simple present indicative of unplan. Unplant, to dig up and remove something planted. Unplantable, not plantable, on which nothing can be effectively planted. Unplanted, not planted. Unplanting, present participle and gerund of unplant. Unplant-like, not plant-like. Unplants, third person singular simple present indicative of unplant. Unflash, not plash. Unplaster, to remove the plaster from. Unplaster, not plastered. Unplastering, present participle and gerund of unplaster. Unplasters, third person singular simple present indicative of unplaster. Unplastic, not flexible or malleable. Unplasticize, alternative spelling of unplasticized. Unplasticize, not plasticize. Unplastinated, not plastinated. Unplat, alternative spelling of unplate. Unplated, not plated, covered with another material. Unplatform, to prevent someone from using a platform to express their opinion, to platform. Unplatformed, not furnished with a platform. Unplatforming, present participle of unplatformed. Unplatforms, third person singular simple present indicative of unplatform. Unplatitudinous, not platitudinous. Unplats, third person singular simple present indicative of unplat. Unplata, simple past and past participle of unplat. Unflatting, present participle and gerund of unplat. Unplausible, implausible. Unplausibly, in an unplausible manner. Unplausive, disapproving. Unplay, hypothetically, to undo the playing of. Unplayabilities, plural of unplayability. Unplayability, the state or condition of being unplayable. Unplayable, that cannot be played, that is impossible or unreasonable, too difficult, etc. To play. Unplayableness, the quality of being unplayable. Unplayably, in an unplayable way. Unplay, not played. Unplayful, not playful. Unplayfully, in an unplayful manner. Unplayfulness, the quality of being unplayful. Unplaying, present participle and gerund of unplay. Unplay is third person singular simple present indicative of unplay. Unpleach, not pleach. Unplayable, incapable of being pleaded. Unpleaded, not used as a plea, not urged. Unfleeting, that does not plead. Unpleasable, that cannot be pleased, implacable. Unpleasant, unpleasantry, unpleasantness. Unpleasances, plural of unpleasant. Unpleasant, not pleasant. Unpleasant, comparative form of unpleasant, more unpleasant. Unpleasantest, superlative form of unpleasant, most unpleasant. Unpleasantish, foully unpleasant. Unpleasantly, in an unpleasant manner. Unpleasantness, the property of being unpleasant or disagreeable. Unpleasantnesses, plural of unpleasantness. Unpleasantries, plural of unpleasantries. Unpleasantry, that which is unpleasant. Unpleasable, alternative spelling of unpleasable. Unpleased, not pleased, displeased. Unpleasing, not pleasing, unpleasant. Unpleasingly, in an unpleasing manner. Unpleasingness, quality of being unpleasing. Unpleasurable, that gives displeasure. Unpleasurableness. The state or condition of being unpleasurable. Unpleasurably. In an unpleasurable manner. Unpleasure. Unpleasantness, displeasure. To remove the plates of, to smooth. Unpleated, simple past and past participle of unpleat. Unpleading, present participle and gerund of unpleat. Unpleats, third person singular simple present indicative of unpleat. Unflabed, not flabed. Unloth, not having been pled. Unpledged, not pledged, not committed. Unplenish, not plenish. Unplenteous, not plenteous. Unplentiful, not plentiful, few or sparse. Unpliability. The state or condition of being unpliable. Unpliable, not pliable. Unpliableness. The quality of being unpliable. Unpliably. In an unpliable manner. Unpliancy. The quality of being pliant. Unpliant. Not pliant. Unpliantly. In an unpliant manner. Unply. Not plied. Unplied. They'll. Unplighted, not plighted or pledged. Unplodding, not plodding. Unflonk, to cease ignoring a blocked user on a newsgroup, etc. Unflonked, simple past and past participle of unplonk. Unflonking, present participle and gerund of unplonk. Unflonks, third person singular simple present indicative of unplonk. Unblot, to erase a point previously plotted. Unblots, third person singular simple present indicative of unplot. Unplottable, not plottable. Unplotted, not plotted. Unflatting, present participle and gerund of unplot. Unplowable, alternative spelling of unplowable. Unplowed, unturned with a plow and thus retaining its original vegetation, usually grass. Unplowable, not plowable, that cannot be plowed. Unplowed, alternative spelling of unplowed. Unplucked, not having been plucked. Unplucky, not plucky. Unplucked, to disconnect from a supply, especially an electrical socket. Unpluggable, that can be unplugged. Unplugged, not plugged in. Unplugger, one who, or that which, unplugs. Unpluggers, plural of unplugger. Unplugging, present participle and gerund of unplug. Unplugging, plural of unplugging. Unplugged, third person singular simple present indicative of unplug. Unthumb, to remove the lead from. Unplumbable, not plumbable. Unfathomable. Unplugged, not measured for depth with a or as if with a plumb. Unplumbing, present participle and gerund of unplumb. Unplumb, third person singular simple present indicative of unplumb. Unplume, to strip of plumes or feathers. Unplumed, without plumes. Unplumes, third person singular simple present indicative of unplume. Unfluming, present participle and gerund of unplume. Unplummetable, unable to be fathomed. Unplummeted, unplumbed, unsounded, not having had its depth measure. Not plumb. Unplunder, not plundered. Unplunged, to plunge back out of something, to emerge suddenly. Unplunged, not plunged. Unplunges, third person singular simple